presents...
You're listening to the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons. All right, Dungeoneers. Maybe we should we call our friends Dungeoneers? That just popped in my head.
Dungeoneers is cool.
Dungeoneers?
There is a Dungeoneers pack. I think a Dungeoneer is good.
Or Dungeon Buddies.
No.
Not as good?
I don't. I like Dungeoneer.
All right.
But maybe if our community, our listeners, have a cool name that we can call you. Lories or Dungeon Lories.
Isn't a lorry a car?
It's a lorry, yeah, but close.
All right, we're not going to call them lorries. Lorians, welcome back to the show. And this is the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast as usual. And I'm your host, Tom, or Robots. And this is Stuart.
I'm Stuart. How you doing?
Hi, Stuart. How's things?
Things are good. It is the winter holidays here in Australia. And as a teacher, it means I have a couple of weeks of respite. Well needed after pretty much 21 weeks straight of teaching because of COVID stuff. So
I think it's really cool watching you still do your job while we're stuck in this tower, because you've been projecting yourself as this, what's it called? It's like you walk around in the room with the kids, even though you're not there, but they can't tell because you're using magic.
No, they don't know.
Yeah.
Magic is awesome. It's also a great way to avoid, to keep your 1.5 meters distance. So
yes. There's absolutely no way you're picking up any of the Rona from over here in this tower. But I see that you have all of these maps strewn all over our library again. We were talking.
Yes, I really like maps. I really, really like maps.
Yeah, we were talking Icewind Dale. We were talking last week, and I see that you've moved a little bit south from there. Where are we going this week?
Yeah. We're going to Neverwinter. So my reading led me to a thing called the Lord's Alliance, and the Lord's Alliance is a group of the leaders from some of the major cities in the northern parts of Faerun. Okay.
And they love the Lord with their whole heart.
Yes. Well, different lords. But they all work together to ensure that the north is kind of safe and that trade works really well and they can be prosperous. And that kind of led me to looking at some of the individual cities. And so I think I know we're going to look at Neverwinter today, because Neverwinter, all right, so, I actually don't know much about because Neverwinter. In short, we're talking about Neverwinter.
We're talking about Neverwinter. So when you say Neverwinter, I immediately go back to, what year was it that Neverwinter Nights came out? 2002?
Yeah.
It was a while ago.
2002? Yeah.
It was about 2002. And I remember that coming out. I hadn't played Baldur's Gate. I hadn't played Icewind Dale. I wasn't privy to those. I was in college and I was in high school and I was doing other things, right? Like rock and roll and girls and stuff. But once I was out of college, I had plenty of extra time to dig into games a little bit more. And Neverwinter Nights came out, and I think I made like this badass paladin woman.
Yeah.
And I played the heck out of that game. That game was great.
Excellent. Well, you might know a bit more than me, because we are going to talk about some of the events that happened in that game.
I don't remember much at all, but
excellent. Well, it was only 18 years ago.
It was only 18 years ago. I remember very interesting locations. I remember really cool stuff happening. I remember that there was 2 or 3 expansions, and the third expansion I really, really liked. That was when I finally felt like my character had become powerful, I think.
Yeah, cool.
And I got some really cool looking gear. I don't remember. There's a lot I don't remember, but go on.
I don't think you're alone in that, and I think that's why they turned the MMO game that they've got, Neverwinter, based off of that. And I think that's why they've set those video games there, is because lots and lots of people love those games. So yeah, Neverwinter. We're going to jump back into the past to try and understand that a little bit. Do you remember the Suruk, the snake people, from the creator races?
Yes.
Okay, our listeners might remember them as well. Well, we're going all the way back to that time, and we're going to talk quickly about Morag, who was the queen of the Suruk. Now, the race was essentially being destroyed. Their empire was disappearing. In a bid to keep herself alive and her people alive and save them all from destruction, she took some of her followers into another dimension. And they went through this large crystal called the Source Stone. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then, so they disappear in there. Thousands of years go by. And then 3 small elven cities, unfortunately, started on top of where that crystal was. Okay.
How do you fit so many cities on a singular crystal? Cisties.
Well,
that's my new word for cities. They were siblings. They were sibling cities, so they were cisties.
That's a good idea. They probably were sibling cities. Well, the crystal was underground. And so the land above is where the cities are built. And they're more, I say cities, there's like 2 larger towns and a larger city. And they're elven cities, and they get into conflict with the Aluskans, which are these mages just to the north. If you happen to be looking at a map of Faerun and you look at Neverwinter, where that is on the map in the northwest corner.
Not quite as north as Icewind Dale, but up there.
Yeah. There's Luskans. So that used to be called Ilusk, I think, or Iluska. I can't remember now. And so the Aluskans and the elves that lived in these 3 little cities, they got into this huge conflict, and then orcs rocked up and they were fighting with orcs as well, and everything went really bad. And then eventually they got over it, and they decided that they weren't going to fight anymore, and both the cities started to rebuild. However, the elves decided that they'd had enough, and some went back to the Feywild, and others moved further to the west, to where there are now larger elven communities. But there was still the remains there. And what it was human communities that sort of popped up in this area and started to rebuild the city. And it was slow going at first, but lots of skilled laborers moved there and craftspeople, and they started to build the city a bit more, and it becomes called Neverwinter. And the reason for this is a couple of reasons or theories as to why. One is that there was an ancient sun elf who had said that they would die defending the elven city, and therefore there would never be winter in this area. But the locals now say that it is because of it's because there is no ice in the harbour all year round as a result of the warm water that comes down through the river that runs through the city, which is heated by a fire elemental that lives in Mount Hotenow, which, if you're looking at the map again, hopefully not while you're driving, is just to the north. You'll see Mount Hotenow.
Interesting. So all of this is because of a fire elemental that is just like chilling in a mountain.
Yeah, or warming in a mountain. And he is...
warming. Yes, got it.
Yeah. So he's keeping the water that runs through the city is warm. So even in the middle of winter, there is warm water that runs through that river. And it means that the harbour never has ice in it, and they can continually do trade.
Now, that's not like... It's not like the giant just like pees in the river, right? That's not why it's warm?
I mean... The
elemental. I mean, I'm assuming he's pretty big. That's why I said he's not a giant, but he may be a giant elemental.
I think he's giant. Yeah, I think he's...
Yeah, but he's not a giant.
A big...
That would be different.
That's
like,
different.
The giants aren't peeing in the river. The gigantic elemental might be.
I don't know. Let's look at the map. How far does the river go? No. Then there's no giants that live in that area that I'm aware of. Neverwinter Wood is not known for large giants. But the city becomes known because of the many skilled craftspeople that are there. Okay, they make excellent products. It gets the name the city of skilled hands because of this, and also because of there's gardens all through the city, and the gardeners who tend to them can keep plants flowering right through the cold of winter, partly as a result of the warm water that they have running there. And so the city prospers and becomes a metropolis that people come and visit and enjoy, and it's considered one of the most civilized cities in all of Faerun.
Oh.
However, in 1372, people in the city start to die rapidly. There's a disease that's going rampant in the city, and they call it the Wailing Death.
So 1372, is this is after the age of Troubles, the time of Troubles?
Yeah.
Okay. So how long? That lasted about 100 years. So I'd just give people context of like where we are in the timeline.
Let me get back those times. Give me a second. So this is during.
This is during the time of Troubles.
Taking place just after. So the time of Troubles is 1358 and we are 1372. So about 20 years later.
Yeah, about a generation after that. Okay.
Yeah. So they've gone through that, and then this disease pops up and is destroying people, and this is being caused by the source stone that the city was built under. So the city underneath, the stone underneath the city starts to generate a dark energy, and that is Morag essentially trying to get her power back and take control of the city. And this, by the way, sorry guys, if you do want to play Neverwinter Nights, these are all spoilers.
Spoilers.
Sorry about that.
I mean, it's an 18-year-old game. I think the spoiler, it's a little bit off, right? At this point, like...
I think 18 years is enough time to talk about the events, but just in case you're mid-game because you're like me and you go back and play old games that you missed, sorry about that. However, she enlists the support of the city of Luskan. So that's where the Eluskans came from in the ancient history when they fought with the elves, and now we have this conflict happening again, where the wizards from Luskan are trying to take Neverwinter. Combat ensues, and a cure is created, and a brave, faceless hero, that is your character in the game, gets all the ingredients.
Wait, you don't have a face? Oh man, I don't remember that part.
Well, I don't want to.
Did you lose it? Did the face come off at some point?
I just feel like there's a brave hero with many faces. There we go.
That's okay, I got you. I got you. I got you. Yeah. So, I can't imagine having conversations with people and trying to like charm them when you don't have a face. I don't know if that would work very well.
The old 3D RPGs where you just saw your hands. They didn't have a face. So
it was all isometric. You only saw the back of your head anyway.
But that hero, you might remember this from the game, but that hero gets all the ingredients, goes to Luskan, and then ends up going into the Source Stone to fight Morag and save the day. That's like a major part of the history of the city, is that they had to go through this horrible sort of thing. But the city's damaged and weakened, and there's all these other factions that sort of start to get power in there. You've got the Red Wizards of Thay that come, and there's another group of wizards, and I've forgotten their name now.
Freaking wizards.
I forgot their name now, but anyway. And then there's also the Zentarum are getting a bit stronger, which are another faction in Faerun who are... We're probably going to have to do an episode on factions, because there's a bunch of factions that get around and they're used a lot in Adventurers League. But yeah, so there's now different factions vying for power in Neverwinter, even though the threat of the Wailing Death is gone and Morag is defeated. However, in 1451, so 80 years later, disaster strikes the city again.
Again?
Okay? Again.
More disaster? Never can't everyone just get along?
More like never peaceful.
Never peaceful. Right? Yeah, that's what we should call it.
So the area has been getting plagued with earth tremors. Whilst not enough to destroy anything, everyone has noticed these earth tremors happening.
I know. I have an idea why. You know,
why is
my theory?
that?
My theory is the giant elemental is taking dance lessons.
Very close. Very, very close.
All right.
Mount Hotenow explodes as a volcano. Like it spews forth lava, and this huge chunk of rock rockets through the sky and smashes into the city of Neverwinter. And if you look at a map, you can check it out on our Twitter account. I'll post it onto our Twitter account. There is this huge chasm that goes through basically a full quarter of the city. And it kills apparently half the population of the city, because as it hits this volcanic ash that goes all over the city, and there's smoke and fog and specks of lava.
So it got Pompeii.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I've been to Pompeii. Have you been to Pompeii?
No, I haven't been able to get to Pompeii yet. I have not been to much of that part of the world.
Yeah. Well, I guess maybe I'm closer to that than you were.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I got to go to Pompeii. I took a trip to Europe, and I don't know if anybody in the audience doesn't know, Pompeii was covered over by Mount Vesuvius, and Mount Vesuvius eruption back in the Roman world. And the ash basically froze the city in time. There are definitely places where things have crumbled and things have fallen apart, but there is enough of the city that is structurally still there. To the point where you can still see artwork on the walls, paintings people had in their homes. You can see phallic arrows pointing to the red district of the city along the streets.
Oh, really?
Yes. Wow. There are canals. There are a few different areas for things like plays and sports competitions. You can sit on the same marble seats that people would have sat at going to, like, there's a fancy play, or like a smaller theater where the wealthy part of the town lived. You can see the remains of the temples. You can walk through the central. If ever you want to design a world that is based in something like Dungeons and Dragons and do it in a really authentic way, then even if you can't visit one of these places in real life, go look for some sort of virtual tour online, because it'll give you a sense of what a village or a town or something like this was actually like when the population of the city was only something like 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 people. But even then, it was a major hub for trade, and the city center is amazing because you can stand in the middle of the city center and you can look. I believe if you look north, you can see the main building that was both handled the economy, like the main commerce building, like governmental building, and where they would actually do their trials. And then if you look to the right was the temple of Zeus? They had a few different temples. There was a Zeus one. There was it wasn't Zeus. I'm sorry. It would have been Jupiter because it was Roman. Jupiter, and then Mercury, and then they had a few of them. And a lot of the main statues and things that were in there weren't still in there, but you could see where you could walk up into the temple. They weren't that big, but then would be like a giant statue of their god overseeing the main square of the city. So cool. Yeah. I mean, it was like, to put yourself in there in real time it was amazing, because you could get a sense of like, this is where people walked every day. People would walk down this path and they would say hi to their neighbors and they would go to work, and they would go by the temple and they might leave an offering, and they would, and it really just made it feel like this was a real place where real people lived, and they weren't that different than we were, because they all did the same things we do.
I think that's one of the things when you learn about history, especially if you look at philosophy. Like, there are people 2,000 years ago concerned about the same stuff that we were, and talking about the same stuff that we are now.
Yeah, the young generation doesn't respect their elders.
Yeah.
Plato was writing about that. Yeah. Like, that is not a modern 21st century thing. Like, 600 BC, this is still a problem.
Everyone thinks that is the young people that are going to ruin the place. And it's like, man, that's people have been saying that for 2,000, well, probably for 5, 6,000, 10,000 years, you know, like.
No, that's just humans. That's the way humans are. The ignorant younger people are not as wise and focused on the same things that the wiser older people are focused on.
They also, they take risks that older people won't, that sometimes become great things and sometimes become not so great things.
Exactly.
And that's part
and they're
of
way more hormonally driven, and so they're more willing to do things that you wouldn't do. They're less stable in their lives. Yeah, there's a lot of psychological reasons for why that is. It's not because the world changed. It's because people are people.
Yeah, that's right. History is the best thing.
It's amazing. But one of the coolest things, sorry to go on the side note, is that many of the homes would also run businesses out of the fronts of their homes. And you could walk down the street and maybe one home is selling lunch. And many of the people in the town were busy doing their other jobs. So they would take a lunch break. They would walk down the road, probably with their coworkers. They'd go grab a lunch from one of the other people in the city who was selling it out of the front of their house. And they'd get a quick lunch. They'd go, buy another thing. They'd go back to their office to work or wherever. It was amazing how modern the Roman world was in certain locations. It's just like, we really haven't changed that much.
No. We haven't. We really haven't.
So anyway, I would imagine that the world, to bring this back around, the world of a city like Neverwinter was probably very similar to something like that.
Oh yeah, and the focus on trade and crafts was super important, and it gets more important in the present time as well, because this event completely destroys the city, and the chasm that's created goes so far deep into the earth that it goes into the Underdark and connects to this subterranean lake. And this is a lake that obelists live in. Now, obelists are really nasty monsters. Okay, they're kind of like Cthulhu-esque monsters. They look a bit like.
Like octopus faces?
Yeah. And they control, they can have like huge mental abilities. And this obviously causes a lot of problems for the city because you have all this horrible stuff coming up out of the chasm, and it also led to like the other evil wizards that were in the city getting stronger because there's all this powerful energy around. However, another many-faced hero comes through and fights off the evil, and they eventually put the primordial back to sleep in the mountain, which is lovely. However, the city is basically destroyed, which leads us to a person called Lord Neverember. Okay, who
Neverember.
Neverember, yeah, that's right. He used to be the Open Lord of Waterdeep. Waterdeep's another city further to the south, and they have the Open Lord, which is the Lord that everybody knows who they are, and then there's
the Closed Lord, and nobody knows who that is.
Well, that kind of. I think there's a collection of them. I've forgotten what the term is right now, but there's like. There's a council of lords that people don't actually know if they're a lord or not. But then there's the Open Lord. And he was the Open Lord of Waterdeep, but he was actually from Neverwinter. And when this happened, he wanted to go back there and restore the city. And so his time was kind of torn between the two cities. And in the end, he gets exiled from Waterdeep. They're like, get out of here. You can't be both. So he moves back to Neverwinter, and he is trying really hard to restore the city to its former glory. You know, he's employed out of his own money, employs mercenaries to work as the city watch, as the town guard. He encourages trade and gets people to work on whatever they can. He even says that if you go to the destroyed parts of the city, you can use whatever you want there and rebuild and create. Like, because there's all sorts of stonework and other materials just lying around in waste, and if you want to go there and build a house out of what is there, you can, and really promotes the idea of businesses coming back to Neverwinter. He gets a lot of criticism, however, because he had left Neverwinter and then he moved to Waterdeep, and people he had some claim to the there was a line of kings that were in Neverwinter for a while, and he had some claim, and people didn't really believe that. So there was all this conflict. However, because of the amount of work and effort he put into, he actually, in a proper diplomatic way, started to gain support from majority of the people in Neverwinter, to the point where even people that rebelled against him in the start started to enlist themselves in as city watch and town guard, so that they could help defend the city, because they believed in Lord Neverember. The Lord Protector is what they ended up titling him.
Lord Protector.
He didn't want to become a king. Like that. Yeah, you do. He also engineered the device, or the magic, I guess, that helped close the chasm, so that the nasties couldn't get out anymore. But they're not completely gone, and there's there's a little cool thing in the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide that in the Neverwinter section that mentions that if you're a skilled labourer, they're really happy to get you there, so you can work. Like if you're a craftsperson, if you're able-bodied and easy, able to work, they want you as labourers. If you're dock workers, they really want you as dock workers. He really likes employing past adventurers to work as the city watch. But if there's things that you can't do, you can get jobs, if you're not actually that skilled, you can get jobs like clearing out the sewers, because of the chasm, and the sewers still have nasty stuff and monsters crawling around in them. So there's a job there where you can you're like a sewer cleaner, but you're actually...
Yeah, so if you come to the city and you're like a mime, then they want to employ you as a sewer cleaner.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that's the only one that doesn't match up. It's kind of particular, but that one's a little bit off.
They don't need mimes.
Yeah, we got plenty of those. Just make them go clean out the sewer.
So now Neverwinter is prospering again, and it's starting to become. He really wants to get the title back as the city of skilled hands. So he's really pushing for that. He wants to get that, the most civilized city in all of Faerun title back for the city.
It's quite prestigious for a city that just got blown apart and attacked by monsters and evil wizards and things.
Yeah, yeah. As a result of the destruction of the city, the place has been really reworked, and whilst it had different districts before, it's now been changed, where you can go, different names of places, because, there's a whole section of the city that's been destroyed. But it is coming back to its prosperous ways. And it is now, because of this, there's a huge amount, a variation of people there. You've got humans, half-elves, elves, dwarves, but also now there's Eladrin, which are essentially elves directly from the Feywild, tieflings and dragonborn. There's orcs that live there too, so it is a very multicultural and metropolitan sort of city again.
Do you think that the regular elves look at the Eladrin and are like, oh, they've got cool accents, they're from the old world?
Maybe. Eladrin are cool.
Kind of like Americans do with people in the UK.
Eladrin sort of change with the seasons. They've got this cool magic where they're connected to seasons, which is just rad. So I imagine some elves are probably think that way.
I'm really like, oh, those guys, those old world elves are so fancy and cool. And the one guy's girlfriend thinks that, that Eldrin guy is pretty neat, but he's just a friend. Don't worry about him. Don't worry. He's just a friend. And then you're like, and then the elf guy's like, son of a, get out of here, Eldrin.
Yeah. Springtime, is it, mate? Yeah. Thanks.
I can tell it's springtime. Thanks, buddy.
Anyway, that is the Neverwinter primer. There's quite a few adventures on the Adventurers Guild set in Neverwinter, and a bunch of stuff from the other editions if you are interested in playing in Neverwinter. And there's also the MMORPG Neverwinter, which is free to play, and it's not bad. I've played it quite a while.
There was a big release for it, or a big thing that came up a few weeks ago that was like, if you sign in right now, you get all of the content for free or something.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I don't remember. I remember reading it somewhere on a website. I don't think know. Do a search. Maybe that's still a thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they had they recently released a new expansion. So perhaps if you got that one, you got everything. I don't know.
Yeah, it was some sort of special.
Oh, yeah, Avernus.
So get lots of people back into the game kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, that's Neverwinter.
Very cool. Yeah. And I remember the other thing that was really cool about Neverwinter Nights is that it came with a module that allowed you to build out your own maps and create your own adventures in the game.
Oh, that's awesome.
And that was like really new for the time.
For sure. For sure. That's
I always dreamed
that sort
about using them and I never did.
But never did.
Sorry, go on.
No, I mean that's just it's a thing you really only saw in like RTS games, you know, like StarCraft had a world builder and like a map builder and stuff. It wasn't really that big for RPGs to do that.
Right. It was one of those things I always just kind of dreamed about. I was like, I could put something together and have my buddies play this. And then I was like, where am I going to get 4 people to buy this game also just to play through the adventure that I made and took 200 hours to build? And they blow through it in 15 minutes. You know, it never quite came to light. But I'm sure there are people out there who used it and still use that kind of stuff out in games like Divinity.
Yeah, for sure.
Since the dawn of time, there have been storytellers who teach through their stories. These myths give rise to fundamental truths, and these truths shape our collective experience. Yet these myths are not something of the past, and today they engage us more fully in the story itself. Video games allow us to live the lives of our favorite myths. My name is Blue Crew 86, host of Focus Fire Chat, and I want to invite you to explore our modern-day myths with us. Join with us as we explore the stories, the mythologies of the Destiny franchise, as well as other games. Let's explore together.
All right. Well, let's move into the middle of the show. Welcome to the middle of the show, everybody.
Middle. Hey.
Whoa, it's different in here. The lights have changed and there's mood music on. There's not actually mood music on. Oh, there is mood music on. This is the part of the show where we thank our listeners for tuning in, and thank you guys for tuning in. We didn't get any new reviews or ratings this last week, but if you would like to get your words on the show, then you can just leave a review or ratings for Apple Podcasts, or you really can leave it for wherever you listen to this. If there's ability to leave a rating or review, that's also helpful, but Apple's the one that I can track, and we'll read your words on the show in a future episode. So thank you to all of you for listening. The other things that you can do to help support the show include things like telling your friends, which is absolutely the best thing you could possibly do because word of mouth is phenomenal. And we also have a deal for you guys. We are sponsored by Loot Crate, and Loot Crate is a wonderful, wonderful company. They sell these crates with all these cool things in them, and you've probably heard of them before, but if you haven't, then if you are into video games or nerd stuff or movies, comic books, that kind of stuff, they've got all sorts of different crates for you. Go check it out. There's a link in the show notes. And basically, you spend X amount of dollars for a crate that comes once a month or once a quarter or something like that, and you get way more stuff in it than you would have spent individually for all the different items, including things like t-shirts and little figures to put on your desk and things to put up on your walls and all sorts of cool stuff. So go check that out and use the link in the show notes. That way they know that we sent you there. And when you check out, use the code ROBOTSRadio to get 15% off your purchase of whatever crate you want. So go check that out. Very cool stuff. In other news, Stuart, we actually got 2 emails this last week. Dos emails, as they say in España. Where are they? Here they go. So one of them, the most recent one that came in, was from Dylan. Hi, Dylan. Thanks for sending us a message. Super quick and to the point. Hey, could you do an episode on tieflings?
Yes. Yes, we can, Dylan.
Super quick and to the point. Yes, we will. We're going to
do a couple of episodes on cities, and then we'll jump over back to some tiefling action.
Yep, and we'll do like 17 episodes on tieflings just for you.
We're going to go, 17. We're going to dive deep. In fact, we're going to change the name. It's going to be the Tiefling Lorecast.
Tiefling Lorecast. Yeah.
Sorry, we're being silly. No, yes, we will be doing an episode on tieflings.
Yes. We're hoping to get through all the different races. I think going through the factions, all the different really cool locations, digging into some more of the gods. There's so much content we can get through. So we'll get there eventually. It'll feel like it's like everybody who, and this is what happens with these Lorecast type shows, because I've gone through this in the Elder Scrolls and Fallout. When you're listening to them as they come out week by week, you're like, oh, when are they going to get to this topic? I really want to hear more about this topic. But then the people who find the show like a year or two later, they're like, oh my God, there's so much stuff to get through. So it is what it is, but we'll get there. No worries. We also got a character from Stephen R. sent us a character. I find this really interesting. He built a god, and there wasn't a whole lot of a description of this. I don't know if this is a character that you would want to play as. Is this like a character build that you would shoot for towards the end game, or if this is an NPC and somebody who may be like a very influential regular character who becomes, who knows, like a main boss at the end of the game, that kind of thing. Named Talos, which also is interesting, being as many of our listeners have played games like Skyrim, where Talos is a god, or at least is debated if he is a god by the men and the elves. And the men, specifically the Nords, believe that Talos is a god because he was a Nord who ascended to godhood. And the elves, specifically the Thalmor, who are high elves, don't want him to be a god. And this god is also named Talos, but is a elf, which is a really weird mix. So I don't know, Stephen, if you were like drawing from these influences and like mixing them around, or what you were doing, but it's a level 50 character with a whole bunch of different abilities. It's multi-classed: paladin, cleric, artificer, fighter, storm race. All sorts of cool details. So Stephen, if you want to write us some more about this, I would love to learn a little bit more about how you're using this character, but send us a bunch of character sheets and those kinds of things. So very cool stuff. Also, if you guys want to share stuff like this on Twitter as well, that would be a really cool place to do it, because then we could have conversations with you online on social media, and you could share a little bit more and other people could kind of chime in. We get conversations going, or on the Discord. The Discord would be a great place to do that. You could send stuff in our channel, and then we can have conversations about the content in there as well. So those are other ways that you guys can connect with us. But thank you to both of our new friends, Stephen and Dylan, for sending us stuff in the mail. And if you want to get a hold of us in the mail, that's dndlorecast@gmail.com, @dndlorecast on Twitter. And I think that's about it. Anything else, Stuart?
No, that's all my stories, I think, for today.
All right, cool. Well, let's move in to the end of the episode. Stuart, I have a new item. I have a new fancy special item for us to talk about.
Please share.
So, this item, I have to give credit where credit is due. My wife came up with this item, and we were chatting.
Thank you, Tom's wife.
Yeah, thank you, Tom's wife. She's not in the room, but I'm sending her vibes. We were chatting, and I was like, I got to come up with another item for this upcoming episode of the podcast. And she's like, well, have you thought about this? And I was like, what? And usually she just says silly things at first because she's just being silly. And I'm like, no, we can't do that. And she's like, well, what about this? And I'm like, no, we can't do that. And then she said socks. And I said,
yes.
Socks.
And you said yes.
I said yes to socks because who doesn't like socks, right? Like, everybody needs socks. You can't just wear your shoes without socks all the time. You'll wear out your feet, right? They get sweaty, and then the inside of your shoes gets sweaty. Socks are very important. So I invented the mystery socks. And this is how they work. Mystery socks work like, so if anybody has read or seen the Harry Potter movies, you know about the cloak that you can wear that makes you invisible, right?
Yeah.
Or it's like is it a cloak or is it a big cloth thing? It's a big thing you put over your head, and anything underneath it turns invisible. These socks are kind of like that, but they're only as big as socks, like regular ankle length, like adult socks. So you can wear them And basically anything that is inside the socks is occluded. It is as if it doesn't exist. And you can't actually see the socks either. You can feel them. You can sense them with magic, but you can't see them. So if somebody were to take these socks and put them on their feet, it would look like they were levitating off the ground without feet at the ankles, right? If you were to take these socks and put them on your hands, it would look like you didn't have hands, but you would still have functioning hands. That would just be inside socks. If you put them on your ears, it would look like your ears were gone. You know, if you stretched one over the top of your head, it would look like you're missing the top of your head. These basically occlude anything that is inside the socks. So you could use them to hide small items by putting them inside the socks, and then even just leaving the socks in a regular open room, because it would be very difficult for somebody to see them. But you can detect them with magic. You could definitely detect them with magic. And then if you were to feel around, you would feel, oh, there's something here. And then you would, you know, imagine picking up a sock with your eyes closed. You'd be able to tell, okay, there's a hole in this end, what's inside. You'd be able to find the item that's inside them, right? So you could keep them in a pouch. You could keep them in your pocket. You could hide things inside them so that when someone says empty your pockets, you pull out the socks and hold them up in the air, but you still can't see the socks. So it would look like your hands were empty and then there was nothing in your pockets, right? So there are all sorts of tricky ways you could use these to hide items or do other things.
You could use them as dual-wielding, invisible 8-ball and sock weapons.
Yes, you could do that. You could clock somebody with a pool ball inside one of the socks.
Stewart coming out there, but that's that's cool. I love that idea.
Imagine if you had a dagger inside the sock, and you were holding onto the sock closed around a dagger. You wouldn't be able to see the dagger. But it would still work because it's a sharp object inside a sock. It may cut the sock open, but it would still work.
I'm going to have a wild... No, I'm not going to guess. Tell me what they're called. What's the name of these items?
They're just called mystery socks.
Mystery socks. Mystery socks.
And they come in pairs. They only come in pairs.
For some reason, I had it in my mind, and you said that before. I had it in my mind that they were socks of invisibility, and I'm like,
right,
yes.
They're just simply socks of invisibility. Yeah,
but I like mystery socks much better.
Mystery socks, because what's in them? Who knows? You got to find them first. But that's the thing, is you don't want to misplace them because they'd be really hard to find. Like, you probably don't want to wash them because they would literally disappear.
That would literally disappear. Yeah, that's right. You'd only end up with one of them. Only one would come back out.
Right.
Which is what happens to socks. I can
imagine there's all sorts of other ways that you could use these in creative ways. And that's one of the other things I like about having interesting items like this, is giving them to your party and just seeing what they do with them.
How do they find them? That's the big question.
Right. I'm wondering, does somebody detect magic? Do you put them inside a chest or something in an adventure, and somebody opens the chest and they go, oh, there's some gold in here. And then, like, do you do a behind the scenes roll to see if they were lucky enough to accidentally touch them and realize that there's something else in there?
Yeah. Or they open up the top drawer of someone's chest of drawers, and one half has got neatly folded underpants and the other half has got nothing. But then when they touch, they're like, oh, there's invisible socks here.
What? This feels like there's something in here. What is this? And then they feel it and they're like, wait, this is a sock. This is shaped like a sock. Yeah. And then they slide their hand in it to just like see what, and then all of a sudden their hand disappears and they're like, whoa, my hand's gone.
Oh man, I love that. Good work. I like that one. That was a good one.
It's kind of a fun item. I would be very interested to work this into a campaign and see what people come up with, because you never know when there's a situation, especially when it comes to negotiating with somebody, that something like this could come about and be, particularly handy. You steal something and then you want to act like you don't have it. So you put it in a sock, you drop the sock, they search you, you don't have it, right?
Nothing.
Then you slyly pick up the sock, which they can't see, and then put it back in your pocket. So
it could be used in many, many ways. I'm just thinking of... Actually, I feel like as the DM, I don't have to think about how people would use it. I could just give it to the people.
But you could use it too. That's the other thing. As the DM, you could have a character who has this and uses it to trick the party or manipulate a situation. And then when the characters defeat that person or sneak into their chest of drawers or whatever, they come up on this item, which was key to why that character was able to do certain things in the story. So you could totally work this in that way as well.
Yeah.
So that's it. Mystery Socks. And we've been keeping a list so that everybody knows. We've been keeping a list of all of these different items we've been designing, and we'll let you know when we put them up.
Yeah.
They'll be up on a shop someday for you guys to check out and purchase a whole book of them.
You will get access to all of our little, all of Tom's little magic items, which have been, which I really like in that they're almost all of them are either a double-edged sword or just something that's, is flavor for the campaign as opposed to something that will break the game. Well, some of them might break the game.
I try not to break the game. That's the other thing, is that you don't want to give your party something that just kind of breaks the game. That's a little frustrating for everybody.
No, very good. Very good.
Awesome. Well, I think we're at the end of the episode, Stuart.
Yeah, here we are at the end of the episode now.
Any idea where we're going next week?
Yes, next week we're going to go to Waterdeep. We're going to go down the coast. We're going to do the 3 larger towns down the coast. We're going to do Waterdeep, and then the following week we're going to do Baldur's Gate.
And then 17 episodes about tieflings.
And then 17 episodes on tieflings, and then we'll probably go back to some of the smaller cities that are part of the Lord's Alliance.
How much do you want to bet we're going to get an email where somebody says, I really don't think 17 episodes on tieflings is a good idea for a podcast?
Yeah, well, neither do we, but we're sticking to it.
We're sticking to it. This is what you're getting. This is what you're going to get. And if you're not into it, then you've got to skip ahead 17 weeks or just wait it out until we get through all the tiefling episodes. Too bad. Too bad for you guys.
I signed this contract that means that I have to do it. And if you know
sold our souls to a tiefling in order to get out of this tower, and this is what we had to do.
17 episodes. He wanted in. Anyway.
All right. Well, thank you all for tuning in. Stuart, how can people get a hold of you?
You can find me on Twitter at Stuart.
I don't know how to spell that.
Yeah, sorry, I'll spell that out now. You can find me on Twitter at Stuart Writes. You can also find me at Committee Quest, which is my other podcast, a D&D actual play podcast with a bunch of synthwave, where we play and review community-made content.
Which is blowing up, by the way. You've been getting a lot more traffic. People even starting at the beginning and kind of listening to all the episodes.
If you are listening to that as well from here, thank you very much. It's been going really well. We will be doing, as I said last episode, one of our players now has internet again. So in a couple of weeks, we're going to be recording again. So there will be new episodes, and hopefully we will be able to finish the current adventure that our party is on. So thank you very much for listening, everybody.
Very cool. Very, very cool. And you guys know how to get a hold of me. The best way is at D&D Lorecast on Twitter, or dndlorecast@gmail.com, like I mentioned before. Or just check out the Robots Radio stuff and all the other podcasts we have on the network, including a bunch of my Lorecasts and a bunch of other shows from other creators about all sorts of really cool and interesting things. And the network continues to grow. We actually have a brand new show on the network now. Where's the name of the show? Why did this just fell out of my head? Focused Fire Chat, which is about the games, the Destiny games, and a little bit about Halo and some other stuff, but they're a very lore focused podcast as well. So if you're into the Destiny games, you can go check them out. Focused Fire Chat. They're available everywhere. And we've had some, we're at like 23 shows on the network, I think, Stuart. We're growing.
Really?
Yeah, it's growing. This is going awesome. And like the DL Weekly Gaming News show is having like record numbers. The Cyberpunk Lorecast has just doubled. We doubled our audience over the last week, which is
that's awesome.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, the network's doing great. We're lots of really cool stuff for you guys. So if you haven't checked any of the other stuff out, robotsradio.net is the place to do that. And you can always shoot me a note on there, or robots_radio on Twitter at robots_radio. All right, guys, we'll see you next week. And until next week, don't piss off a giant monster in a mountain, I guess.
Don't do that.
So that it creates a volcano.
Don't ever do that.
That's a bad idea. And don't agree to dance lessons with it either. That's probably not good either. All right, guys. We'll talk to you later. See ya. You've been listening
listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Myth is a podcast about the very soul of humanity. Join me each week as I explore stories from our history, from our mythologies, about what it means to be human. I'm your host, Tom, and Myth is available on every podcatcher, anywhere. And if you're familiar with any of my other work, then you might realize that Myth is like a Lorecast, but for humans. Join me each week on Myth.
Robots Radio presents.
You're listening to the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons. All right, adventurers, welcome back to the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast, the show that talks about the lore behind the Dungeons & Dragons games, I guess you could say. There's lots of games, right?
Yeah.
There's more than just one Dungeons. There's several different editions. Anyway, I am your host, Tom, or Robots, and we've been having some technical difficulties, which happens when you run a podcast, and so my brain's a little scattered right now. And with me, as always, my forever co-host, the man who lives in this wizard's tower with me, Stuart. Welcome back, Stuart.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here again, as always, and forever in the Wizard's Tower. How are you doing today, Tom?
Doing good. We haven't gone back and visited our friend Megodius, the dragon who lives underneath our tower, in the last week. His jokes were a little bit overbearing, and so we decided to give him some time. That might be bad, though, because more time might mean that he has more time to cook up more jokes, and then... what does he do down there other than bake his, I don't know, whatever he's baking?
Well, he bakes his lovely muffins and cooks up terrible jokes, it seems, or riddles. We will go down and see him eventually, but...
Where does he get all the ingredients for the muffins?
He lives in a magic tower.
I don't think Well, he does live in a magic tower. All right. Anyway, so this week we are talking about, speaking of magical places, we're talking about a very specific place in the world of Faerun.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That's right.
Where are we going?
Where
are we going, Stuart?
We are going to Icewind Dale. So last week during the D&D Live 2020, they announced a new adventure module called Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. And so I thought this week we would talk a little bit about Icewind Dale, where it is and what happens there. A bit of a primer before that module is released, and then we'll come back and revisit Icewind Dale once that's come out. So,
so we're heading to the north, huh?
We are.
So everyone put on your coats, get your gloves, your scarves, big heavy boots.
That's right. We're going to the
north.
Frozen Far, as it is called by the people on the Sword Coast, to Icewind Dale, which is like an Arctic tundra, freezing cold place in the north. If you happen to have a little map to check out, if you go to check out a Faerun map, we've posted one onto the Twitter account that you can check out, and you start on the coast, maybe near Waterdeep, and you just scroll all the way up to the north. Past Neverwinter, you will come to the Spine of the World and Icewind Dale. Now, the Spine of the World is like this huge mountain range that goes across the northern part of Faerun. And on the northwest corner, you'll see Icewind Dale, which is a freezing cold little place. I find it interesting as an Australian because if you head north in Australia, it gets hotter.
Right. You have an opposite side of the world.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But it is clearly a northern hemispheric centric creation, so that makes sense. And it is freezing cold. Think the northern part of Canada. Okay, so you're looking at
like Alaska. Yeah, you're talking like it's Siberia.
Yeah.
You're talking like ice flows and glaciers.
Mm-hmm. Exactly what it is. And there's A section there that is called the Sea of Moving Ice, which is apparently like an endless sea of ice, and no one's really been much further north than Icewind Dale, and rumors say that it goes on forever, much like rumors used to say that the ocean goes on forever. It is very cold there. So looking at some of the, we'll get into some geographical key points here. The temperatures range from sort of in the summer months from about 11 degrees Fahrenheit to 70 degrees Fahrenheit, or minus 12 Celsius to 21 Celsius. However, the winters can drop as low as 40 degrees, which, interesting enough, in Fahrenheit and Celsius are the same.
Wow.
Yes.
That's where they link up. Huh?
Yeah, that's really strange. So minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's also really cold.
That's really, really cold. That is incredibly cold. I was in Edmonton in Canada when it was minus 40 or minus 38. That was really cold, like insanely cold. You weren't allowed to go outside on those days and stuff. It was incredibly cold. And with that comes the sort of the people that live there. And with when you're looking at geography, I think the people and the reasons for the people being there are a bit more interesting when you're trying to teach about geography. So we're going to jump into a little bit about the lakes, I think, to start with. There's these three major lakes that are there. We've also got a map that shows this on the Twitter account too. It's the one that says 10 towns. And so we have Mare Dolden, Lac Denishire, and Redwaters. Now, these are the three major lakes, and this is where majority of the people that live in Icewind Dale live, okay, in this collection of 10 different towns that are all sort of linked as a small governing body.
Community.
Yeah.
It's not like there's one big city. It's like there's lots of individual small villages or towns. Yeah,
exactly right. And so the towns are Bryn Shander, Bremen, Targos, Tir Malane, Lonelywood, Durgan's Hole, Goodmead, East Haven, Caer Denival, and Caer Konig.
I wonder why how Dogan's Hole got its name.
I don't.
That sounds dirty.
I don't want to know. I thought, well, actually, most of them are connected to locations around there. Like Lonelywood is next to Lonelywood, and Goodmead makes Goodmead. But the sort of capital, the largest city of them is Bryn Shander, which is a walled city. And if you're entering Icewind Dale via the caravan trail, it is the first major place that you come to. So these 10 towns, their major thing that they deal in is fishing, surprisingly enough, from those lakes. There is a trout there called a knucklehead trout, which has like an ivory skull. So they're fished for their bones, which are carved into all sorts of different things. It's quite an expensive commodity that is you can find all over Faerun. People.
It sounds a lot like a indigenous people's kind of trade.
Yeah.
Like this may have been something that people living in this area have done for generations and generations and generations.
Yeah, and that actually connects to. So whilst the people that are from 10 towns, a lot of them are like frontiersmen and adventurers that are looking for either to escape the civilization in the south or looking for new adventures, or they're just rangers that like the idea of being away. It's definitely a place that people run away to. You'll find that
they're just really, really hot all the time and they just need somewhere to be cold.
Yeah, that's right. They have, some of them have.
Sweaty Dan, go up to Icewind Dale. That's where you belong. Get out of this town. It's too hot for you.
Yeah, exactly. But they weren't the original peoples there. There are the Redhead men or the people from the Redhead, which are like barbarian tribes that lived in this area before, and they're far more nomadic. They get around they have like circular tent systems where they'll set up camp for a while, and they're usually following the reindeer for food and clothing. That's sort of their main thing, and they'll travel all around Icewind Dale. They also go to you'll see on the map of Faerun, there is Reghead Glacier, which is this huge glacier that spans a vast majority of the northwestern area. And so these people have been there for a long time. Yeah, it's huge. They've been there for a very, very long time. And before then, there's also dwarves. There's a dwarf clan that lives in the region, and they have some mines, one of which is in Kelvin's Cairn, which is the large mountain that's there. Now, Kelvin's Cairn's got a really cool origin story because that comes from, there was this frost giant called Kelvin who supposedly got into a conflict with a god called Tempos, who killed them and slain him and covered his corpse in the rocks from around that area, which led to the creation of the lakes. And within that mountain, there's this there's all these dwarven mines that are not so populated anymore. Like the dwarves used to have quite a strong presence there, and it's believed that that's where you can go and do your adventuring and find all sorts of treasures in Kelvin's Cairn.
Has anyone ever found Kelvin himself?
No.
Like his corpse?
That might be in one of the books. So Icewind Dale's, a lot of R.A. Salvatore's books are set in Icewind Dale. R.A. Salvatore wrote the Drizzt series, prolific Forgotten Realms writer. So if you are interested in finding out more, I would suggest checking out some of those books. They are very well reputed. I don't think anyone's found the actual Kelvin's skull. Maybe that'd be interesting. A frost giant skull. That's the other thing you'll find there is frost giants. There are still frost giants clans in the far north that are often in conflict with each other. So there are, there's giants having wars in Icewind Dale that you can sometimes find yourself coming up against.
So you're like, oh no, it's going to rain. I hear the thunder, and oh wait, that's just the giants again.
Yeah, it's just the giants again. That's what's going on.
Just the giants, just smacking each other around, making thunderclaps.
And that's not the only thing. There's literally like yetis that get around in Icewind Dale, which you can stumble across if you are traveling between the 10 towns or venturing further north. And the other thing that is said to be there are white dragons, which are now, if you are a listener that has come here from the Elder Scrolls Lorecast, all this stuff might sound a little bit familiar, because it is very similar to what you find in Skyrim in Elder Scrolls. But the white dragon, most notable white dragon, ancient white dragon, is, I'm going to get this name wrong, Arviatras. Sorry if I've...
Arviatras?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. We'll
just call him Arvi.
Arviatras, yeah. The story of Arvi comes around with Methelrons, who was a necromancer, who convinced Arvi to work with them to work with the dragon, the cult of the dragon. Okay. However, they were attempting to convince them to become a Dracolich, which is essentially a dragon lich. Not a good thing that you want to have around there. However, as mortals do, Methelron died. But it is said that Arvi still flies around with the harness on her back that Methelron used to use, and occasionally will strap the corpse to her body and continue to fly around.
Gross.
Yeah, Icewind Dale. So that is another thing that you may encounter whilst getting around in Icewind Dale.
So let me pose a question to you, because there are a lot of crazy names in this world, in these games. Is there a lot of pressure on parents to come up with like unique names? Is that like a thing?
I think that's...
yeah. But like, are these family names that go way down? Because usually they don't get repeated. Usually like every name seems to be like uncommon, like in our world. I mean, how many different people named James do you know?
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, Laura or Tom or Stuart. These names are common. But in this world, it's like Metheron. And
Meltheron.
Is that a family name?
Meltheron. I feel like Meltheron's got there's like a whole string of Meltherons. It's really, really common.
It's a really common name.
Yeah, it's not really. And that's part of the thing with when you're dealing with fantasy worlds in general. It's like, does everybody have to have a separate name? And it kind of makes it difficult.
A unique.
Yeah.
Name, yeah. Well, we could just have first names and last names. That helps a little bit. It works in the real world. I think it all comes from Tolkien.
Yeah.
Because in the Tolkien world, everybody was like named uniquely, and their name, especially like the Elven line, was a variation on their father's name usually.
Yeah.
It was some sort of like similar but yet different, and then like the next one down the line. And they all had some sort of meaning because of the translation. So you end up with, Dungeons and Dragons and all these other games and books and stories.
Yeah.
But everyone has a unique name.
It's also when if you're dealing with a story where you've got maybe 5 characters, it's best to have 5 different names of those characters. However,
I'm going to write a fantasy game where everybody's named Gary.
There's all the Garys.
And the party has 2 men and 3 women in it. And everyone they come across is also named Gary.
Yeah. Or like, the problem comes when you expand into something like D&D where there's thousands of characters, and you continue down that line of not giving them anybody the same name. It's like, there's no one with a interesting different name. There's no
we should do stuff like they do in history, where it's like, how many King Georges are there? But they all have like different, like, I don't know what they're called, surnames, like the after part, like King George the Lame, King George the Triumphant, and that's how they understood which King George you were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that's, I guess that's how they had to do it. Like in Russia, they had Ivan the Terrible. How many Ivans were there in Russia?
Right.
So they're like, well,
I don't know. Like,
I imagine there's a lot of Ivans.
Definitely more than one.
Yes. We couldn't just talk about Ivan.
Right. Right.
Yeah, and that's and in your game at home, think about that. Who are the normal people with normal names? Do they all have interesting names, or are there just people with names? How many Jameses are in your fantasy world?
All of them.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. Sorry to sidetrack you there. It's just one of those things that I think about every so often. And I'm like, wait, do they all really have to? All the pressure on a parent to just come up with a bunch of sounds that work well together for a name.
Yeah, it definitely. And that's a world we live in today. I'm sure there's people that are desperately trying to come up with names for little people that are coming into their lives, and they don't want it all to be the same. However, as a teacher, I know that lots of people pick the same name for their children.
Yes.
It is not unusual to have 2 or 3 kids with the same name in your class. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the case. Anyway, sorry, go on.
So, white dragons, you'll find them in Icewind Dale. You'll find yetis, but you'll also find sort of normal polar animals like reindeer and elk and polar bears. There are other sort of, as I said, there's wandering bands of frost giants and things like that. There's also some pretty nasty stuff. There's a thing that's commonly called a polar worm, which is like a.
That sounds.
Yeah, they're gross.
That sounds like a problem.
Remoras.
Is it like worm, like a WYRM?
No. It's literally like a worm.
WORM.
We'll share an image of that on the. It's kind of more like a centipede, a cross between a centipede. It's kind of got wings.
Like a cobra.
Yeah, it's a real horrible thing. It's other names.
That's a problem.
Yeah,
that has about 20 too many feet.
Yeah, it's terrible. So it is a dangerous place. It's a place where you go if you don't want to be found, and that's one of the things that are there. Yeah, you might.
Yeah, one of those things eats you, and you're definitely not going to be found.
Yeah, that's right. And in the 10 towns, you'll come across, people working as fishermen that are, maybe convicts or criminals, or they're people of renown from the south that have come here and found a new life. For whatever reason.
So it's like the Australia of Faerun.
Kind of. Oh, it's more like the Northern Territory of Australia. So in the Northern Territory, lots of people move up there.
Except cold.
Yeah. That's right.
I like to joke that Florida is the Australia of the United States.
Yeah. Everyone just moves there to change their life, do they?
Well, it's more about the animals trying to kill you, but that's a different topic.
Yeah. You guys, man, everyone goes on about Australian animals, and then you look at anything in Florida. I'm like, man, there are people that have got alligators in their backyard. Like, that is not a thing that happens in Australia at all.
Oh yeah, I saw a picture online the other day of like when it was getting passed around Facebook of somebody who had an alligator on their front porch and needed to call like animal control to get it removed because it didn't want to move. It spanned the entire front porch. It was like right in front of the door. Can you imagine opening your door and being like, oh, nope, like closing that?
I do not want to know about it. That's what I mean. Australia's no bad. We've got tiny little spiders. You never see them. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, if they bite you, you die.
Yeah,
but
some of them.
You won't know.
Some of them.
Yeah.
Not all spiders, though. It's okay. And then, so the last thing that's really important about Icewind Dale is the major deity up there, which is Auril, also known as the cold goddess or the frost maiden, which is in the title of the new game, considered to be
so that's a hint as to what the game's going to be.
Yeah. So they are like a fickle, vain, and evil deity. They are an evil deity. They are the god of cold and ice. Whilst many people move there with their own religions, it is often that people turn to Auril because of the power that the cold has, over you when you live there, and how connected you are to the cold that is there. There's some so on the front cover of that book is the Frost Maiden in one of her forms. In the book, they go through 3 different forms apparently, which we'll learn more about once that comes out. But she is she is like the ice winds, which is on that how it gets its name. The Icewind Dale comes literally from all the ice and the wind that is there. It is a freezing cold place, which is unrelenting, much like this deity. So
sounds like the perfect place for her to.
Yeah, that's right. She is well at home there. And I think that's about it for Icewind Dale at the moment. It is a place to go if you are if you want to get into a lot of fishing, if you like the cold. It's also a place to go if you are looking to get into the dwarven mines that have been abandoned, and if you are looking for frost giants, if you have some connection or interest in white dragons, it is a place where you can find it's a theme park.
It is a winter theme park for the curious adventure.
Exactly right.
That's the way they should be marketing this. And they're going to get way more travelers coming up there spending money if they call it a winter theme park.
Theme park. Yeah, that's right. And they can host like the Faerun Winter Games there. Like I feel like it could be
skiing and ice hockey. All sorts of cool stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
I hear dwarves are really good at ice hockey. I mean, they've got such a low center of gravity, like they can just like knock people right over them and they just flip over.
Yeah.
They're real strong.
I imagine
hit that puck real hard.
Once they start going, I guess it's pretty hard for them to stop.
Yeah, it's like a little bullet. Yeah. Little tough little bullets on ice. That's what they call them.
Yeah.
Ice bullets.
The dwarven.
That's what they're known as.
The dwarven ice bullets.
Yeah, that's their team. The dwarven ice bullets. Yeah, man. Yeah, the Neverwinter not colds or don't stand a chance.
The Neverwinter not colds. Oh,
yeah. Because it's Neverwinter.
I got it. Yeah. That was great.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think you've been talking to our dragon friend to get your jokes, Tom.
Probably. I've been spending too much time with him.
Ahoy there, ye landlubbers. Avast! My name is Captain Logan, and I'll be your guide out on the Sea of Thieves. If you love the idea of stealing treasure, cutting down cursed skeletons, fighting off krakens, and raiding forts filled to the brim with shinies, then Sea of Thieves is the game for you. Join me each week as I dive into the news and bring back the nuggets of information that any sailor worth their weight in salt would desire. You don't have to be a pirate legend to gain access to my podcast. Just search for Keelhauled, a Sea of Thieves podcast in your podcast app of choice, or head over to robotsradio.net or captainlogan.podbeam.com and get ready to set sail for adventure. Arr.
All right, let's move on to the middle of the show. We don't have any new fun ratings or reviews to read out this week, but we do have a special deal for our listeners. You guys can get 15% off of Loot Crate by clicking the link in the show notes and going to the Loot Crate website and then putting in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRADIO. And if you don't know what Loot Crate is, go check it out. If you like getting goodies like cool little figures from games and posters and maps and t-shirts and things like that, all in a crate for less than it would cost for all the items individually, then Loot Crate is absolutely the thing you need to go do. It's something that I'm currently signed up for myself and have been for a number of years now. And I get lots of cool stuff that I can put on my walls and my shelves and things like that. So go check that out. Make sure you click the link in the show notes and put in the code Robots Radio. Mm-hmm. And other than that, anything else going on, Stuart? Anything new?
Not really, no. I'm plugging away at a couple of adventures that'll be on DM's Guild, hopefully by the end of the month. But aside from that, not a whole heap.
Not a whole heap. Well, all right then. Yeah, that's kind of how things are here. I mean,
Oh, actually, you know what?
Moving along.
Sorry, this is a Committee Quest related thing. That's my other podcast where we play D&D. One of the reason why we haven't been able to release episodes lately is because one of our players didn't have internet, because when COVID-19 happened, where he moved to, no one was going out there. He lives in a very small, remote community. He got the internet last week. So in a couple of weeks, we're going to start recording again and we'll have new episodes coming. So stay tuned. It gives you a little bit of time to catch up if you haven't checked out Committee Quest already. That's some news that I have.
That's some news. And that's the news for the week.
There it is.
All right, let's move on to the end of the show. I've got a cool item for you, and cool pun intended. Yeah. All right, so everybody knows about the immovable rod, right? Mm-hmm. Right, you just kind of put it somewhere, you tell it not to move, and it doesn't move. Yeah, even if it's just floating in the air, right? It just doesn't move. Mm-hmm. Well, I've invented the knockoff, lesser functional, like. lesser wizard required to enchant immovable ice rod, which is similar and is going with this whole Icewind Dale thing, right? And the idea here is that when activated, whenever you touch it to something, it immediately freezes to that thing. Solid enough that it just won't move, right? So you could stick it against a wall and it would freeze, and then you could pull yourself up on it. You could stick it on somebody's shoulder and they'd have a rod stuck to them for some reason. But in the case of the immovable rod, it just won't move in space in any direction, right? It just stays where it is. The immovable ice rod stays stuck to the thing that you stick it to when it freezes. So you could come up with different creative ways of using this. The thing though, is that it's frozen onto whatever you stick it onto. And the way it sticks onto something is it actually absorbs the heat into the rod so that it freezes to whatever it attaches to. Now, if it attaches to, say, a person, then it does 1d6 ice damage to that person.
Continually?
Because it hurts. Well, just initially. Yeah. There's an initial pain, ow, like you wouldn't want to stick it to a friend, right? Unless you really had to. So it hurts you because it sucks the heat out of your body wherever it sticks. But the trick is, in order for it to release, you have to, whoever's in control of the rod has to then put the heat back through to the place where it was attached. So it releases the heat in the form of like hot steam, which melts the ice, and then the rod can move again. And so then they're going to take like heat damage when the rod is released. So you got 1d6 worth of heat damage on release. So you could come up with some interesting ways of using this in combat if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Or you could use it in, functionally in the world, like you could pin somebody to something. You could, you could use it to hold on to, let's say you jump on the back of a flying dragon and you're going to fly off. You could pull it out real quick and stick it onto the back of the dragon and like freeze it to the dragon and hold onto the rod in order to get a better grip.
Yeah, I like
Things
that.
like that.
So in my mind, I think what I would do in combat scenario, I think I would make it do damage over time as well, but less. So your initial stick, so you jam it into the ribs of your opponent and that does 1d6, and then you let it go and it's stuck there and it does 1d4.
Like every turn.
It does 1d4 damage every turn. Oh, there's a dog. Does 1d4 every turn, but then you're fighting with your sword and then they're almost done for. So you grab hold of the rod again and pull it off and it does 1d6 and they're like, oh, and they go down and then you just jam it into the next one and that does 1d6 and then they're getting 1d4. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's a cool idea.
Or you hit something, or you hit an enemy and then they run away and they take the rod with them.
Yeah.
And then you're like, crap.
What do I do with this?
Get that guy back. Yeah.
Awesome. Nice one, Tom. I like that one.
Yeah. Yeah. But I could imagine situations where you're like on a stagecoach and you're about to fall off. So you use it to latch onto the stagecoach and hold yourself, because it's much easier to hold onto a rod than to say a slippery surface. Or you're climbing up a mountain and you need to, you can't quite reach the next thing. So you use it as a hold in order to pull yourself up to the next platform. You could even be creative and link two things together on both ends. So you could stick something on both ends, activate it, and it sucks the heat out of both sides simultaneously, and then you've got two things stuck to the rod at the same time.
Like weights, and you could just pump iron if you need to.
Right, like weights, and you could pump iron. Or let's say you come across two enemies that are really close together, and you just like stick them to each other, and now they have a harder time moving while still taking damage.
That's cool. That's very cool.
So that's called the immovable ice rod.
Or you stick someone's hands together.
There you go.
Or their knees.
Yeah.
You stick
or their knees. Yeah, you sneak up behind them and stick their legs, like get their 2 feet and stick their feet together, and then they're stuck and they can't move.
I like that a lot. Good one, Tom. I like that one.
Thanks.
I mean, not that.
Thanks. And every time I think of the word rod, I think of if you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, baby, let me know. Because of Rod Stewart.
Yeah.
So I just had to add that in. That
was good.
That popped in my head when I was designing the item. I sound just like him.
It was very.
It's like.
I thought you were playing a sound bite for a second, Tom. I thought that was a sound bite.
Yeah. So a wonderful side story. I had a art and photography teacher in high school, and we came to find out that she was a huge Rod Stewart fan. Mm-hmm. So every day when we entered class, and I'm sure you don't have students that do this because your students are way better than we were back in the day. Every day when we entered class, we would sing to her, if you want my body and you think I'm sexy. And then eventually it would just evolve into like, if your baby body, baby, sexy mommy, come on, baby, baby body, baby, sexy mommy, baby. And it would just like turn into gibberish, and she'd be like, guys, stop. And of course we didn't, because we were dumb high school kids who were bored.
Teenagers, man. Teenagers are difficult. Lovely, but difficult.
Yes. That's how we were. All right. Well, that's our item of the week. And as usual, if you guys have any cool items or any cool stories, any other cool things you're doing in your games, we'd love to hear them. Please send them to us in an email or in Twitter. Feel feed mentions, or however that works. Twit it out to us.
Yeah, let us know.
That's what it's called, right? Twitting.
If there's anything in particular you'd like us to cover, let us know, and we can check out that and do that for you.
Yes, and all the links are in the show notes. So if you just want to click on there, you'll get to our stuff real fast. And that's it for this week. Thanks for joining me, Stuart.
No worries. Stay frosty, everybody.
Stay frosty, everybody. All right, we'll talk to you next week. See you guys later.
Guys.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Hey there, my name's Jameson, or Big Cat.
And I am Brenna, or Mother Goose.
And together, we are the hosts of the DL, Weekly Gaming News.
Each week, we bring you the top stories from last week, as well as something you might have missed.
Our goal is to start a conversation about what's going on in the world of gaming.
And every week, we have a special guest join us in the chat room, where we discuss a different gaming-related topic and learn more about our guests in the 60-second download.
And if that isn't enough, we also have Slim Jims.
So come and hang out with us every week and join in on the conversation.
Good luck and have fun, everybody.
And remember, keep your goose loose.
Robots Radio presents.
You're listening to the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons.
That's why you can't trust a gnome to watch your cat while you're on vacation.
Good.
Oh, good one.
Good one, Megodius.
Oh, Megodius, you're such a... Oh, I didn't... Who knew you were so funny?
You're a funny guy, Megodius. Yeah. Had a lot of time to work on that stand-up routine, haven't you, man?
Oh, yeah. Man, he's just... welcome, listeners. We're just down here talking to Megodius again, seeing if we can't figure out his riddle. Megodius, we're gonna go back upstairs. We got a podcast to record. Is that cool?
Okay, but come back. I have many more good jokes for you.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, if I can handle that many laughs, Megodius.
Yeah, buddy. We'll definitely be back. We'll be back soon. All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Right, we can talk while we walk. Welcome, listeners. We're back with the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast, of course, and it's me, Tom, and Stuart. Stuart, how's it going?
It's going good. It's going well. It's good. I mean, glad we've got Megodius to keep us entertained while we're trapped in this tower. It's really cool.
Yeah. Some people said he was a little bit too echoey last week to really tell what the riddle was. And honestly, it doesn't really matter because it didn't make any sense. So
yeah, it wasn't a great riddle.
No.
So we're still working on figuring out what type of dragon Megodius is. So we'll let you know when we know.
Yeah, he seems to be really into like stand-up comedy and baking. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if that really hasn't popped up
dragon.
as a dragon.
That's what he is.
He's a Netflix dragon.
Yeah, that's what it is. But you know what I would love to hear? I would love to hear some thoughts from our listeners on what kind of dragon they think Megodius is. Maybe we should do a poll or something, or just write us, send us a note on Twitter. Just reach out to us. Let us know what you think. D&D Lorecast at D&D Lorecast on Twitter, and just shoot us a note. Tell us what kind of dragon you think he is. And maybe
please do. We're curious.
Maybe we can find out, or maybe we could, cast a spell or something and just turn him into whatever kind of dragon we want. I don't know if we could be happy with that, but
I don't think he would be.
I mean, he's kind of stuck in a dungeon anyway. Like, what's he going to do to us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might not be around while you do that, but yeah, cool.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. So tell us, what are we learning about today? What have you been digging into in these tomes and things that we finally got up on all the shelves and aren't strewn about this entire gigantic library, which seems to keep getting bigger? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to stop. And I think that has something to do with the magical forces that are at play here. And that's kind of what it's not kind of, it's exactly what I've been reading about. Magic. And where magic comes from in the Forgotten Realms.
Yeah.
Interesting thing, magic. I mean, it's really magical. It is.
Okay. That's called a tautology, when something is true simply because it is itself a thing. Like,
yes, that's right. But it is one of the core, the pillars of D&D. One of the main things that you'll find in most D&D games is magic. The world is magical, and in Forgotten Realms, it is what you'd probably call like a high magic setting. There's lots of magic in that world. There's a really cool excerpt from a book called Ed Greenwood Presents the Forgotten Realms, and in a chapter called The Art, this is a little piece from that. The Faerunian counterbalance to the strong sword has always been magic. Wonderful, awesome, terrible magic. Magic gives its users the ability to harness natural forces to do things that frustrate or counter brute force, awakening fear and respect in those who deal in force of arms, and serving as a deterrent that keeps them from lashing out at will and whim. So it's like the opposing force to physical power.
Right.
And it has a very interesting story. Like, the origin of it is pretty interesting. And it goes right back to one of our first episodes when Lord Ao creates the universe. Okay, so when Lord Ao created he created the universe into this. It was pure energy, and eventually two deities come from that: Saloon and Shah. Shah, the goddess of darkness, and Saloon, the goddess of the moon.
Of drinking pubs in the Old West.
Saloon, yeah, that's right. Saloon wanted to bring light into the world. Does Saloon have like a cowboy
accent? I hope.
Yeah, probably. I'm not going to do that because I feel like my American
cowboy in there, partner. Does it sound like that? Like an old prospector? That's my favorite accent.
Yeah, she does. They're both women
or female. So shucky ding down there, female. Partner. Like that.
Yeah,
a little bit higher pitched.
Yeah, perhaps. I feel like Saloon wouldn't love that, but yeah, cool.
We're gonna get another thunderstorm that we're stuck under for a week or something.
Yeah,
but it's gonna be worse.
Saloon and. However, Shah might side with us, which would be in our favor, because those two went into conflict, and that was all around Saloon wanting to bring light into the world. Okay, but her sister, being the goddess of darkness, didn't want that, and they went into conflict, and that's what created all the other gods. And we talked about that war where the two sides were in conflict, and then the primordials came in, and it was like a 3-way combat, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That eventually, what happened with that is that Saloon lit one of the nearby heavenly bodies on fire to provide the light and warmth she wanted. And the idea with the light and warmth was to give, so they could make food and whatnot on the planet.
I guess you need that, right? Like you need warmth.
Yeah.
You heat it. And then you need light to be able to see it.
Yep. That's right. Yeah. You can't grow crops with moonlight and darkness. So Shah got really angry about that and tried to extinguish the light everywhere. Saloon tore the energy from her own body and flung it at Shah, where they were both sort of intertwined and their energy passed through each other. And while that was happening, what happened was that created the goddess of magic, which is Mistral. And through the birth of Mistral, there was this truce that settled between Saloon and Shah, and it created the weave. Now, the weave is what magic is in the Forgotten Realms. It's like a fabric consisting of many threads, all woven together to create an intricate design. Spell casting and the use of magic items pull individual threads and reweave them, creating new designs.
Oh, so it's like by casting magic, you are essentially rebuilding the fabric of reality.
That's right. So both mortals and deities could use the magic through this fabric. Okay. And it was through the god Mistral. All right. So they could, so the weave is like, the weave is what magic is, and it is what enables people to connect to it. All right. Mm-hmm. So it's through everything. It binds us. It's kind of like the Force, I guess, a little bit, you know.
It's kind of funny that these concepts emerged at a very similar time in our history.
Yeah, that's true.
These are both 1970s, maybe 1960s. If you talk about like the origins of the thoughts of the ideas.
Yeah, I can't remember when Greenwood started writing his world, but it was before D&D. So that's before. I think D&D was 74 or so, 78 maybe. I can't remember now, but it was before D&D became a product. So yeah, the weave is really been around for a while, and it makes for interesting role play, as we'll talk about when we talk about different types of magic. But magic didn't have a smooth sailing ride. Okay, so it's brought into the world through Mistral, who is the conduit between magic, the weave, and mortals and other deities. Okay. However, there's this guy called Karsus, who was a Netherese mage from Netheril. Netheril was an ancient civilization on Toril.
Okay.
I think we probably need to do our own episode on that, because Netheril collapses as an empire, but then there's this crazy like floating city / tower that goes off into the astral sea and then comes back later on. So I think maybe we'll do an episode on Netheril. But Karsus wanted to make a direct link between him and Mistral, so he could steal her power and make himself a god and then save his empire. However,
sounds like a plan.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a plan. This makes a rift between the weave and Mistral, and she ends up sacrificing herself to save the world.
Nice.
Since she was the weave, magic immediately ceased across all Toril. A new goddess of magic named Mistra, who we've talked about before, was born, and she was able to repair the weave in a way that such powerful spells could never be used against it again. Okay, so Mistra comes out of this destruction, and now we have the weave again. However, it is a very bumpy road. We talked about the era of upheaval a little while ago, and Mistra is killed by Helm. Remember, Mistra went to tell the gods about what had happened with the tablets being stolen, and Helm kills her, and the weave is no longer in the hands of anyone. Okay, so all the magic is released, and all over the Forgotten Realms, you find pockets of like wild magic and dead magic. Now, wild magic is completely uncontrollable magic. Because it has no connection to the weave, it makes it incredibly volatile and dangerous.
So if you were to come across a pocket of wild magic, would it just be chaotic and unexpected? Would it be like coming into a I don't know, like a void, or I don't know, like if you were to, let's say there was a zone that was controlled by, or at least wild magic inhabited that zone in a large amount, would reality start to unfold in front of you? Would you even be able to?
It could do, because it's unpredictable. It would be different wherever you were. So there's actually a sorcerer subclass, a wild magic sorcerer, and they get their magic through that. And it is DM's discretion with this, but there is a table that you can roll on from 1 to 100. And when you cast a spell, you roll on that table, and whatever you roll, that's what happens when you cast that spell. And that could be cool stuff, like you just cast that spell again, or you get all your hit points back, or you cast Fireball on yourself, or you are teleported to another dimension for X amount of time.
Right. Or you're just obliterated into a billion little pieces.
Yeah. So wild magic is just that. It's wild and it's really hard to control. People try and use it, and they can to a certain degree, but then there are the wild surges of magic that happen because of it. And so during the era of upheaval, there were a lot of places around that had this wild magic just, in abundance. I use it a bit in my game whenever there's been if you're in a place that's had a significant magic event, so maybe 2 powerful mages in combat, or a deity has died there, or someone has cast some sort of ritual, and then there's these really cool cards from I think it's Gemhammer Games, and it's just a deck of like 150 cards, and it's just random magic events. And so what I do in my game is, if you cast magic in a wild magic zone, you pull from that card, from that deck, and it could be anything, which makes for some hilarity and
I like that.
Crazy things.
I like the randomness of it. I like the coming across something that nobody planned and now everybody has to deal with it.
Yeah, that's right. It's cool. And but the other side of that is dead magic zones. So where no magic exists, regardless of who you are. So if you're a powerful wizard and you go into a dead magic zone, your magic no longer works. However, most of this stuff was repaired when Midnight, who was an adventurer who was hanging out with Cyric, when Midnight ascends to become a god, they
like
become,
a previous story, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. They become Mystra, and then again, there is a god that is in control of magic and able to control the weave.
Now, do they take on the persona of the god? Do they actually become Mystra, or do they take the place of and maintain their own personhood?
Well, Mystra is an interesting one because Mystra has both names. So with their ascension, it seems as if they took on the tablet and the profile of Mystra, and then also the name. And I think with magic, maybe they became a bit, magic changes who you are and how you behave. And so they were melded a bit more than maybe where Cyric was Cyric, regardless of what profile they have. Midnight took on the persona a bit of, doesn't actually state whether they directly took it over.
Interesting.
Ascension.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like if you are in essence becoming magic, you are becoming the thing that controls the weave, that you are fundamentally changing. You're not just ascending to the power of a god. You are taking on the actual function. I don't know. I'm just spitballing, but maybe that's a thing.
No. Yeah, it doesn't actually. If one of our listeners can correct me here, but I think that Midnight took on that profile and then that persona and became that god for all intents and purposes. But that was not it for the weave. There is still more that happens, and this comes in the form of the spell plague. Now, the spell plague was this huge storm of blue flames that erupted over southwest Faerun, and it rapidly grew in size, and it rushes over the planet. Okay, what happens with this is that Abir and Toriel exchange continents. Okay, and this leads to these plague-wrought lands, which are sort of mostly destroyed areas that have been smashed because continents collided, and the
like deserts and wastes and things.
Yeah, that's right.
Like Australia.
They're also, like Australia's a plague-wrought land. That's an awful thing to say. The wasteland is where I live. I
mean, you have to admit, there's a huge amount of like desert and nothing in Australia.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like, so if you actually, if you drive from, which I've done a number of times, if you drive from where I'm from, Adelaide, which is in South Australia, it's the capital city of South Australia, and you drive to Darwin, which is the Northern Territory, right at the top. They're sort of directly south and north.
Right, all along the east side, though, right?
No. It's right down the middle.
Oh, that's the middle.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So you drive through Central Australia. Takes like 3 days to drive. And you can drive for 2, 3, 4 hours and not see another person. And it is like the road literally goes into the horizon. It is, there's not a lot out there.
Right.
But Indigenous peoples lived out there, man. They were awesome and created thriving culture out in the desert and learned how to use what was out there. So it's pretty amazing. And there still are communities living out there as well.
Right. And,
so
it's amazing. For us US listeners, the size of Australia is almost the same size as the United States.
Yeah.
Like driving south to north across the entire continent is like driving from Louisiana to Minnesota. I mean, it's about the same length.
Yeah, that's right. So I've been to America and done quite a bit of driving there, and it's the population density that makes the big difference. So you might do a day, 14 hours driving in the States. You just won't get as far because there's a lot more towns, there's a lot more cars, there's a lot more people, and also there's a much bigger variation in
climates. Yeah,
climate and geography.
Right.
Like perfect example is if you're driving, we drove from Colorado Springs to Flagstaff to Vegas. And so that's like alpine mountain regions and then deserts. And then, it was very strange. In like 2 days, it was, whereas in Australia, you drive out of the sort of the, I wouldn't call it alpine, the temperate sort of region, and then you're in the desert for 2.5 days before you get to a.
It's crazy.
It is.
Anyway,
it is.
it's a little side tangent. It's just one of those things that's really interesting. I enjoy, connecting the dots on this kind of stuff.
Yeah. And from what I understand, when people from America come to Australia, they love driving in the outback. As an Australian, you kind of get a little used to it, but it is still pretty cool, especially when you get into Central Australia. It's like red sand and it's cool.
I drove north on a tour once to Chicago from, it was Alabama, I think.
Oh, wow.
We had 2 shows like 2 days apart and we had to cross the country. And you talk about boring drives because you went from like the South where everything just kind of looks like the South, kind of a little bit of hills and trees and stuff. And then you went into like the Midwest. So it was at least a day of just cornfields. That was it. That's all you saw. Just cornfields.
Yeah. It's bizarre. I really loved driving around America. It was very, next time I'll go to the East Coast, if I can ever travel back to America.
Yeah. Right. Anyway.
That's a story for another day.
Let's get back to fantasy worlds.
So the other thing that happened is we get these earth motes. So earth motes are like floating landmarks or islands in the ground, in the sky, sorry. So it's like they've either been pulled out of the ground in Toril or they've been pushed over from Abir, but you have these floating earth motes in the sky. Some creatures became warped and disfigured by the storm, and they were known as the Plague Changed. And other people started gaining arcane powers, out of the blue sort of thing. And the other thing from this was that the planes also changed. So like where the gods used to live, the world tree was like set adrift into the astral sea. Mystra herself, this is another thing that happens. Cyric assassinates Mystra or Midnight. Okay. So again, there is no one in control of the weave.
Just crazy weave going all over the place. Everyone keeps battling, pulling the weave out.
Yeah,
it's like a video on Twitter.
Seemingly as a result, the bonds of the weave were destroyed and magic ceased to function as expected. This change in magic, along with the effects of the storm on Toril, would rage for 10 years in a period that would become known as the Wailing Years. So for 10 years, magic is kind of out of control.
Mm-hmm. So it was like the Wayland's brothers? Man, that's an old reference.
Yeah. That is an
Wailing one. The Wailing Years, right?
Yeah. So Shah believed that by destroying Mystra's divine realm, she could gain control of the weave. Instead, the dark goddess destroyed the bonds of the weave and released the magic onto the realms. Cyric basically went, insane, and he further corrupted the weave and other planes of existence. And then eventually, Lord Ao steps in, and this is when he rewrites the tablets and separates the two planets again. So they're all meshed in by the spell plague, and he steps in to put things to right. And this is the Faerun that we have today. Okay, so there are still elements of Abir that remained, like the Dragonborn, whose city was still in Faerun. And this is where we are today. So that's a bit of a history of magic. And then we can sort of break down magic into two major parts. First, divine magic, and then arcane magic. Divine magic is magic that originated from a spell-granting deity, okay? Usually through prayer, and was considered divine in nature and called the power by common folk. So clerics and druids and paladins, common folk would say, oh, they're connected to such and such god, and they have the power because of that. So it is magic that is bestowed upon them, which is slightly different to a wizard who learns how to use magic and studies magic.
So are they in a way tapping into, and I don't know, are they thieves? Does that make sense? Like if you're a cleric and you're petitioning your god, then your god is responding to you by giving you the ability to work magic, right? Mm-hmm. But if you're a wizard or a sorcerer even, then are you stealing the magic without permission? Or are you taking it from a source that nobody necessarily claimed already? Or are you just tapping into the weave?
It's there. So the Mistra doesn't deny you access to magic. The magic is there, and if you can learn to use it, you can learn to use it. There's also like other types of magic, like there's dark magic and shadow magic, which other gods have control over, or at least have corrupted from the weave. But not necessarily. It's an interesting point. I don't think it's stealing as such. I think it's more just another way to access that magic.
Right.
Like common folks don't really.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm kind of imagining, because we kind of riff on some of these kinds of potential plot point ideas for campaigns. And I could imagine a campaign where you have somebody who is, like a level 1, wizard or whatever, and they are studying under somebody else who, twist to the story, that person isn't as good as they thought they were, and the reason that they've been able to claim power for themselves is because they haven't just been tapping into the weave. They've been stealing power from a god. And that has repercussions. Like maybe that was a shortcut because they were able to tap into that source as opposed to learn traditional ways of doing magic, which was more dangerous, like cost benefit thing, right? More dangerous, but at the end of it, they're also getting more power because they're stealing it. Whoa. And then you have the god becoming angry with them and then dealing with that.
That's kind of how a warlock works, except it's a deal they've made with them. But
I'm thinking more of like a thief, like a wizard as a magic thief, or a sorcerer. Yeah. I mean, maybe you're born into it, and you have this inherent ability, but you don't realize that that's tied to a specific deity, that you are actually more connected to a specific deity than you would have realized. And then as you become more powerful, you end up drawing more of that deity's power. And so you gain that deity's attention. And then all of a sudden that creates a plot dilemma.
Yeah. Well, there's a subclass, the divines. I think it's a divine sorcerer that has that sort of connection in that they're linked in some way to a god, and it is maybe, and because sorcerers are innately magical, it's either they were born with that link to the god, or they were given that link to the god. And I think that's cool, and that could be that might even be a way that a wizard or a cleric is petitioning one god against another, or petitioning one god and that god is against the other one and the other god is stealing from that. I like that idea a lot. I think that's cool. That's very cool. And that comes down to in arcane magic, it's kind of broken down into a few different ways. So it's any magic that doesn't originate from a deity is defined as arcane magic. And the use of arcane magic is referred to as the art. So with divine magic, it's the power. With arcane magic, it's the art. And so that's what the common people call it. And a wide variety of people are able to practice it to a small or larger extent, though the way in which they have access to the weave is differed dramatically. And this is how we can break down our three major spellcasters in the game. So we have sorcerers who have innate connection and mastery of the weave. So they are born with this connection. So this can be because they have dragon's blood running through them. It's because they have some connection to wild magic, or it might be because they have a connection to a deity, as discussed before. And
maybe
then
their parents were cursed.
That's one of the ones as well, for sure. And that's where it comes from. And there's I don't know if anyone, or if you've read any of the Terry Pratchett books, but there is a book called Sorcerer, and that is when it's like the seventh child of the seventh child of the seventh child or something like that. They are born with this innate connection to magic. So in the book, there's a very young person who rocks up at the school of wizardry and is just absolutely amazing at magic. Anyway, I said, if you like funny and you like fantasy, read Sorcerer. Warlocks, however, are granted access by supernatural beings. This might be a devil, or it might be a demon, or it might be a fey creature, or my favorite, it might be a
deep gnome.
Might be a deep gnome.
The magical evil deep gnomes granting warlocks their power.
It might be some sort of ancient entity like a Cthulhu-esque monster or creature. And so warlocks are granted that magic, and they sort of have a different connection to magic, and mechanically they work different as well. You know, they have magic that they can just cast at any time without any spell slots. And then they do have spell slots, but they've only got a very few amount of spell slots. However, their magic is always improving as they go. So warlocks, I find, are really an interesting role player character, and they're really, really good if you're doing a one-on-one D&D campaign, because you can just have this otherworldly patron that is a part of the game and that helps you dictate what's going on. And then we have wizards, who are the researchers, the students of magic. Okay. And so they spend their lives studying magic and learning about it. And this has led to the different schools which we hear about. Okay. Now some of these you'll know from obviously D&D, but if you play the Elder Scroll games, they have very similar schools of magic in that as well. So there is abjuration, which is a collection of spells of the protective nature, so like shields and buffs and things like that. And then there's transmutation, formerly known as alteration, and these can transform the nature of the physical world or objects in it. So that might be that could be things like giving you extra speed, or helping you jump higher, or literally changing what objects look like, or the properties of certain objects, like turning water to wine, for example. And then conjuration is about transporting people, energy, and objects. So that might be literally summoning something, a creature, or it might be teleporting an object elsewhere or back to you. Some really cool spells in there, like especially if you're a fighting class who has a connection to magic, you can have a bound weapon. So it doesn't matter what happens to your weapon, you can spend a bonus action and it comes back to your hand.
Summon it right
really
back.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that stuff. And then divination has fewer spells than others, but allowed the caster to see things that would normally not be able to. So it's like divine sense, and being able to tell the future, things like weal or woe, or tarot reader sort of stuff. And then there's enchantment. Now, enchantment's a funny one because the common folk don't talk about magic items. They talk about enchanted items. So when some common folk might talk about a wizard and just call them an enchanter, but it is actually its own school of magic, and that is specializing in the manipulating of the minds of others. So it's all about changing people's perception towards you or a thing or an idea.
Gotcha.
Not so much about imbuing things with magic. And then we have evocation or invocation, and this is about creating things out of nothing. Okay, so drawing raw power out of the weave and creating things like fireballs or ice spikes or lightning. Okay, so they are evoking that magical energy into often a destructive force, which is, if you're playing a combat character, you probably have a lot of those things. That's your DPS sort of stuff there.
Yeah.
And then there is illusion, which is as creating things that fool senses, sounds, images, smells. Really fun for role-playing stuff and tricking other things. And then we have necromancy, which allows you to wield like positive things that allow you to heal people, healing spells, but also negative energies that both affect the dead and the undead. So necromancy there's a bit of a dichotomy with necromancy. You can be a necromancer, but also be the healer, or you can be a necromancer and have an army of undead, which is interesting.
Why not both?
Or why not both? That's right. And then there's also some universal magic, which is, when I researched this, to me they seem like they aligned with schools, but it's magic that could fit in a number of different schools. And in the Forgotten Realms, you're usually a practitioner or a student of one of these. Okay, that doesn't mean you can only cast spells from this school. It just means you are far better at using those spells.
Yeah, you got to have a focus. Okay, you got to have like a major in college,
Yeah, that's right. Otherwise, you're just doing all electives and you don't end up with anything at the end.
Right, and then you become really good at underwater basket weaving.
That's exactly right.
And you can't get a job.
But that is a primer on magic in Forgotten Realms. How you use magic in your world, though, is completely up to you. You might have that magic is super rare, or that magic is outlawed, which is really cool. So all your characters can definitely use magic.
Yeah, but Dragon Age, that's a Dragon Age thing.
Yeah.
Have you played the Dragon Age games?
I played number 1, yeah. I do have whatever the most recent one, which is probably 5 years ago, but I haven't had a chance to play it.
Yeah, Inquisition, that was the last one that came out.
Yeah, that was
the world is based around this idea that everybody's worried about the magic users, and they are rounding them up, trying to reduce, I don't know. I won't go into it too much, but that kind of thing. It's rare.
But that's what magic... Like if you've got magic in your game, you have to really think about what is it? Is it just there and everybody uses it and everybody's okay with it? Because if we thought about, what you can actually do with magic, especially if you're nuts. It's
very powerful.
Whatever the imagination can bring. So in your game, think about that. If you want to have the schools and there's actually a school of wizardry, are you breaking it down in the same way, or are you doing it some other way? Or is magic something that's a little bit more unknown and maybe it's more of a secretive society that deals in magic? Right. Or is the magic that you get from, because it is divine and arcane magic, is that completely different, or is it the same? Or is it okay to have divine magic and not okay to have arcane magic? There's all these questions you can ask yourself when you're playing your game. And I find that it's actually something that I didn't think about when I first started my campaigns. And it's something that has come up more as I've looked forward, especially now that my characters are in the Feywild, which is a super magic place. Made me think a lot more about how magic works.
Right. But yeah, I like even the idea of, like a sliding scale. Like if magic is ubiquitous, it's the kind of thing that with a little bit of study, anybody can kind of learn to do a small, conjuration spell or something. But getting beyond that is extremely difficult. So you only have a few people who are talented enough or gifted enough or whatever to get to the place where they are extremely good at these things, because the amount of effort it takes is phenomenal. Maybe that creates a little more balance across the world, because assuming that anybody can do any of these spells at any time that's extremely powerful. How do you build an economy when somebody can just replicate items and sell them? Or
that's right.
There's a lot of real world problems with this idea that anybody could just do magic.
Yeah, that's right. And so I think that's a good point. Easy, simple magic. Yeah, lots of people can do that. But
parlor tricks. Okay, that's fine. You can make little lights twinkle in the tips of your fingers. Cool. Everybody learns that when they're 16, whatever. Yeah. But the guy who's 60 years old and can actually, summon a dragon out of the sky is pretty unique.
Or a whole tower that you step in through a door in a small house in Florida. That's another thing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's a little primer on magic, folks. If you have questions about magic, let me know, and I will try and answer them. And I think we'll do more on magic stuff as we go forward, because magic is a prevalent thing in the game and in the world.
I'm Bob.
And I'm Brad. We're lifelong friends.
And the hosts of the Film and Whiskey podcast. This is the show where each week we review a classic movie and a glass of whiskey.
That's right. Every week we go in depth on a well-known movie while sampling the best from the world of scotch, bourbon, and more.
Because nothing goes better with strong opinion than equally strong liquor.
Bob's a movie nerd.
Brad's an average Joe.
But together, we give fresh insights and hot takes on the world of movies and spirits.
So check out the Film and Whiskey podcast,
part of the Robots Radio Network.
All right, let's move on to the middle of the show. Hey, did you catch any of the D&D live last weekend?
I saw, yes, only a little bit though. I had I was studying really hard in the tower, and it all started at 2 a.m. and went until 7 or 8 a.m.
Right, so it was weird times for you.
On Sunday morning, I did catch Jeremy Crawford and the WWE stream.
Oh, you saw that one. Cool. I missed that one. Yeah. I need to go back and look it up.
Yeah, and I did go back and watch the revealing of the new products and stuff. So there is Icewind Dale coming out later this year, which is a new adventure series, which looks really cool. And I think we might do an episode on Icewind Dale. The place, Icewind Dale is like a place in the far north of Faerun. Mm-hmm. I think that's what next week's episode will be on, to give you guys a bit of an idea of what Icewind Dale is. And you may know of it from the games. There were 2 games in the early 2000s, Icewind Dale, Icewind Dale 2, and a bunch of expansions. Very popular games. And then there's also a D&D cookbook on the way.
Nice.
Which is, it's pretty exciting.
That's exciting. Always fun. I can't wait to see people posting videos of that on YouTube. Like, I cooked whatever, I don't know what's going to be in it, but I'm sure there's going to be cool stuff.
I did actually make the spiced apple juice, which was delicious.
Oh, did you? It was good?
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, it was really good.
Nice.
I suggest everybody make it.
Go make spiced apple juice, and then go look up all the videos if you didn't watch them. So I got to check out the beginning. I saw Baldur's Gate 3. Actually, my son and I watched the playthrough. Did you get a chance to see any of that?
I did, man. Yeah, it looked really good.
Yeah. It looks like it's coming along. It seems a little bit different than the last time they showed it. It makes me wonder. I thought they were going to release it this year, but it makes me wonder how far along they are, because it said pre-alpha footage. So
yeah, I don't know. It might be early next year. And I'm all good with that. I'm far more of the mind of developers taking the time to make it right over them working towards a deadline for a number of reasons. A, it's good for the game, and B, it's good for the employees to have not to have to work to those sort of deadlines. But I'm really excited to see what they do. I spent a lot of time playing Divinity 2, still play Divinity 2 a lot. So I want to, looking at what they've done with it, using the use of 5e mechanics in there. It looks really cool. You know, I like the way that the bonus actions and the movement and everything blends together. Yeah, I think it's going to be really cool.
I even thought it was interesting how he split the party, and it still seemed okay. You know, it wasn't like in Divinity 2, if you split your party and you run across a bunch of bad guys, they're just going to demolish you. You will be dead.
Yeah. Yep.
You have to keep the party together. So I have to wonder how that plays out, and if that's actually more of an option. Although that's, I don't know, it's kind of atypical of a D&D game. Generally, you don't want to split your party, but you could. I don't know.
Makes for interesting. Well, I mean, in my games, they talk about not splitting the party. Maybe not when you're in a dungeon, but you know, right. It's a necessity. And if you think about role playing an adventure, in adventures you have to do that. So I think building it into the game is a good way to go. But yeah, I'm really excited for that game. I think that will consume a lot of my time when it comes up.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's going to be really good. I also saw some of Deborah's game, Deborah Ann Wall. Is that her full name?
Yeah. Yep.
And then that was fun. It started a little slow, but then it picked up, especially by the time that the ice started falling and they fell into a cave. And I won't ruin it. If you want to go watch it.
She's actually a great DM. If you go back and watch some of the other live streams she's run, they're really good. She's a great DM.
Yeah. It seemed really cool. It was also cool to see Amy Acker from Angel, because I used to watch Buffy and Angel back in the day.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, she was Illyria. She was Fred, who became Illyria on Angel.
Okay.
I was like, oh yeah, that's I like her. She's cool. So that was pretty neat.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was a good one. I'm really like, it's just timing doesn't work for me over here, but that's all right. I will go back and watch some of them. I like to watch Chris Perkins games. I like the way that his DM style, so I will go back and watch some of that when I get the chance.
Yeah, I need to check out the parts that I didn't see. But hey, let's move on to our ratings and reviews, because we have a new one. It's really short. Mm-hmm. And by the way, if you would like to help us out and get word about this show out to other people, the first and best thing you could possibly do is tell your friends. Just tell your friends, hey, I'm listening to the show. I'm learning a bunch about D&D lore stuff and things that I hadn't known before. I think you should listen to it too. And if you want to also help out in other ways, you can go to Apple Podcasts or whatever podcatcher you listen to and leave us a rating and review. 5-star ratings and reviews that show up on Apple Podcasts I can find, so I will be reading them out in future episodes. So if you want to get your message on the show or just send us a little message through a review, that's a great way to do it. But we have one here from G. Crane in the United States, who writes, great show. And this was really short, and I love the call out at the end of this. I love lore. 2 thumbs up. And awesome that they threw in a Wilhelm, the Wilhelm scream at the end of the transition sounds. I've got like the magic transition sounds, and then I've got the combat transition sounds. It sounds like 2 people are like wailing on each other with shields and swords and stuff. And then there's like the splat sounds of like blood, and then the Wilhelm scream. Yeah, at the end.
Oh, the Wilhelm scream.
I'm so glad somebody noticed that. I was wondering when it would get called out, but yes. So thank you for the rating and review, 5 stars. And as always, highly appreciated. We love it when you guys reach out to us in any way or help spread knowledge of the show. It's a particularly interesting dilemma to try to get a show like this out there, because there are so many Dungeons and Dragons shows, and so many of them are, live plays and, playthroughs and commentary and all that kind of stuff. But to do like a lore show is really a unique niche thing. So when you search like Dungeons and Dragons podcasts, we're up against all the big shows out there that are doing things that we're not even doing. So
yeah, that's right. And it is, there are a lot of D&D podcasts at the moment. So the best way is to let people know about us. Share it on your social media. Tell your friends. If you're playing a game or running a game, let your players know or let your DM know. We really appreciate that. Word of mouth really is the best way.
Yeah. Or if we cover a topic that you think is really cool and you want other people to know about it, link the episode to somebody and say, hey, check this out. I didn't know this about the history or the lore or whatever. Or if we come up with a cool item or an NPC and you're like, hey, we should use this in our campaign, or you want your DM to work it into something somewhere. Send them the link.
Yeah.
Well,
I think one of our NPCs made it into, actually one of the NPCs from Committee Quest made it into one of the Discord members' table. So that's cool.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Very cool stuff. Well, awesome. And if you guys have anything you want to talk to us about, feel free to reach out. We're happy to talk with you guys. And Stuart mentioned the Discord. So the Robots Radio Discord is also in the show notes. We've got a bunch of people on there who love Dungeons and Dragons and video games and all sorts of other things. So come chat with us in there, and that's where we hang out. So that's where you can do it. All right, let's move on to the end of the show. We have another new item. I'm continuing my item streak here, and
excellent.
I'm thinking about maybe reworking this a little bit based on this idea of wild magic, because we just talked about it on the episode. But for right now, maybe there will be a wild magic version of this item. But for right now, it is simply the magical banana phone, and it's not wild magic. So here's the idea. It's obviously it's not Apple, right? Because can't use Apple.
Can't use Apple.
Yeah.
No.
So it's a banana. So it could look like a banana if you wanted to. So it's a phone. It is a way for two characters to communicate at a distance. Kind of like stones, magical stones where they can talk, right?
Yep.
But the idea here is that this one is very poorly made because it's a knockoff manufacturer. It's not like the go-to company who makes most of these. It's like the cheap version that doesn't work all the time. Yep. But your players don't know this when they either come across it or they purchase it or whatever, because it seems like a really good thing to have. Okay, we can communicate at a distance, or if somebody's sneaking in a room and somebody needs to be able to tell them stuff that they can't see while they're inside the room, they could communicate to them over the banana phone, right? Just keep trying to say banana phone.
Yes.
But there's a problem with the banana phone, and they will soon realize this the first time they use it. And here's the mechanics. The person sending the message to the other person, and it can go either way, however they want to do it. So let's say, Stuart, you're sneaking around in somebody's house, and I'm on the outside because you're the thief, and I'm the wizard who's like outside making sure nobody's coming, right? And I see somebody coming by, and I want to tell you, you better hurry up, grab what you got. You've got like 5 minutes, get out of there. I would write down the message on a piece of paper or, on a keyboard or whatever, and send it to the DM, because the messages have to transmit from one person to another. So you can't say it out loud, and you can't send it directly to the other person. The DM would then take a 1d4 and roll it. And every number that hits is equivalent to the word in the sequence. And that's the number that gets broken up that you can't actually hear due to static or just faulty quality, right? So if the message is something like, you better hurry up, they're coming in, they're coming in, go quick, something like that. That's like 9 words, right? So you roll it for the first 4, you get a 3. So now it's you better broop up. It's like you only, so what you end up doing is you get like a broken up version of the sentence, and you have to send that to the other player, who then for some reason can't, because the phone doesn't work very well, has to infer what the gaps are in the conversation. And maybe it's very easy, maybe it's not. It's totally random, just like when your phone drops and you're talking to anybody anywhere, right? But it's going to be 1 out of every 4 words is just going to be dropped out of the signal at random.
I like the idea that you get this and you're like, awesome, this is going to help us on our mission. But you buy it from like the cheapest, dodgiest trader in the market. Right. And you're like, I can't believe how good, it's such a steal. Only to find out that it's not going through at all.
And you never test things out, like when you're playing through a campaign, you don't go, hey, thanks, man. Thanks for that item. All right, Jimmy, let's try these out. Let's see how they work before we're in a dungeon and we're in a situation where we really need to make sure that this works, right? Like you never test stuff out. So you're going to end up in a situation, and, they'll hand the DM the message. The DM does their rolls, and they erase certain words and they hand the message over to the next person, or they rewrite it without those words included. And then the other person goes, what the crap? And then they try to communicate back, and the same thing happens where you erase half of like a quarter of the words, and you hand it back, and they're like, what?
Love it. I love it. Or it's something that a thief has stolen and they think it's great. But there's always a consequence for doing crime.
Right. But maybe it comes out, maybe it's super helpful. Maybe they can infer what the other words are, like often we can, but maybe they can't. And it just removes, like you make sure to pick up the crystal, not the skull. And it for some reason, it deletes both of those words. Make sure to pick up the and not the what? Oh, crap. And they just don't know.
I love it.
Or you better clip the blank wire. And because it creates a time thing, it gives the DM a reason to, like up the game. Like if they're spending too much time going back and forth trying to actually communicate, like I didn't hear the word you said, say that again. You can be like, all right, you're running out of time. Like you can build more pressure around it as well. Which creates an interesting moment that hopefully they overcome, but maybe they don't.
Makes for a very cool little dynamic, I think.
Yeah. So that's the magical banana phone. And I think it's funny if it looks like a banana. It could look like a banana.
I think that'd be good.
They have to hold it up to their heads like they're talking into a banana.
And so it's just like it's like a fluoro yellow rod or something,
It could be.
So it's completely conspicuous.
Right. Or the wizard's hanging out on the corner outside the house, right? And he's talking on his banana phone. And then the people come by, like they're coming back to the house. And then he has to look like he just pretends like he's just going for a walk, eating a banana. Oh, hey, I'm just going for a walk. Just brought some lunch snack with me.
There's some madman talking into a banana out there.
Right. What is this crazy old guy with a banana outside of our house? So anyway, that's it. That's the magical banana phone. And I would love to hear if anybody else has any ideas about this kind of stuff or other crazy ideas that we can work into the game. So be sure to write us. Let us know about your thoughts and ideas. And if you decide to take any of these ideas in your campaign, let me know how it goes. I would love to hear some feedback. Like, hey, we brought the banana phone into our game and oh my God, this happened. That would be great. So you guys know how to get a hold of us, D&D Lorecast or at D&D Lorecast Twitter, D&D Lorecast at gmail.com. And that's pretty much it. Anything else, Stuart?
Yeah. No, thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you all for listening.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Thanks for spending time with us. Stay tuned for next week. So you guys know, this show is growing. Like Stuart and I talk about this all the time. We've got this like very nice upward trend on the graph. And so you guys are oftentimes listeners don't always find out, the influence they're making on a show like this. But our trajectory it's just on the upward angle. Yeah. And so you guys are really helping. And so thank you if you have shared this with somebody else or done anything to help promote our show. We really do appreciate it. So thank you so much. We really do. Thank you very much. And we will speak to you guys next week when we talk about Icewind Dale.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. All right. Talk to you guys later.
See you guys.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Hello.
Hi.
Do you like bad movies?
Do you find yourself defending bad movies, saying things like, well, the soundtrack was okay, or the costumes were pretty fun?
From the previous hosts of It's Not That Bad podcast, we bring you Fresh Tomatoes, the movie podcast, from Simone LaRue and Chad Ekovitz.
Every week, we review 2 movies that did not do well critically, but we say, hey, there are some nice things about them. Maybe Rotten Tomatoes was wrong.
Maybe they're all fools, and you should watch these movies regardless. We'll also talk about scenes that could have saved it, and we'll often refer to Simone's cats because they're amazing and adorable, and we love them.
And at the end of each review, we will tell you whether we would watch this movie again, or in what circumstances we would recommend you watch this movie.
So, join us on July 9th for the first drop of our main episode, and then 2 days later for our drop of our minisodes.
And on Robots Radio Podcast Network. Come see us on July 9th. We love you so much already. Bye!
Robots Radio presents...
You're listening to the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons.
All right, adventurers, it's that time again. Welcome back to the Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast. I'm your host, Tom, or Robots. You can call me either. And I'm here with my co-host, Stuart. Stuart, how you doing?
Hello, everybody. How you doing? I'm doing well, thanks. Tom, how are you today in the tower?
I'm good. And as always, we are recording this live on twitch.tv/robotsradio. So you're welcome. Come join us. Wednesday nights, it's 9 p.m. Eastern my time, 6 p.m. Pacific, and God only knows in Australia what time it is.
10:30 a.m. in Central Australian time.
He's just making up times. He doesn't really know. He's just making up numbers.
It's 11:58 and a half and 3/4.
There you go. And also, as normal, if you watch the stream, it looks like we're sitting in front of computers in regular rooms, but I assure you that we are stuck in a tower. I also assure you that I've been told that when we speak to Megodius, it will look like I'm doing the voice of Megodius. That's not actually the case.
That's not what happens. There's a giant dragon in that room. There's a giant dragon.
Giant dragon way down several flights of into the dungeon down below where we are in the tower.
So we actually have a question for Megodius today. One of our listeners wanted to know what type of dragon Megodius was, and it's actually hard to tell when you're peering through the small little window. Well, it's not really a window, is it? It's like a hole with bars.
Right, it's really dark in there too.
Yeah, you can't really tell. So we're going to ask him if he will let us know, but we'll see what happens. Before that, we're going to talk about Dragonborn.
Dragonborn. So this is like dragon episode. This is dragon stuff again.
We know you like dragons in Dungeons and Dragons, so we put some Dragonborn in your Dungeons and Dragons.
I mean, it's like 50% of the name.
So you can dragon while you're dragon. All right.
We're going to have to do equal amount of episodes on dungeons in order to make that balance out at some point.
I would happily do an episode on dungeons because I think dungeons in Dungeons and Dragons is awesome, and there's probably not a lot of them that get played in live streams, or maybe live streams if you've got visuals, but definitely not in podcast format, because calling through the darkness in a podcast is not fun because you're describing empty hallways. But anyway, so Dragonborns, they are not half dragons, and they are not
and
lizards.
They're not Nords from Skyrim, right?
They're not Nords. They're not Dovahkiin at all.
No.
They're also not Dragonkin. They are their own separate group of peoples. Okay. Now they do resemble dragons. And they're big and strong, 6 to 7 feet tall, and weighing about 220 to 320 pounds in kilos.
So like linebackers.
Yes. They're like 100 to 145 kilos. They are big. They can be really, really big people. All right.
Plus scales.
They have scales.
Pointy teeth.
Pointy teeth, and they
pointy teeth,
and they kind of they resemble dragons. Okay, so they don't have such a protruding snout, but they still have a bit of a snout, and they have teeth, and they have scales, and they have 3 taloned feet that they walk on, but they don't have tails and they don't have wings. Now, sometimes you may have seen Dragonborn with tails, and that's a thing that has happened in previous editions, but they don't have tails in 5th edition. In fact, if you see something that looks like a Dragonborn and it has a tail, it's probably a half dragon, which is a lot scarier because that is something that is the offspring of a human, perhaps, or an elf or a dwarf, and a dragon. Because real dragons...
That sounds messed up.
Well, real dragons can turn into like humanoid forms.
Oh, so right. I was thinking about
No.
I was thinking about like a human-sized creature
don't think about that too hard. That's it's going to end you up in a dangerous place.
I don't know how that works.
I don't know either. So large, muscular body, scales. They also have a breath weapon. Now, because their ancestry kind of comes from dragons. We'll talk about exactly where they come from in a minute. But they are connected to the different types of dragons. And dragons are sort of broken down into the colors that their scales reflect. And so they usually come in 2 groups, but there are more, but chromatic and metallic. And depending on what dragon their ancestry is, that sort of can impact the color of their scales, but it also changes what their breath weapon does. So if you're a dragonborn with red dragon ancestry, then you shoot fire out of your breath weapon. Or if you are a blue dragon ancestry, you'll shoot lightning out of your breath weapon.
Can you imagine being in an office situation with a lightning breathing dragonborn who gets like a cold? Like, I don't want to be the IT guy in that department, because it's like, oh no, he sneezed again. He fried all the computers.
Well, the thing is, they actually run really hot. So Dragonborn have really high normal temperatures. So which is what makes them definitely not lizards or reptiles, because they are hot blooded.
They're very warm blooded.
Yeah.
But overly warm blooded.
But they can regulate that heat, and that's part of what their breath weapon is they can regulate that heat to cool off, but then also remain warm. So if they get a cold or the flu and are just radiating heat, they're probably going to just like melt down their computers they're working at or something.
Yeah, like if they... Right. It seems like you have a fever. How can you tell? You're 300 degrees. I can cook food on your head.
The eggs are delicious, but you need to go home. Speaking of, actually, that's a bit twisted. Speaking of eggs, they actually hatch from eggs. So
they lay eggs as well.
Yeah, they lay eggs. And
so they like chickens that can like lay eggs that are what's it called? Fertilized. And then you can just like cook them up. I mean, imagine if we were humans and we just like laid eggs all the time that were unfertilized. You know that there would be some group of humans out there where that's like, it's a delicacy to eat your own eggs. I mean, people eat placenta, right? That would be a thing.
That's actually pretty common, actually. The placenta thing is, there's lots and lots of placenta stuff.
And that's gross. I'm just going to put this out there, guys. It's kind of gross.
It's
I don't want to eat anything that came out of my body. That's
no. Personally, I'm probably not going to eat any placenta, even if it is delicious. Polenta, on the other hand, is great, and I have that regularly.
Polenta?
Have you ever had polenta?
I don't know.
Anyway, I digress. So they hatch from eggs, and they're considered mature by human standards at about age 12, and then in Dragonborn society, it's about 15. And then from then on, they actually have similar lifespans to a human. Okay, so they don't.
Okay, so they don't have like a longer lifespan because they are connected to dragons, which can be, ancient.
Centuries and centuries. Yeah, the dragons or ancient. They can be, dragons can. I don't know if they're immortal, but they definitely live for a very long time. Mm-hmm. Now, as for where do dragons come from?
Dragons or Dragonborn?
Oh, sorry, Dragonborn. In Faerun, their scholars believe that they were created during the Spell Plague. Now, the Spell Plague was something we need to explore, and I think we might do an episode next week on magic and the Spell Plague, just in general.
That sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Do you think maybe this COVID thing is a Spell Plague? Maybe an evil wizard somewhere
possibly
concocted it?
I'm sure there's a conspiracy theory about it.
Probably. You know what? It was probably Bill Gates, because he's like a wizard.
That's what it was.
That's what it was.
That's right.
I'm going to call this Bill Gates Spell Plague from now on whenever I talk to anybody about COVID.
Please don't do that, Tom.
No, somebody's going to take it seriously.
Please don't do that, Tom.
Anyway, go on.
So Spell Plague was essentially a major event that actually happened straight after an event we've already talked about, and that was the death of Mystra. But let's talk about that next week. However, scholars believe that Dragonborn were created because of the Spell Plague, but that's not entirely true. They did appear, however, in Faerun on the planet of Toril at that time, which in the timeline of current D&D is about 100 years ago. Okay, so Dragonborn have only been on Faerun for about 100 years. So they're very, very new to the world, which makes them particularly rare. And if you're playing a D&D 5th edition in Forgotten Realms, then it is likely that Dragonborn will be a rare occurrence in your world. Okay, but it doesn't have to be, because it's your game and you can do whatever you want.
Right.
But there's another legend that talks about the greatest of dragon gods called Io. Now, we talked very briefly about Io when we looked at the war between the primordials and the gods, okay? Io was the dragon that was cut in two and turned into Bahamut and Tiamat. All right. Mm-hmm. So he's the one that created dragons in general. Okay. One school of thought says that he created the Dragonborn to work as servitors to dragons. Okay. And that they would do the bidding of the dragons. Another one says that when he died, when Io died, his blood turned into the dragons, and then the dragon lords created the Dragonborn. Okay. And this all happens before the Sundering. And the Sundering is when Ao, the god of gods, split Abir and Toril in two. Remember how we did that and created the two separate worlds that existed side by side in different, parallel in different universes. Okay. And the Dragonborn and the dragon, and then these dragons went to Abir. Okay. Not Toril. And so the Dragonborn lived for centuries, a millennia, it says, on Abir as slaves to the dragons. All right.
That sucks.
It really does. And so and the dragons weren't nice. The dragons were cruel masters, and this really bred a hatred and loathing towards the dragons, which many of the Dragonborn still have today. Okay. So a lot of dragons actually Dragonborns disdain dragons.
Gotcha. You almost went Sean Connery there for a second.
Did I?
The dragons.
The dragons. The Dragonborn. Yeah.
The Dragonborn have a thing against the dragons.
It was during this time. Anyway, it was during this time, right?
That should be your new voice every time we are in this part of the show and you're teaching us about things. That would be awesome.
I could adopt my lecturer voice, perhaps. I think I am doing it, but it's Australian, so it doesn't really.
It's not like in English.
It's not the same. And I don't want to offend any of our English listeners by attempting that.
Years ago, la 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 la.
La la la.
La la la. Words and haughty things.
So the spell plague. So anyway, the spell plague comes through. Okay. And it's during this time that what actually happens is that a full city chunk of land from Abir is transported to Toril. Okay.
How much does that cost? I mean, the shipping on that,
especially during a spell plague. And all the Dragonborn come with it. Okay. And they are just transported there and through that, their life on Faerun starts. And so this happens about 100 years ago.
So did they all have to learn Common? Did they speak languages that the others spoke?
They would have. Well, that's an interesting thing. They would have had their own language, Dragonborn, and then they would have had to have learned Common. However, the two planets were connected at some point, so there may be some
root origin of language that's related.
Yeah. But who knows?
Like Indo-European.
Yes.
I don't know if you know anything about like our language roots.
Yeah, I know a little bit, not a heap, but yes.
Yeah. If you take most European languages and like Middle Eastern and then like Southern Asian languages, they all go back to what's called Indo-European.
Yep. Yeah, anyway, and that's why it's like some languages are really hard to learn because the one has zero connection to the one you're trying to learn.
Yeah, like Japanese is not on that same tree of language. So anybody who grew up speaking an Indo-European language will have a harder time speaking Chinese or Japanese because they're completely separated.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's actually an interesting thing in Dungeons and Dragons. What are the linguistic channels of some of these languages? Because some of them are really connected and some of them are not. But anyway, so these are all speculation and myth. And as far as facts, it's hard to tell when you're dealing with centuries and centuries and centuries of history. But there is now a city that I think is pronounced Timantha in Faerun. And this is the Dragonborn. Not Samantha, no, not her. They don't live there.
Okay.
So let's talk a little bit about their culture. Dragonborn drive for honor carried on into they have this drive for honor that sort of drives into their whole being, their people. Okay. So among Dragonborn, the most horrible crime was oath breaking. and you're expected to uphold honesty when dealing with other people. Okay.
That's
so when
good.
you say
Those are
you're
good
going
things.
to do things, yeah, that's right. I mean, I would imagine sometimes that comes to a fault if you make a deal that is not particularly nice and you change your mind halfway through it or learn new information. So commitment to a word was expected to be carried out to the letter, and all parties in a transaction were held accountable and responsible for failings. So if you didn't pull through with what you said you were going to do, there's consequences for everybody.
Man, Dragonborn politics must be really interesting.
Yeah. And if you make a deal, you got to go through with it. And then
you promised this when you were campaigning.
Yeah.
You got to stick with it.
I imagine they don't get too many new. In fact, they don't get too many new leaders because their leaders are based on elders, and the older and wiser you are, that's who your leader would be. They also held on to this, like in Time Mantha, they've held on to this hatred of dragons. Okay, and it's perpetuated through their society in tales of draconic cruelty and the retelling of Dragonborn struggle for freedom on a beer. So there's all these stories about slave revolutions and trying to break free from the Dragonborn's tyranny that feed through the whole of their society.
Gotcha.
Yeah. However, coming to Toril changed a few things for them, because in a beer they didn't really have access to magic, and there's no gods on a beer. All the gods are on Toril, so there was no divine magic that they could have access to at all. Okay, this then when they come to Toril, this also spreads to their condemnation of worship of dragon gods like Bahamut and Tiamat, although Tiamat usually has cultists as opposed to other Dragonborn. So this is what's sort of underlying them. They're really astute and hardworking. Once they decide on a task, they do it until it's finished, and this helps them in the whatever sort of professions that they go after. We've seen this in the other races too, like with the dwarves and the elves, that when they get interested in something, they focus really hard on it and they become experts. Mm-hmm. Dragonborn are very similar, and you can see this in their art, but their art is often very practical. So, like dwarves, they'll make weapons and armor that is practical but really well made, and whilst they still strive to be the best, they don't have the same amount of time. So they've got a human lifespan. So they don't have 400 years that a dwarf does. But because of the way that a Dragonborn's brain is wired, they just focus more. They have less distractions. They've got this idea about the oath that they've made and what their commitment is. So they have the ability just to immerse themselves in what they're doing.
Yeah. They zone out. They're just or zone in.
Yeah,
just knock it out. They're just like,
we are doing this today. This is happening today. Yeah, that's right. And so they become excellent craftspeople in what they're working on. However, there are some that, whilst majority of it is practical, some of the art comes in the form of jewelry and gems. Okay. Now this stems back to their ancestry with dragons, because dragons, as we know in popular culture, usually like to hoard precious things. Okay. Right. Now, this seems to run through the Dragonborn's blood and who they are. However, because of their disdain for dragons, they often try and resist these urges. Okay. So it's seen as like it's
a commonality that they don't really appreciate.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Even though
of something that, they're not really proud of.
Yeah, and some still wear jewels and jewelry, but the idea of having a huge amassed hoard is often seen as something to shy away from or stop yourself from doing. Okay, they live in clans and family groups. Okay, so they'll have an overarching clan that has a number of family groups within it, and everything they do is focused on doing better for the clan. Okay, so the oaths they make and the things they try to do are either to progress the clan to move forward or to correct the wrongs of the past. That's kind of where they sit with their family structure and what they want to achieve in their lives. So the clan's really important to Dragonborn as a whole. And it comes up in their move to Toril is challenging from them, okay? Because once they came to Toril, they had access to magic, both arcane and divine, okay?
Okay.
So with Dragonborn society being opposed to dragons, the idea that a dragon god like Bahamut giving power to Dragonborn didn't work very well with them. It was something that they found confrontational. But there are now paladins who are paladins of Bahamut and followers of that god who is a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And they are now exiled. They are often exiled from their clans and their people. So whilst their whole life has been about being against dragons and being a part of a clan, once they saw that there was they saw that this god could help them in what they were trying to do, and they could help this god and make life for dragons and Dragonborn better, it was enough to pull themselves away from their
It's like a social sacrifice
in order
exactly. for them to be able to forward their agenda and gain power for themselves in for positive reasons. But they realized that much of the population wouldn't understand that.
Yeah, that's right.
And maybe against it.
Yeah, exactly right. And they have interesting, like a little bit more about their culture is they play sports as well. So whilst they're very practical and pragmatic,
do they play Dragon Ball?
I hope so.
Is that a sport of the dragons?
They do have dragon chess, which is cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, I like that. But it's all about winning. Okay, dragons want to win. They don't have games where everybody's a winner. It's all about who is the best at this game and who's going to win. So even if it's team-based or one-on-one, the game is about who's going to win. So I'm assuming Dragonborns don't play D&D because no one really wins that.
Right.
So I just thought that was an interesting thing. And their sports are all designed around improving their abilities in other aspects. So like, it'll be, if it's an athletic sport, it's because that person is maybe a fighter or a paladin or some other martial archetype. If it's a thinking game, it's about strategy and skills and making sure that you're the best at that and winning that game. Because Dragonborns want to be the best. Okay, and they want
to be the very best, like no one ever was.
Exactly, exactly right. On Abir, they didn't have any access to magic, really. Okay, they were slaves. Although they do have, because of their ancestry, a clear affinity towards it in some forms of it. Okay, so if you are thinking of running a Dragonborn as a character and you want to play that in your game, there's different. Now you can play any race in the game with any class of the game. But there are some that work better statistically, okay? And if you're someone that wants to min-max and do really well, there's certain ones that work better for that. Dragonborn are interesting in that they have, they're strong and charismatic, okay? So they really lean well towards warlocks. However, a warlock makes a deal with an otherworldly patron that they then have to do whatever they say. So Dragonborns often have issue with this, because of what had happened to their people in the past. So the power...
Also, when they make deals, they feel like they have to follow through with them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And if you make a deal with a devil or a fiend or a demon or Cthulhu or...
Yeah. Or just like the grumpy guy who's like gross, who lives back behind the apartments.
Yeah, don't make a deal with that guy. He's not going to give you any magic, trust me.
No, he doesn't actually have candy.
So they lean, if you want to be like with magic, they lean more towards wizards and sorcerers. Wizards because, it's all about acquiring knowledge and spending that time learning. And then sorcerers, it's, they just have this innate connection to magic through their ancestry. So that works really well for them. Now, the other thing that comes with being a Dragonborn is this boon to strength and size, just in their general size is larger than some of the other humanoids, and they are stronger. So they ironically make excellent paladins, even though if you become a paladin of a god, you'll probably be exiled from your clan. So it's conflicting there. They also make good clerics, which comes in the same issue, because if you're a cleric of a god, then you'll probably be exiled from your clan. They make great fighters and barbarians too, because of that strength and that raw ability. And then also the breath weapon on the battlefield is pretty formidable. So they are often excellent on the battlefield in that form. As far as being stealthy, they're big, lumbering things. So, I mean, you can definitely run a Dragonborn as a rogue or a ranger or something like that, but they don't necessarily have their physical attributes don't always lend them towards that.
Unless they're part of a bigger society of people who are all just way bigger than they are.
Oh, that's a good point. If they,
I mean, I suppose if you're like sneaking into a giant camp and your entire campaign is about giants, then you're still tiny if you're Dragonborn.
Yeah, that's right. So if you are thinking of running a Dragonborn in your giant campaign, you'll make an excellent thief.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
It's all comparative.
But all this is Forgotten Realms lore. Different people have different approaches to Dragonborn in different worlds. I know some people have looked at Dragonborn as these magic and science experiments that have come about. Other people have looked at them as direct descendants of dragons with a close connection to them. So there's all different ways that you can run your Dragonborn in your world. And I think that is the Dragonborn discussion. There's always a lot more to talk about, but I think for today, that's a good little primer on Dragonborn, and we can come back to them and talk about some of their key people in a later episode, I reckon.
Myth is a podcast about the very soul of humanity. Join me each week as I explore stories from our history, from our mythologies, about what it means to be human. I'm your host, Tom, and Myth is available on every podcatcher, anywhere. And if you're familiar with any of my other work, then you might realize that Myth is like a Lorecast, but for humans. Join me each week on Myth.
All right. Well, let's move into the middle of the show. This week, we don't have any new ratings or reviews. So if you'd like to help us out, there are a few different ways you can do that. One of them is leaving a rating or review on Apple Podcasts or whatever podcatcher you use. If you do Apple Podcasts, though, we can track it and we can pull them from all over the world. So it doesn't matter where you are. We can find out if you left a review. And if you leave a 5-star review with some comments in there, then we'll read it out on the show on a future episode. Also, if you have any friends who are into Dungeons and Dragons who you think may enjoy the show, then please recommend us to them. Growing the audience by word of mouth is absolutely the number one way to do that. So thank you for any of that help would be extraordinary. And also, this show is sponsored by Loot Crate, and you can get 15% off a purchase of a box of loot or a subscription or whatever from lootcrate.com. All you have to do is look below the show, look below the show in the show notes, and you'll see a link you can click on and it will take you to Loot Crate. And it's important that you use that link because that is the link that lets them know that you came from us. And then when you're on the site, you can check out all the different crates they have. There's crates for video games and comic books and all sorts of cool stuff. And you go ahead and buy it, put the code in at checkout Robots Radio. And then that's all you have to do. And then you can get 15% off. And we get a little bit of a kickback as kind of a thank you for sending you over there. And it helps us, buy coffee and lunch.
That's right.
Which is great.
I love coffee and lunch. They're both two of my favorite things of the day.
Yeah. Yes. Or coffee and breakfast. I mean, those kind of go better together, but whatever you want to buy is fine. So yeah, go check that out. The link's below the show notes. The code is Robots Radio, ROBOTS RADIO, and get yourself 15% off Loot Crate. All right.
Alrighty, Tom, we have been sent something special. Listeners,
we got something special.
It's been sent to the tower, which is fantastic. Okay.
How did they get the address of the tower?
It's magic, man. You don't need to ask these questions.
Oh. All right.
We can just explain everything through magic, Tom. All right. So this weekend, June 18th to 20th. In Australia, it already is June 18th, but this is in America. Wizards of the Coast, Dungeons and Dragons, I have got an event called D&D Live 2020 Rolling with Advantage. What this is a big weekend of D&D where they get special guests to come in and they do live streams of games, and they also announce a new product. So every year there is a major product or two that they do. And so last year was, I can't remember now. Last year was Descent into Avernus, I'm pretty sure. And so they announced this at D&D Live, and you get to hear about the new product, and we get to watch different people play games, okay? And over the 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Famous people.
Some famous people, yeah, for sure. It depends where you're from and what you're into, because one of the games is all WWE superstars.
Wrestlers playing D&D.
Yeah, man. So that's cool,
great.
yeah. So then there's a bunch of comedians that are going on there. Deborah Ann Wall runs a game for a bunch of other actors, which includes Matthew Lillard, which is very cool. And then there are Chris Perkins, who's the principal writer at D&D. He's running a game with new players, which has got a bunch of people in there, like Felicia Day and Brett Gelman and David Harbour from Stranger Things.
David Harbour's in there?
Yeah, which is very cool.
Some of the people from Game of Thrones. There's Hodor.
Yeah, Hodor's in there.
I see Hodor.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Bunch of people are going to be there. So we've received a package
from Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons, Wizards of the Coast have sent us a package. Here it is. We have a letter from D&D. This is about D&D Live 2020 Rolling with Advantage. Not dear. This is D&D. Greetings, adventurer.
Greetings, adventurer.
We hope this finds you well. An epic event looms just over the horizon, which we hope you'll be able to join us for. Full of mystery, wonder, and a splash of merriment. D&D Live 2020 Roll with Advantage springs to life in Australia, Friday, June 19th, in America, June 18th, to Sunday, June 2nd in Australia, to Saturday, that's a spelling. They've got a spelling mistake.
June 20th.
June 20th.
18th to 20th in the US.
Anyway. Showcasing a superb cast of hosts, villains, and special guests. Enclosed within this package, you'll find a helpful assortment of wondrous goods to help you experience this adventure to the fullest.
Oh, all right.
All right. Now, should I read them out or should I just reveal them?
Pull them out and talk about them as you pull them out.
Alrighty. Let's start with the most exciting one.
I like that face. That's a good face. Wait, what is this? Is an orange?
That's an orange.
What is this? They sent an orange?
They sent me an orange.
Are we going to get scurvy? What are they keeping us from getting scurvy? What is this? And now my interest is piqued. Cloves.
Whole cloves. Okay. All right.
Are we mixing drinks?
We might be. Okay.
What's this one?
Cinnamon sticks.
Cinnamon sticks. All right. I like cinnamon.
Oh, it's hard to see. They are baked.
Velveeta soft bake breakfast?
Breadsticks. Breakfast whole grain bakes.
Little breakfast bite things. Okay. They're telling us we don't eat enough.
Apple juice
packs. Apple juice.
All right.
Are we going on a field trip with our fellow elementary school?
So to start us off, we have a recipe here for mulled apple juice.
Oh.
The dwarves' favorite. So we take the apple juice and we peel the orange, pour the apple juice in, put in a little bit of sugar or honey if you would like, and serve in a drink. And you put these spices in there to make it a mulled apple wine. But we also get a few other things.
Okay.
All right. We have here...
What's this?
Laurel Silverhand's Explorer's Kit.
Whoa. All right. Yeah, that's really reflecting.
Yeah, there we go.
Are those dice? Those are dice.
They are dice.
Those are big dice.
There's some cool big dice in here. So in here we have elven dice, 2d20s, 1d12, 2d10s, and we have a set of dice, but 2 very big dice. 20 illustrated double-sided cards detailing Laurel's expert insights on key characters, locations, and lore across Forgotten Realms. That is perfect for us.
What? Oh, that's perfect.
And then we also have a durable felt-lined box that functions as 2 dice trays.
Wait, gerbil? Did you say gerbil?
Durable, sorry.
Oh, durable. I'm sorry. I heard gerbil.
Durable.
I was like,
I got to get my American accent.
I don't think they make cases out of gerbils, but maybe they do.
And there is also a fold-out double-sided map of the Sword Coast and the city of Waterdeep. So I will get some photos of that shortly. Now,
we need to hang that up on your wall. Oh, there's more.
Something.
Is that a mug?
We're going to find out. Sorry for the noise.
You haven't even opened up this yourself. All right.
No, I wanted to be
surprised live.
It's much harder to open than I anticipated.
Come here, big guy.
Oh, you need to be to use this mug. All right.
Oh, all right. We just talked about Dragonborn. Maybe it's a Dragonborn package. Oh, it is a mug. It's like a tankard.
It is a tankard to drink your mulled apple juice in.
Perfect.
It's got a metal inside there. Woo! Check that out.
Yeah.
Check it
That's
out.
Sweet.
Fantastic. I think
that's the kind you slam on the table when you're emphatically talking to somebody across the table during, negotiations about the treasure you found or whatever.
That's right. When you need to supply someone and offer your axe in service, that's what you do.
Yeah.
So that's cool. So the idea here is that we drink the mulled wine and eat the bread cakes whilst watching the live streams, which look like they're going to be awesome. There are all sorts of stuff. We get to find out what a new product is going to be from D&D. We don't know what that is yet. There's been whispers, but we won't talk about rumors on this show. We only deal in facts.
We only deal in facts, like the history of Dungeons and Dragons, which is all facts.
It's all facts. That's right. Documented. It's documented.
Documented factual history.
So this weekend, if you've got the time, check it out on Friday. The Friday game that Chris Perkins is running is a Red Nose Day game. Okay, so that's a fundraiser. You can check that out there, and you can check out some of the WWE players. You can check out actors and comedians all playing D&D and having a bit of a laugh this weekend. So
that sounds great. I'm going to have to watch the whole thing. I'm going to put it up on my extra screen that I'm like looking at the ceiling, looking at the extra screen up there. I put it up while I work on other things. This is going to be awesome.
I think for me, it starts at 3 a.m. or something. So that's a bummer.
Right,
but
well, you just got to stay up super late or just sleep early and then get up way early.
I might do. I probably will. I mean, I wake up relatively early anyway. I may miss the first couple of things.
So let's move into the end of the episode.
Yes, please.
We hinted at this earlier. Should we go visit our dragon friend first, or should we talk about our item first? What do you think, Stuart?
Depends what the item is.
All right, maybe we'll do the item first, the item of the week, and then we'll go down and we'll visit Megodius, M, as some of us just call him M because it's easier, and find out what kind of dragon he is. So our item of the week this week, I've again been inspired by our topic this week and been thinking about dragons. And dragons themselves are often known for having wings. And that's part of what makes them so formidable. Not just are they gigantic fire breathing or whatever breathing, scaly, hard to kill types of creatures, strong, huge, but they're also extremely mobile when they need to be because they've got wings.
Yeah.
And if a creature like that's crawling on the ground, that's one thing. If it's swooping down at you from the sky, then that's like 4 times more scary.
Oh yeah.
So I was thinking, okay, so wings. And so I created this item called the Winged Harness. And it comes in a few different styles. You can get one with dragon wings if you want. You can get one with like angelic wings if you want. You can, there's different styles of this. And it's a magical item. And the idea here is it gives the wearer the ability to fly. You put this harness on and the wings actually work as if they're actual wings that can lift you off the ground. And you don't move particularly quickly, but you can hover about 20 feet off the ground and you can move around. You can kind of dive with it, move a little bit faster than, say, somebody walking. The main benefit of this is that it is in combat. I mean, you could use it to get up on the ledge or something, so reach something that is higher than you, but they're not super strong. You can't just fly everywhere. You get up about 20 feet up, or to get up onto, like, say, the third floor of a building, you can do something like that. The idea here is when you're in combat, you benefit from extra AC equal to your dexterity modifier because you're more mobile. So here's the trick. Somebody who has high dexterity, who has these wings, would be very difficult to hit with something because they'd be dodging and weaving throughout the air, able to avoid getting hit. But if somebody does land a blow on you, then you have to roll a strength check to keep yourself from falling. You have to use your strength and your ability to move the wings to combat the impact of the blow to keep you from falling. So somebody who is a high dexterity character would have a hard time getting hit to begin with. Somebody who's a high strength character is easier to hit when they're in the air because they may not have much of an extra dexterity modifier. But if they do get hit, they can keep themselves from falling easier.
Yeah,
so there's kind of a trade-off there.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying the pros and cons of the items you've been creating, Tom. They're very good. They're cool.
Thanks. It creates a situation where you go, okay, well, would I have this or do I want to have this? And which character in the party should use this, you know? It also means that probably you wouldn't want your wizard using the wings because they don't have usually a high dexterity modifier. They could have a high dexterity modifier, but not necessarily, and not necessarily much of a strength modifier. The other benefit to, say, somebody like a wizard or somebody, a ranged person, is that when you're in the air, you get an extra 30 feet of range on your weapons because you're up higher. You can, say, shoot an arrow further or cast a spell further because you have more range. But yeah, and then when you hit the ground, you... actually, the ground impact causes you to go prone. So if you fail the strength check, and the strength check is directly contested by the roll that was able to impact you. So the attack roll, let me use actual language here. So in this situation, you're flying up in the air, Stuart. The goblin shoots an arrow at you and rolls an 18, and that 18 lands the hit. Right. The attack roll is 18. So now you have to roll a strength check of at least 18 to contest that impact because the attack roll is directly related to the amount of impact.
So it becomes very hard to... So if you are hit, it is very hard not to fall over because of how fast you're moving. Yeah, okay,
right,
cool.
Right. Like imagine you get hit by an arrow and you're flying through the air and all of a sudden you're winged and go fall to the ground, right? But if you're a stronger character, you can kind of hold yourself back up potentially.
Yeah.
So you would want to have a lot of strength in order to keep yourself from falling. If you do fall, you go prone automatically and you take whatever damage the DM thinks is suitable depending on what you're landing on. If you're landing on...
I think it's 1d6 per 10 feet.
Right. But it depends on also on what you're landing on. If you're falling off the precipice of a castle onto a stone, pathway, then that's going to hurt a lot more than if you fall in a field of grass, right? That's going to be different.
Yeah.
Obviously. So, or in the water, maybe you're, hovering above a ship. You land in the water. So
I like the idea of flying around. I think ship combat in general is cool because it's constrained and then you can fall off and the ship is still moving. And then and then if you're flying around it, you can just grab people and throw them off. I think battles on ships are cool.
Yeah, you could use this in creative ways as well. It does allow you to move a certain distance off the ground and to move around while you're up there. So that could lend all sorts of other options and abilities. But then again, if you swoop down on somebody, and they're like a melee character and you get within range, do they get a chance to hit you? Is that something you want to risk?
Yeah, they do. They get a reaction.
So, right. They get a reaction.
Rules say anyway. So, yeah. Interesting. Do you risk the swoop attack?
Yeah,
get
but maybe if you do the swoop attack, you can grab them and toss them off the side of the ship. You know, maybe it's worth it. Or maybe you're a stronger character, and even if you take the blow, you think you're going to be strong enough to not fall over, and it's worth removing them from the combat by throwing them off the side. You know, risk reward.
Yeah, it's cool. I like that idea. I like that a lot. For our listeners, we are compiling these magic items, and we will be putting them into a document for you guys to check out in the next, I don't know when, but that is coming. So I know someone in the Discord asked about if there was a list. There is kind of a list, but we're working on that going forward. So awesome.
Yeah, we'll have that out at some point in the future. We'll wrap it up into kind of a nice size list of things and put that out, and then continue adding some of the more of the stuff that we're building out in these episodes, and put out a second list and kind of keep that up to date for everybody. So that's called the winged harness, and it can come in dragon or angel or whatever other kinds of wings you can come up with. I mean, you could be creative with it. So,
all right, wicked. I like that a lot. Should we go down and see Magodius?
Yeah, let's go visit the old guy. All right. Remember, we could teleport down there. So let's give it a shot.
We'll use the thing.
All right. Do we need to bring shields or anything? Do you think he's going to be grumpy?
Let's risk it.
All right. Here we go. All right. We're down in the dungeon. There's his door.
Here we are.
You want to do the talking?
Yeah, sure. I'll
check
he's
with him.
Not there. I'll just go and knock on the door. Oh, you are there. Hi, Magodius.
Wow. Okay.
Hey. Good.
Hey. I guess it has been a few weeks, hasn't it?
Yeah, so we're sorry. How's the baking going? Excellent.
That's good. That's good. Good to hear. Good to hear.
I don't really know much about dragons, Magodius, and I had a question, and so let me know if this is offensive or if I shouldn't be asking a question like this. But it's very hard to see you through the door, and I was wondering what type of dragon you are. Yeah. I understand if you don't want to say anything. It's cool. I'm cool with that. I'm just curious.
Yeah, this isn't like a profiling thing or anything. Like we're just wondering what kind of, just like, is there a color? Do you have I know dragons come in different colors, right?
Are you chromatic, or are you metallic? Or are you a crystalline dragon? I think that's a type as well. Yeah. Not a very smart one.
That's a good question. I have a mix of European ancestry.
Same. I have European ancestry, and culturally, I'm Australian. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Look, maybe it's been a bad morning. If you don't.
But first, you must solve my riddle.
Okay. There's a riddle?
Okay, Smog. Sure. What's the...
you just call him Smog?
What's the... Magodius.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, it's not Smog.
We get it. It's not Smog. It's cool.
Yeah.
What's the riddle, Magodius?
My color. You want to know my color is lighter than the wind, brighter than the sun, and older than the bakery donuts.
Did he say older than bakery donuts?
Yeah.
Wait. All right. Thanks, Magodius.
We'll go check that out, mate.
We'll ponder that for a while.
Good luck with the baking, mate.
Come back and...
No rush.
Okay. All right.
Okay, man.
We'll come back and visit. All right.
Yeah.
I think I don't. All right. Well, we should say goodbye to the people listening. Thanks for tuning
Thanks for
in,
listening,
everybody.
Well, have a think about this riddle.
Understand what that riddle, what color that is? Let us know.
Cool.
Because we have no idea. All right. See you guys later.
See you guys.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
In a world where solid-state electronics and vacuum tubes are still meta, people never stopped loving atomic-powered everything. A chosen 500 stepped inside a subterranean vault to be spared the nuclear horror of the inevitable Great War. 25 years later, they emerge after the fallout settles to retake Appalachia. Among them, two former rivals whose blood feud will tear West Virginia apart in their epic struggle for survival. Chad, a vault bro who has a strength of 15, an intelligence of 2, and is a complete wasteland dickhead. Simon, a complicated anti-hero who chooses light and hope, but accidentally becomes a cannibal and wakes up naked and afraid with a Scorch Beast queen after a date goes terribly wrong. What? I mean, it's a wild wasteland, right? This dark humor radio drama will have you driving off the road and crawling out from under the fallout. 2 men, 1 wasteland, and so many nukes. Chad, a Fallout 76 podcast, rated R, now streaming on your holotape player podcasty thing.
Robots Radio presents.
You're listening to the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons.
Hey there, adventurers. Welcome back to the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast. We are live right now on Twitch, twitch.tv/robotsradio, where you can look at our faces, which are completely not representations of what's actually happening right now, because Stuart freaking summoned all of the cats in the world into the room right now. And if you're listening on the audio version of the podcast, I'm sure you can hear them. And Stuart, I'm allergic to cats, so thank you so much.
Yeah. Look, I was trying to summon another dog because my dog Kevin, who's here with us, just gets a bit agitated and wants to exercise and hang out with other dogs. However, I got that a little bit wrong, and I summoned cats.
Oh my God, they're just like they're all don't push they're pushing things off the table.
Yeah,
they're doing cat things, and I mean I don't really like cats to begin with, but.
Look, I don't really like cats either, although I have had a cat before, which I did enjoy. Lovely cat. However, they were an exception. These cats are not an exception. They're just cats. Sorry to the cat lovers, but dogs are better.
Okay. Well, here's what we're going to do, because I know this episode we are talking about gnomes, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And while you're talking about gnomes, I'm going to be listening, but I'm going to try and stop the portal from summoning more cats, because every 5 minutes or so we get another cat, and at some point we're just going to drown in cats because there's only so much room in this library, and I'm not going to go live in the dungeon with the dragon.
I wonder if he eats them.
Maybe. What if we lure them all down there and open up the door? You think maybe?
Oh, Kevin's found one.
All right, Kevin, kill the cats and throw them out the window or something. I don't know. You think he
Don't
hunts
say
cats?
that. You know what actually happened? My dog chased around the neighbor's chickens on Saturday. Sorry, like almost got them. It was not. And my dog's this big, and so when he chases down chickens, for those of you that are listening, my dog is about less than a foot long.
This was like Saturday months ago before we got stuck in the tower, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Time is so loose and weird here.
It's hard
sometimes.
to know. You know, it's kind of hard to tell.
know. Yeah. So no, hopefully he doesn't chase down the cats, but hopefully the cats can disappear. Anyway,
sorry, I'll be working on that. So we're talking about gnomes. We're moving from gods and resurrection and death and coming back and taking on power and losing power to gnomes. Like
I
David?
think it's a nice
David's
little way to balance things because
keep barking at those cats.
Yeah,
All
thanks, Kevin. Because gnomes are peaceful people. They're awesome. They just chill. They just live their lives.
Okay.
You think about
most of what I know about gnomes comes from gardens.
Yes.
And World of Warcraft. Is that close?
Kind of. Maybe not the gardens, but definitely the...
like they're not all statues.
No.
Okay.
World of Warcraft is very similar to Forgotten Realms, though.
Yeah.
So little people, shorter than halflings.
Tiny people.
Tiny people that live in the ground. Kevin is really going for those chickens.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah. The cats. Cats.
The cats, sorry.
Yes.
Hopefully not going for the chickens.
Yeah, if we have chickens and cats, then we're definitely in trouble.
They like live in the ground. They're small people, inquisitive people. They really try and stay out of harm, and they have such a cool little origin story. They've got their god called Garl Glitter Gold.
Wait, say that again.
Garl Glitter Gold.
Garl Glitter Gold.
Yeah, it's hard to get. You got to move your tongue in a strange way to get that out.
Yeah, I have a feeling that god could have been nothing other than a god of gnomes.
Yeah, and he's called the Watchful Protector, and he's lawful good because he's gnome god, and he's a deity of luck, protection, and trickery. And so the story goes that he discovered the gnomes while exploring a cavern, and they were like hidden in gemstones.
Oh, so he didn't create them. Something else created them and they were all stuck in a bunch of gems?
Yes, something like that. You've got to be honest, the text here is not fully fleshed out. But this is like
get those cats. Go on.
Get those cats. Their protection, their creation story. And so he breathed life into them. And then it literally says, and before letting them go, told them a joke, which gave them their mischievous ways. So he let them out into the world and they went about their way. And this was early. This was like creator races sort of timeline.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. So he told them a joke.
Yeah.
What joke do you think he told them?
I mean, it would have had to have been very funny.
Yes.
Or
okay,
at least
off the top of your head, what is the first joke that comes to mind right now? Just right now. Anything?
No.
Nothing? All right. You want to hear what comes to my mind?
Yeah.
This is the best joke that I've heard in the last 2 years. Ready? It goes like this. Why does Irish bean soup only have 429 beans? Oh, I'm sorry, 239 beans.
239 beans. You've got me. I'm stumped.
Because one more would be 240.
All right. Well, thanks for listening, everybody. It's been a good
night,
podcast,
everyone.
and we'll see you later.
See you later.
That was all right. I'll give you that. That was all right. But I don't know what it would have been, really. Oh, Kevin is back. He's very... Look, I'm sorry, everyone. I really shouldn't have summoned all these cats. It has upset my dog, and now you all have to listen to him bark and fight with the cats.
Yeah, every time another one pops out of that portal, he's like on it.
Yeah. So they went out into the world and were almost immediately enslaved by kobolds, which are like half dragon little creatures, kobolds. In World of Warcraft, they're the little ones with the candles on their heads usually.
Yes. Very kind of gnome-like in that they like to be underground.
Yeah. They do. They love it, and that's like gnomes are all about that. They love living inside the earth. But they were enslaved and stole the gems that contained yet unborn gnomish souls. And this got Garl Glittergold really upset about it, and he collapsed the mountain that it was in, killing most of the kobolds.
Wow.
And
that's very extreme.
Yeah, it is. And this all happened in a place in Faerun called Netheril, which is a location you can see if you look at the map. If you have a map, check it out. You can see it there, and there's the hidden lake, and that depression where the lake is where the mountain used to be. Okay.
Oh, so it not only collapsed the mountain, but just created a lake. Like it sucked it into the ground, all sort of like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And nothing there. Like it cratered the mountain.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So they then went off into the world, and you can find gnomes all over the place, and they're really they're inquisitive and curious and inventive, but they don't particularly like getting themselves involved with the dangers that can be out there in the world. Okay, so they can be found in human strongholds and sometimes dwarven strongholds and all over the place. But similar to the halflings, they sort of have their own little life that they live, disconnected from the others.
Kind of separate.
Yeah, that's right. So they're intelligent and innately curious, and they've got a really strong affinity to all things magical, okay, especially the arcane magics. So whilst they don't have that same drive as humans, they're super creative. So you would often find like workshops where gnomes are working, or you would find like inventors that are creating different machines and magical items. And in fact,
I would imagine all of those would have both glitter and gold on them.
Yeah, and maybe a bit of Garl. Garland.
Yes.
So they live pretty contently, simple lives, and they like to acquire knowledge, and it's basically their hobby is to learn more about stuff. You often find gnomes that are artificers that want to tinker and play with magical items, or searching for new minerals that they can explore as well. And that kind of led them to dive deep into the earth, where they conducted their research and whatnot.
Okay, so if you were to build I've never played as a gnome in a Dungeons & Dragons adventure. I've been lots of other races. I've never been a gnome. If you were to construct a gnome, gnomes, their natural affinity would be more towards wizards and high intelligence. What about wisdom?
Less wisdom. So they are, it can be, but more likely a sorcerer, a warlock, a wizard, maybe a bard, because they can be quite charismatic. But their lust for like invention often leads to sometimes dangerous
not the wisest pursuits.
Yeah. That'll lead to things being destroyed or blowing up, or
right. Someone who was wiser than they were intelligent would know when to call it quits. We've pushed this too far. But somebody who is more intelligent than they were wise might seek knowledge to the detriment of accidentally, blowing up a mountain. Or something.
Yeah, exactly. That accidentally blowing up a mountain. And I suppose they might get wiser as they get older. They do live long, so they can live for 2 or 3 centuries. And they're slightly more like elves in their features. So they have, the slender faces and pointed ears like elves. However, while elves don't seem to age, gnomes after about their first century start to look older. And so if you find a 200-year-old gnome, they are most likely going to have gray hair as they start to age.
So like humans after the age of 40.
Yes, exactly.
You start noticing all the gray hairs, the crow's feet around the eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I like to say 40, but I'm just going to throw it out to all the old people. It's more like 30. You start noticing those things.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Sorry guys.
But you start to look more refined.
Yes.
Very, very refined. Yes,
refined, weathered. No, not weathered. Refined.
Not weathered. No, definitely not weathered.
No. So they can go for like 3 centuries then.
Yeah, and so because of that, and because they're so interested in learning new stuff, they become experts in their fields. Oh,
yeah, get those cats. All right,
Kevin's got another cat. This is really you got to really figure that out.
Yeah. Okay, go on. So they become experts in their fields.
Yeah. So that might be in a pursuit of blacksmithing, but less in the martial arts, like looking at building weapons, and more for general blacksmithing trades. Okay, so general supplies that people need for blacksmithing, but they become experts at that. Teachers, often they become teachers, and wealthy families really like the idea of having a gnome teacher because they live for 300 years. So you can have the same teacher teaching your family for generations, and
your human family, right?
Yeah, your human family, yeah, and be able to pass on that information to all the generations. They're often found, and because they don't really like to get involved in the nasty side of things, they're often found in cities working as shopkeepers or store clerks and things like that. And I didn't realize that was their trait until I started reading into this a lot more. But I found that when I am making up shopkeepers on the fly in my games, they're almost always gnomes. It's always like it's a small gnome behind the counter. Like I just do it all the time. So maybe that's a bit of the lore that has seeped in as I go through.
Yeah, that makes sense. So they have a very similar, when we talked about the dwarves, we were talking about how because they live for a long time and they're into becoming excellent at their crafts and things like that they become exceedingly good at it over time and over their long lives, and they get better and better and better. So the gnomes are very similar to dwarves in that way, but have more of an intelligence bent on their pursuits and interests. Yeah.
And a lot more, they're often a lot more creative with what they do and take a lot more risk, whereas a dwarf might be refining the art that's been perfected over the generations.
Yes.
A gnome might be experimenting with different things, and they also have an innate ability to cast magic. Okay, so some can cast Mage Hand, which would give them an extra magical hand to help them with what they're doing.
I'm sure that helps with them being short.
Yeah, that's right.
Like I can't reach the top shelf. Just cast Mage Hand up there.
But that's perfectly right. Like, how can you run a huge store as a gnome who's 3.5 foot tall? Makes it incredibly difficult to.
You need ladders on every shelf.
Yeah. So their magic, their interest in magic comes from their ability just to be connected with it. And that is what leads to finding lots of wizards. And they particularly have a connection to the illusion magics. Okay. So casting spells of sounds or images, doing things that are connected to senses, creating lights or hearing or touch, making patterns in the sky. And then some of them are also into the shadow magics, which is all about disguise and disappearing and things like that. And that kind of depends on the type of gnome, because there are, at this stage, 3 sub-races of gnome. We have forest gnomes, who are usually a bit smaller and they're shy, secretive, and they're the ones you'd find living deep in wooded areas, forests and whatnot. And then we have the rock gnome, which is probably what you'd consider your most common gnome, and they occupy burrows beneath the ground, usually within a wooded area as well. And then we also have deep gnomes. Now, they live in these huge cities underground. They're stealthier and more dangerous than common gnomes. So,
are they still generally lawful good because they worship the same god, or have they broken from that? Yeah, they live in the Underdark. The Underdark is essentially this. In Forgotten Realms, it's actually a place that is under the earth, and it's sort of you go, the deeper you go into the Underdark, and you can find all sorts of nasty things there. But there are a huge amount of races that live there. For example, the Drow are from the Underdark. Right. The dwarves, whilst not necessarily from the Underdark because they live underground, have a lot of connection to it, and deep gnomes as well. They are in the same way that rock gnomes and forest gnomes are optimists and cheerful and mischievous. The deep gnomes are very serious and suspicious. Okay, they are because they've lived in the Underdark for so long. They've had to adapt to living that way. So they're very different. They're like the ones with like the really pointy eyebrows who are like,
Yes,
and then the other ones are the ones with like the cool, funny mustaches.
Yes.
Yes. Right.
They are. I actually, I tried often to play a gnome when I played World of Warcraft, but I did not like how childlike they were. Like, I think whenever I'm playing a fantasy game, I just want it to be serious and then
really, I go back and forth. I go back and forth from like, I want to be this badass looking like serious character to I want to be the dumbest looking thing I could possibly make. So yeah, I'll create both. Yeah.
I think I'm always just my character ideas are always just super serious. Maybe I'll have to experiment with being and just lighten up, stop being such a deep gnome.
A total goof. Yeah, don't be such a deep gnome. Gosh.
There it is, listeners. That's our new phrase. Don't be such a deep gnome.
Yeah, don't be such a deep gnome. If any of you are artists and want to make us a shirt for that, like an image that like of a deep gnome that says "Don't be such a deep gnome," we'll put it on a T-shirt. You can order it in the Robots Radio T-shirt store.
All right. Well, I think like the gnomes, I think I'm going to keep that short and sweet. They're a cool little fun race. And if you want to run a game as a gnome, what are they searching for? What are they trying to learn? And what's made them step out into danger? Actually, you know what? I did play a gnome. I've had a gnome in a game of Adventurers League, and they were an illusionist wizard, and I made them a pacifist. So they didn't do any physical attacks to hurt people, but they would use their illusion magic to trick people and protect people and push people out of the way.
That's cool.
Yeah, that was fun.
That's a different way to engage with the game, and I'm sure there's plenty of abilities and things that would let you do that. So
there's heaps, and because there's a lot of cantrips, like the spells that you can cast as often as you like. Right. They don't do any damage. That often don't get used because when you have you want to do damage, you use the combat based ones. So yeah, that's a gnome.
That's a gnome. Those are gnomes.
That's a gnome.
Those are gnomes. You know what? I'd love to hear some gnome stories from some of our listeners. Some. How did you play a gnome, and what kind of wackery? Is that a word?
Wackery?
Wacky.
Sure. Maybe here it's a word.
Wackery. What kind of whacker? That sounds dirty. What kind of nonsense did you get up to? I don't want to hear any gnome wackery stories. Please don't send me those.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. That's not good. I want to hear some cool stuff about what you guys would do. So which kind of gnome would you play? You would be a deep gnome probably? If you were to build a gnome character right now?
Because going with my seriousness, I'd probably run a deep gnome rogue, or I like the idea of small fighters who use dexterity instead of strength, because I just think that's cool. Like a dual wielding little person just carving it up on the battlefield. But I think the one that I did run was a rock gnome. I think
I would be a rock gnome, and I would name him Edward Gnome Halen. That's what I would name him. Yeah.
And would they be a bard?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Definitely a bard.
I like the idea of a bard with,
Right. And every time we were on an adventure and we were, about 50% through the journey, they would yell out, "Oh, we're halfway there."
Okay. Sorry. That took me a little while. That was really good. The puns are going strong. We've got a pun in the chat here as well.
Although that's not a Van Halen song, is it? But
it's still
it's a rock song.
Yeah.
And he just quotes general rocks. I mean, if you only quoted Van Halen songs, kind of ran out of quotes at some point, right?
Yeah. Like you could be walking along and you could see some people on horseback as there was a storm coming in, and you could be saying, riders on the storm.
Look, riders on the storm. Yeah. You can totally. Yes. Yeah. And then if you came across a beautiful rock, you could say, "I love rock." And then you push it and say, "And roll."
Oh,
these jokes are so bad today that I need not publish this episode.
It's too many cats. It's too many. I think cats just put us off because clearly they are the dominant species on Earth. So having so many around us, it just makes it difficult for us to concentrate.
I'm just going to blame it on my my allergies. That's what it is. So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts, or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot.
Do you like adventure?
Yeah.
Do you like laughing?
Yeah.
Would you like to listen to a group of people you don't know play D&D and reference retro pop culture you vaguely remember? Excellent. You're going to love Committee Quest. We play D&D in the world of Amarin. We use adventure modules and supplements made by people in the community. We also have a sweet synthwave backing track. Come and join us on our adventure. Volume 1 has been completed. Volume 2 coming the end of January. You can find us on iTunes, Podbean, or wherever you get your podcasts from.
We are now in the middle of the episode. So if you're on the stream and you did miss our discussion about gnomes, then you're probably going to go back and watch this again or listen to the podcast and find out what we were talking about, because we're not going to repeat it. Nope. Only once. That's all you get. You definitely don't get the bad jokes twice. It only happen once.
One show only. It's very exclusive.
Yep. No double bad jokes. So now that we're in the middle of the episode, we can read out a new review we got on Apple Podcasts from, and this one's absolutely glowing with a question at the end. And I'm not sure we know the answer to the question. Yeah, Stuart knows more about the history and lore of this stuff than I do. So maybe Stuart does, but maybe we'll have to look this up. Anyway,
I haven't read it yet, so I'm not prepared. Let's see what happens.
You don't know. It could be off the top of your head. And if you don't know the answer, just make one up. All right, here we go. We have Emerald Craft 55 who writes, "Perfection!" Holy crap. That's high praise.
That's big. Thank you.
That's a lot to live up to. We discussed this a little bit before we started the show, and we are now going to change the name of the show from the Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast to the Perfect Podcast. There you go.
That's the Perfect Podcast. That's what it is now.
And they not only did they write that and give us 5 stars, but they also wrote, I find the show to have the perfect mix of info and personal comments for the best listening experience. Listening consistently as I recently started playing D&D about 6 months ago, and I have been poring over lore since then as I'm preparing to be a new DM with the Essential Kit. Congratulations. That's awesome. 6 months in, you're going to tackle being a DM. You're getting prepped. This is you're absolutely the right audience for this show. I find this podcast helps simplify the events in a fun way and shed light on more lesser known details while also laying out a timeline. I hope for more episodes in the future talking about some of the exciting topics I have read about. P.S. What type of dragon is M? Capital M.
Oh. Well, he is grumpy and interested in magic.
He's a grumpy dragon? Is that a type? There's green dragons and red dragons.
I'm just thinking about the alignments. Is he
grumpers,
evil? Is he
dragons.
good? Is he chaotic? Is he... I don't know. We might have to go and have a chat with him. I didn't... Because when we speak to him, we're only looking through a small little thing in the door. So I haven't really had a good look at the rest of his scales. Perhaps we would have to go down the next episode and... see him. Also, awesome that you're starting to DM. Just so you know, I only started DMing about 5 years ago, and I started DMing because my brother came up to visit me. I live in like a small country town, and my brother came up with his kids, and he brought along Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition. And because I'm a so my brother got the red. He got the red box when he was like 13 and still has it. And so he brought that up and we played that. And because I'm a teacher, I was like, awesome. So I'm going to use this in my classroom. And I started looking online, and 5th edition had just come out. So I bought that and got started, and I had no one to play with. So, or no one to run a game. So I just started DMing. So pretty much the first time I played D&D, I was the DM. So my advice is to just jump into it.
Just go for it.
Yeah, you'll do all your planning, and they'll use 1/4 of that, and then you might make up some on the fly as well. But it's awesome that you're interested in all the lore, because I think it's really cool too. And just roll the dice, because your players will be happy just to be playing. They'll be so happy that someone can facilitate the game for them. So yeah, that's awesome. Thank you very much for the review.
Yeah, half of DMing in my experience is understanding the mechanics, knowing how the game works, and the world, and those kinds of things. The other half is being a good storyteller. Yeah. And you don't want to railroad your group into the decisions you want to happen and the way you want things to play out. You want to give them a palette of options and allow them to find their way through that, and then be ready to go with them on that journey. And use the thinking of a good storyteller to put together the components of a story that they cooperatively build with you, which is one of the reasons why I think DMing is so much fun, is that it's different than any other kind of storytelling you will ever do, because it's cooperative storytelling. That's my take on it.
It's and that's how I describe it at school. So I run a D&D club, and I'm like, think of it like collaborative storytelling, and you use dice to help make decisions.
Yeah.
And really your job is not to come up with all the story. Your job as a DM is to give the players a problem, and it's okay if you don't have the answer to that, because there's 4 of them or 5 of them or 2 of them, and they can come up with the answer to the problem, you know.
And whatever answer they come up with will be something that you never predicted anyway.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. So I really hope you enjoy DMing. And even if it's you know, even if it's tough the first time, it just gets easier, and you get better at it, and you learn each time you play. So go for it. Awesome.
Yeah, and have some fun with your players too. Put them in situations that you think are interesting or stressful or exciting, and see what they do. Yeah, that's the other part I enjoy, is just saying, okay, if I put them in this situation, how are they going to get out of that? Well, what are they going to do? What are they going to come up with?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. And I love seeing what they do. And it's always different. Like because I run a lot of D&D and I write my own adventures as well, I run the same adventures with different groups of people, and never, ever are they the same outcomes. They're always different. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. Do you have an example other than Committee Quest of something that you remember specifically running that came out in a way that you thought was like, oh, like, I don't know, just a scenario that you set up that turned out really, really cool because of the way that the players played it?
Yeah, for sure. I've got I'm working on an adventure for the DMs Guild at the moment, which has got you're in the bottom of a library, and you're moving through, and you come across a corridor that has 2 cells, both really old and open. And in one of the cells, there is a earthenware pot with a skeleton with their arm around it. When you go to touch it, the skeleton speaks to you. And I lost it now, but the description is really simple, okay? And that's a very simple question that they're asked. And if they get it right, the pot opens and they get some gold. I've run it where people have just walked past it, tried to open it, couldn't open it, and walked past it. I've run it where people have answered the question and opened it and got the gold. And then I ran it at school with a bunch of 14-year-olds. And they spent about 35 minutes deciding what they were going to do, and then wanted to, I can't remember what they cast, but they cast something on it so they could try and speak to it. And I was like, it's not really how it works, but okay.
All right.
So then there was another hour they spent conversing with this skeleton, and I had to on the spot come up with the skeleton's backstory and why they were there and what they know about here and what they're doing. And then they wanted it to come and be a part of their party. And I said, look, the skeleton's like, I don't have any legs, so I can't be a part of the party. And so now they've gone to find legs for the skeleton.
That's great.
So there was no way in the world I could have imagined that they were going to do that. So that was cool.
That's great. There's one story that comes to mind that I was doing. I created an adventure where I gave some players who had never played before a pretty solid premise to get them started. And the idea was that they were a group of local heroes, like local minor superheroes, sort of. And they were part of an organization that was training to fight evil. And I started them off with this really cool scenario. And it turns out that something's been killing people in the night in the town, and they have to go discover what it is. They have some lead that it might have to do with this wealthy family that moved into a mansion nearby the town. So they show up at the thing. They realize they have to dress up in order to get into this party because they're not invited, and they have to play as if they're other people, which they do. They get into the party, and then the wealthy leader of this family is running everything, but from like the distance. And it turns out that this is a party for suitors to marry off his 2 daughters. And turns out that I ended up, because of the person that the main, not the main character, the one guy who played this very straight character, very straight person in general, played dressed up as, because of his choices, he ended up being the main suitor that the very ugly daughter was interested in. In order for them to move forward, he completely decided to just run with it and like flirt with her and use that relationship in order to get closer to the head of the household who they needed to get with. But the situation, they had to jump through all these crazy hoops with her because of what he decided to do. I was like, all right, well, they're testing out suitors, so now you got to deal with this scenario. And it was super awkward.
So did he marry her?
We never finished the adventure. They managed to get into the manor, and then the floor opened up. There was a trap door and dropped them into a dungeon. And that's where it ended.
Where it ended.
Yeah. So they got into the manor, but their method of getting into the manor was by like wooing the daughter to get on her good side. And it was the least likely person in the group to do that, which was great. It was so good.
Yeah. Awesome. I love that. And that's just the beauty of the game. Anything can happen. You never know what's going to happen. And it's cool because the players really make it worthwhile.
All right, let's move on to the end of the show. I've got another magical item for you. I was inspired by all of these cats in our library. Since we've been talking, there's like 5 or 6 more now. I couldn't fix it. I was enraptured with our discussion about the gnomes, and I completely forgot about stopping the portal. But we'll get on that. We're going to wrap up the episode. We'll figure out how to stop the portal. Hopefully, we don't turn the cats into something worse. Maybe you can find some more books on that, Stuart. That'll help us out with the magic spells.
Yeah, cool. I'll try. I mean, cool. I'm doing really well so far.
Yeah. Well, hey, we've got to do something. All right. So here's the item of the week. The item of the week is called the Cat Lady's Robe, and this item is a magical item that you, in order to use the magic of the robe, which you can do once a day, you have to be wearing the robe. And at any point during the day, you can roll a d20 and summon that number of cats who will then do whatever you command them to do.
Oh.
So maybe you summon one cat and you use that cat kind of like a familiar, and you can communicate with the cats to scout out an area without you having to get too close to what seems like a dangerous situation.
Yeah.
Becomes very handy. Maybe you summon 20 cats and you use them to all attack an enemy at the same time. Then the DM has to decide, okay, how much damage do cats do and how do you roll for that, right?
Yeah.
You could play this out. This is another one of those really open ideas where you could play this out all sorts of different ways, but you don't know how many cats you're going to summon when you use this. The other funny part about this is that it's this old, tattered, faded pink robe that the character has to be wearing in order to use this ability. So you end up in situations where, maybe on top of your armor, your tanky warrior has this old robe on and doesn't know if they're going to need the spell or not. And so it has it on anyway, and now has to deal with people looking at them funny because they're wearing this tattered old.
I love that. And you just have some wild looking, like they probably look crazy and frazzled, maybe half covered in armor, or they have their robes underneath, and then they just have this tattered.
Right. They could put the robes under the armor, but then because it's a robe, it's going to peek out from it's going to stick out between the plates and stuff.
Maybe we come up with a set and we have the crazy cat or the cat lady's hair curlers as well, those ones that sit it overnight, and then I don't know what they'll do yet. Something to do with mind control, but
right. Or the more parts of the set you have, the more powerful the cats you summon are. So if you only have one piece of the set, you summon house cats, very tiny house cats. But if you have like 3 pieces of the set, you're summoning like a mountain lion or mountain lions.
So then we have a third piece, the cat lady's half-smoked cigarette, which must be placed in the side of the mouth.
You have to be holding it.
You have to be holding it in the side.
Just sucking on it. You don't want to light it because it'll burn away. Oh, and the hair curlers. Oh, that would be so good. So good. Yeah, the cats you can summon once a day. You roll the d20 to see how many you summon, and they last up to an hour. So, and then poof, they're gone. And then you can't use them again for another day.
I love it.
Yeah. I think this would work well with like a druid character, probably somebody who's tied to nature and animals and things like that.
Warlock. Just a warlock that's got like a crazy patron saint or patron otherworldly figure.
I mean, you could have a warlock summon. This would be really dark. Summon them in order to sacrifice them as like a blood sacrifice.
Oh God!
In order to empower themselves somehow. Like there's all sorts of things you could do with a bunch of cats.
Yeah, like Kevin is at the moment.
Get him, Kevin.
Get him, Kevin. Well, that's awesome, man. I think we need to flesh out the 3-piece set of magical items over the next couple of weeks. We'll see how we go.
Yeah. I like the curlers and the cigarette, the half-smoked cigarette. That's great. And Crystal in chat says, now I want to play a crazy cat lady. Hey, there you go. You could be a gnome cat lady druid.
Yes. with like
character.
but the gown is for a human, so it's too long.
You have to. She folds it up and wraps it around her neck like a scarf because there's no other way for her to keep it on her body.
Yeah, and the rollers are also for a human, so your hair is like huge with rollers. Yeah,
huge human-sized rollers on a little tiny head.
Yeah,
it'd be like a little baby wearing human-sized hair rollers.
Ridiculous. I love it.
Yes. So yeah, the cat lady's robe. That's the item, and I think we should just go with the cat lady's robe, curlers, and half-smoked cigarette. 3 pieces.
3 piece.
Every time you add another piece.
In what was it in World of Warcraft? Purple colored was the
the item quality.
Yeah. Was that?
Yeah.
Purple was the high tier?
The golden yellow items were highest tier. Purple, I believe, was below that. Blue, green, and then white.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's what it is. It's purple tier.
It's a purple tier item.
Yeah.
It could be very powerful. It could work out. All right, guys. Well, thank you for tuning in again for this week of the Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast. And thank you to our chat showing up in the Twitch chat for this. This show is almost as far as we're concerned, unless something comes up, is every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, Wednesday nights in the U.S. And other times, if you're Stuart and across the ocean, then
it is 10:30 a.m. Central Australian time if you're in Australia.
Yeah, there you go. So that's where we're at. And Stuart, how can people get a hold of you?
You can find me on Twitter at Stuart Writes, where I tweet about writing and D&D. And you can find my other podcast, Committee Quest, at Committee Quest on Twitter and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Awesome. And you know what I forgot to note? By the way, you can get a hold of me, robotsradio.net, Twitter at robotsradio, at robots_radio, the D&D Lorecast, dndlorecast@gmail.com. You can do all that stuff. But I forgot to note that we are now sponsored by Loot Crate.
Oh, yeah.
And we need to tell everybody about that.
You got to get involved with that, guys.
Yeah, so this is cool stuff. I love Loot Crate. I've gotten Fallout loot crates before. Because Father's Day is coming up, I convinced my wife to get me the Elder Scrolls Loot Crate. So that's going to be coming. Yeah, I'm super excited about that. If you don't know what Loot Crate is, it's a monthly or quarterly or whatever schedule, depending on the box of stuff that gets sent to your house. It has T-shirts and figures and things to hang on your wall, all sorts of cool stuff about all sorts of different topics, video games and comic books and nerd culture stuff and movies and all sorts of stuff. I'm sure you can find all sorts of things. And if you click on the link underneath either the video or in the show notes, depending on how you're watching this, you can get 15% off your order of Loot Crate. So if this is something that you're interested in, or you already have a subscription, you want to re-up it, you can go ahead and get yourself 15% off. Or if you just want to tell somebody that this is what you want for your birthday or your Christmas present, that's another good way to do it too. But you have to use the link because that lets them know that we sent you, and then use the code ROBOTSRADIO, ROBOTSRADIO, and that will get you 15% off, and it helps support the show. So a little bit gets kicked back to us for no extra cost, and you guys still get a big discount. So everybody wins. And we wouldn't be repping it as a product if we didn't like it. So
yeah, it is really good. I have subscribed before, and I've got some really cool stuff. I did a Fallout one as well, and then I got one for. I think I did. When they started, they just had general gaming, that's about the time that I was into it. And then did a Fallout one last year, maybe.
It was about a year ago they started the Fallout crates. They've been this is now most of the way through the second year of the Fallout crates.
Okay. It's very cool. And 15% off is awesome. So helps us, helps you, and thank you.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, that's it for this week, and we will look forward to talking to you again next week. And until then, I guess don't summon a bunch of cats into your tower, because we might be drowning in cats by next week. So
don't be such a deep gnome.
And don't be a deep gnome. All right, guys. Talk to you later. See ya.
See ya.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
My name is Brian Burton. It's been 26 years since the bombs fell. And since I've left the vault, I've been trying to rebuild. This isn't the Appalachia that I remember. There's so much more to everything going on. And I promise to find the answer. So if you're out there, if you're listening, just hone in on these coordinates. Remember, there's a place for you at the end. Omega.
The Omega broadcast Fallout story is available on iTunes, Spotify, and many great podcasting sources.
Robots Radio presents.
You're listening to the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons.
All right, adventurers, welcome back to the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast. I am your host, Tom, or Robots, as I go by on the internet, and I am here, as usual, with my permanent friend, the man I'm stuck in this tower with.
Forever friends.
Stuart. Forever best friends. How's it going, Stuart?
It's going all right. It's going all right.
So,
yeah.
We have some cool new things going on for our listeners and now viewers. You want to tell them what we figured out? We figured this out.
Yeah. We can.
Yeah. We were messing. You want me to do it? We were messing with our little. We need a name for that magical device that does basically everything for us in the tower. The podium with the magic water in it. We're messing with that, right? Because we've been sending out these podcasts through that into the real world for you guys to listen to. And then we decided, okay, well, what happens if we try to do this live and send out like a video signal? I mean, it's magic, so it's not a video signal, right? But it's like, what if we were to do this live and just like tap into the internet somehow? And lo and behold,
when we did,
it looks like we did it. We're walking around the tower right now. We are in the room walking around the tower. We've cleaned up most of the library at this point. It's been 2 weeks, but if you go to twitch.tv/robotsradio,
you'll
see what looks like us in our own rooms, talking to microphones, sitting at desks. And I can tell you 100%, we are not in rooms sitting at desks right now. We're walking around a tower.
That is not my bookcase. Okay.
It is, it is a magical illusion.
Yeah.
This is amazing. So if you want to tune in to a weird magical representation of what we aren't actually doing in the moment on twitch.tv/robotsradio, you're welcome to do that. We will be recording live on Wednesday nights around 9 p.m. Eastern, which in Australian time is
10:30 a.m. in Australia, South Australia, Central Australian time.
There you go. So middle of the morning.
Grab yourself a coffee.
Thursdays.
Tune in. Have a listen or a watch.
Right. So otherwise, you're welcome to tune in if you are part of the American time zones, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific on Wednesday night. So we are now doing this live. So this week we are talking live about what, Stuart? What are we talking about on Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast right now?
Today we're going to talk about resurrections. So we're sort of coming to the end of the time of troubles. We've looked at all the things that happened during the time of troubles. We saw that gods came down in human or mortal avatars and was slain, and other people ascended into divine states. And we're going to talk a little bit about resurrection. Now, some of this stuff happens after the time of troubles, but I think it's really cool to give us an idea of what sort of nasty stuff the evil gods did to ensure that they could come back.
I see. So last week we talked about, 2 weeks ago we talked about gods becoming mortal. And then last week we talked about mortals becoming gods. And now we're talking about what happens if you die and then you come back.
Mm-hmm. That's
so
what we're talking about.
kind of come full circle around everything, like not being able to die, being able to die, being able to die, not being able to die, but still being able to die. And now also coming back even after you die.
Yeah. And the things you have to do.
Is that a good synopsis?
That was a really clear and concise synopsis. Yeah.
Super clear. Okay,
we're going to focus on the dead
start?
How does it start? It starts with, well, they all happen at different times. It will start with Baal. Now, Baal, remember, was the god of murder, and his symbol is the one you might recognize from the Baldur's Gate games, the skull on the circle or the shield with what looks like a circular motion of blood droplets. Okay.
Yeah. So I just added a little bit of an incantation into our portal spell that should be bringing up an image on whatever magical screen you're looking at right now of a skull on what looks like a round object.
Mm-hmm. That is the symbol of Baal. Yeah.
All right.
So we learned that he was slain by Cyric. Okay. Cyric was using God's Bane to do that. Okay. But he was not completely destroyed. They fought on the Borskir Bridge, okay, which is kind of near Baldur's Gate. In fact, a lot of what we talk about with Baal is elaborated on and explored in the Baldur's Gate games, the first two, okay, and the expansions, I think. So when they fought, some of his blood spilled and flowed into the river below, okay. Now, what that meant was his essence stayed alive on the side of the bridge. And it sort of became like this place where cultists would take a pilgrimage to sort of try and capture some of his power still. It also turned into like a common curse that people would say, go drink from the west side of the bridge if you were like insulting someone, because it was a nasty place to go. So he sort of kept some of himself alive that way. But that's not all.
Yeah. Do you think that the water tasted weird?
I could imagine it wasn't nice. The blood of the god of murder being in it might make it pretty nasty. But that's not all he did. He foresaw his own demise, right? So he set about to secure his lineage, and he did that through sleeping with and impregnating a large number of mortal women.
So he was like the Zeus of the Dungeons and Dragons world.
Yeah, a bit. Evil Zeus.
Yeah. Evil Zeus.
Yeah.
Evil Zeus. He's like getting with all the ladies, and then all of a sudden he's got a bunch of the offspring, probably.
Yes, he does, and his offspring are called the Baal spawn. Okay.
The Baal spawn. You Baal spawn. I'm going to call somebody that now when I get upset at them.
For those of you watching, you can have a look at the next image we're going to show. For those of you listening, we have a small child in the hands of a beast. And how would you describe that child?
That is a creepy baby. Okay, so if you were to take a baby doll and pluck all the hair out of its head, and tell it, I don't know, call it a bad word and that it understood, and it made a really grumpy face, that's what you're going to get inside the claws of some sort of beast whose hands are the size of the baby.
Yeah,
that's what you got there.
So they were, and this was actually prophesied by this guy called Alando the Seer, okay? And he stated, the Lord of Murder shall perish, but in his doom he shall spawn a score of mortal progeny. Chaos will be sown from their passing, so saith Alando.
So saith we all.
And that was true. The Baal spawn, by all accounts, actually looked like they were fair. They were of their mortal ancestry, depending on what it was. So it might have been an elf or a dragonborn or a giant that Baal had a child with. And the spawn will look like them. And they often didn't know that their father was Baal. Okay. And
I mean, I suppose if, like you're the mom and then you find out like, oh, that kind of, I don't know, grumpy dude that I just got with is the god of murder.
Yeah.
You probably don't go around telling everybody.
Yeah, that's right. He was also.
Do you think he had like a whole line of grumpy baby mamas out there? Like, oh, you destitute father. You need to pay for these things. I can't take care of this child alone. And there's like a whole like row of them lining up with all these different kinds of grumpy babies.
Yeah, I imagine. And I'm not too sure how he went about it. I mean, he's a nasty dude. I would imagine deception and trickery had a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
But sometimes they, like the children didn't know, and they didn't really know that they had that divine power running in their blood. However, some of them did get supernatural powers of some sort. Okay. And there's literally probably about 50 different Baal spawn that are mentioned, and a very few select have any sort of supernatural powers. However, they did often develop a drive to do evil and commit murder.
Well, it seems like it's kind of in their blood, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. And it came through in different ways. However, some of them resisted. One of them was Abdel Adrian, who was a human bile spawn and a mercenary. And so he's got this huge storyline, and you might recognize him from the Baldur's Gate games. He went off and did all sorts of adventuring, had, conflicting issues with the way that he lived his life and what he did. There's a photo we have of him as well. You may recognize him from a couple of the DM's Guild products too. He's a interesting guy. Yeah. So he goes off and does adventuring and fights for good. He becomes a part of the Flaming Fist, which is a mercenary guild or group.
Sounds like another good insult. You flaming fist. You ball spawn.
It's funny.
Get out of here.
It's funny when you're reading, a lot of this stuff comes up in Adventurers League Adventures. For those of you who've never played Adventurers League is the organized play that Wizards of the Coast do. And so each year there's a different season that connects to whichever official books have come out. And often the Flaming Fist will appear. And if you don't know anything about it, it's really weird because you're like, and they're a Flaming Fist. And you're like, what? They're actually a flaming fist, but they're actually a part of
that work.
However, he actually becomes a trusted and liked figure in Baldur's Gate, which is important to this story. But not all of them did that. Some of them were pretty evil. And in particular, the Five. Now, the Five were like the most powerful of the Bile spawn, and they really strived to gain as much power as they could because there were so many Bile spawn. Each one had a limited amount of power, and therefore when another one died, I think you could gain that power, and that was their idea. So they were going out.
Oh, so they're kind of like the Highlander also.
Also kind of like the Highlander and The One. Remember that film with Jet Li, The One? Yeah. That's how I read it anyway. So they were going around destroying all the Bile spawn that they could, the weaker ones, and then
giant two-handed claymores. Yeah,
that's right, and screaming on the top of mountains, that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
and then they got united by this guy called I've forgotten their name actually, but he was a cultist of Bile, and he united them, and they went on and did a whole heap of killing. And there's a whole thing you can explore in Baldur's Gate 2 about them. However, resurrections is what we're talking about. So there was one Bile spawn who they thought was dead, and he, thinking the same way as the Five, he wanted to take out Adrian Abdel. Okay, now Adrian Abdel is now a trusted and respected figure in Baldur's Gate, and he's in the middle of giving a speech to the people, is attacked by this other Bile spawn, and they have this huge...
What kind of voice do you think this guy has?
Abdel or the Bile or Bile?
This guy, the picture right here.
That's Abdel. Adrian.
Abdel, right? Yeah. He looks like he talks like this.
He could do. Yes.
He's like, I am your new friend. I am a Bile spawn, but that doesn't mean I can't be a nice guy. That's how he talks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I 100% agree. Kind of.
Jorah Mormont. Somebody in chat says Crystal King saes Jorah Mormont.
Yeah. Actually, like that's Jorah Mormont face. Yeah. Even that. In fact, that armor is very Jorah Mormont. Good call, Crystal. He's there giving a speech to the people of Baldur's Gate, and he gets attacked. And it literally says here that while the ultimate winner of this duel is unknown, the victor transformed into a massive blood-soaked creature that began to rampage and was only stopped by when a group of adventurers new to Baldur's Gate defeated and killed the monstrosity. Okay? Meaning that with all the children... Now, this was the last two remaining Bile spawn, apparently. And with all them dead, Bile's essence was freed and allowed him to be resurrected. Bile was revived, and then he reclaimed his power. And almost instantly, he started gathering followers again, and it was reinstated.
It's kind of like they all had parts of the Dragon Balls in them, and then Ball got to wish himself back. That's a stretch. Sorry, that one's terrible.
That was not
Go
great.
on.
But yeah, fine. But that's one way you can be resurrected. Okay, you spread out as many of your spawn and progeny into the world, and then slowly, because they're just like you, they kill each other until you're able to come back.
So they're almost like they're phylacteries.
Yeah, they're like phylacteries.
Sort of.
Kind of.
But
yeah.
they have to all be dead for the power to congeal in order to bring you
That's
back.
cool. And if you're playing a game at home, this is
It's
a
like
cool
reverse
idea.
phylactery.
What are the cultists doing? Like, there's always cultists in a city. What are they doing?
Of course. I mean, I've got cultists that live like next door.
Yeah. I mean, there's always cultists in a city. Every city.
Every city.
Then we have Bane. Bane takes a slightly different approach. Okay.
Uh-huh.
He has
Right.
one
He's
son.
got it in for Batman.
He does have it in for Batman with one son. Did Bane have a son? No.
In the comic books?
Yeah, I don't think he had a son.
I don't think so.
No.
Not that I know of. No, I couldn't get a woman to lay with me, Batman. Yeah. I'm a very handsome dude, but for some reason they found me dangerous. Go on.
That was uncanny, the resemblance there, Tom. The image of Baal, the hand of Baal, the black hand, which will show up here. This is is essentially just a black hand that is used as his...
This is Bane's black hand or Baal?
Bane's.
Bane, okay.
Okay. Bane, this is the symbol that his followers sought, okay? He has one son. He gives birth to one son. Called
He gives birth?
Oh, he gives birth. Yes. Let's go with that. No, well, he has size one son. Doesn't actually describe how that goes down. There's rumors about who the mother was, but it's not stated. Iactu Zim, also known as God's son.
I think he probably had Elon Musk name his child.
Yeah. Elon Musk did a fine job of naming his child. It's unfortunate if you're born into the world as a living meme. It's not great.
It's unfortunate.
So he's like this half demonic son of Bane, and he did what he's told, but he really resented his father. Okay, he was not happy with the tyranny that the god of tyranny was getting into, and all through the time of troubles and before that, he assists him with the deeds that he does. Okay,
got it. So it's kind of like Dr. Evil and Scott.
Yes, yeah, it is, and then he just really wants to prove himself too,
right?
But it doesn't get there.
Yeah.
So he, upon his father dying, gets some of that power. Okay, not all of it, but some of it, and slowly he starts to gather his own followers, and they have Iactu has his own cultists that follow him around. However, the power that he had and who he became, whilst he wanted to move forward as a more powerful entity, he was really just a cocoon that held on to his father's powers. Okay. And that most of that power sort of lay dormant inside him. Right up until the point when a lich called Zastam, we'll show you on the screen here, Zastam. A lich is like a necromancer that has gone to the next level of the worshipping the dead. Okay, they have often transgressed life and are now an undead sorcerer or cleric, extremely powerful. And now Zastam was from Thay, which is a part of Faerun, and they wanted to bring Bane back through a ritual which did take place, and it forced Bane back into existence. Okay, and what happened was Bane burst out of Iactu's body, and killing his son and bringing him back into life, and instantly he regains all of his power.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's like a alien.
It's kind of like a chest
bursting out of his chest. Yeah. Yeah, Yaktu was like, "Oh no, father!" And he's like, "I am back!" Ah! And then Yaktu died, and then he like jumped out and slithered away.
Yeah,
and it got really big.
Really big. Almost instantly got really big because all of his followers saw his return, and he started gaining power again. Because you got to have followers if you're going to get power. Okay, and that's how Bane.
Well, hey, I mean, if I was a cultist and I saw that happen, I would be worshiping the thing that jumped out of the chest, not the thing not the chest.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I think cultists are really about power and destroying someone from the inside out, and is a good way of growing in that way. So he sort of bursts forth almost, and like the image that we have here almost looks like the next image there, Tom. He almost looks like a genie that's bursting forth. That's an image of him sort of being resurrected and pushing through. Nasty looking.
Yeah, he's definitely got an evil. I hit the wrong thing. He's definitely got like an evil genie thing going on.
Yeah.
You think, okay, so maybe he doesn't sound like Bane from Batman. Maybe he sounds like Robin Williams.
Ooh, yeah. Yes. I imagine that the DM of the game thought that they sounded like a big bad dude. And then by the time they actually get to the big boss at the end, the players are definitely dealing with the genie as opposed to the big bad guy that the DM had planned, because players will always ruin your serious campaign ideas.
Right. Yes. So well, he looks pretty badass. Is that him like busting out of the chest? Is that what that?
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. That's him. It's him like
just like
and becoming back to his power, and everyone sees this and starts following him again. And that is one way you can
So he birthed his child, and then his child birthed him again.
Yes, it's a circular motion. It's the circle of life or death.
It's a circle of
tyranny, maybe.
Circle of tyranny. That's going to be the title of this podcast episode.
I like it. So if you're at home, this is another way that you could handle resurrection in your campaign. Okay, that there is one entity that is got a following because of who their parents were, and they, there's a effort to bring him back through cultists and rituals over time, and maybe your adventurers are trying to stop that, or maybe your adventurers are trying to help that. I don't know. That's something you can explore at home.
Yeah. Can you imagine having an evil person in your party, like an evil party member, and then punishing them by having them like birth into existence an evil god through this storyline?
I like that idea. And if they didn't know as well, like if you had set it up so you like your players didn't roll, you got to give them options to figure it out, but
sure.
If they didn't know,
they know they're cursed by something. They've done something. They cause some sort of incantation. They touch to the magical, phylactery or something in a way where they were trying to consume power because they took it for themselves rather than sharing it with the party. But ultimately, that's what it leads to, is like the rebirth of a demonic deity from their body that almost leaves them dead.
And then it's season 2, and then it's season 2. Yeah. It's like, now you got to undo what you did.
Yeah, you brought this thing back into the world, buddy. And like, maybe the party stands with them and heals them. But like, that's season 1. Season 2 is like, now we got to chase this thing down and stop it from destroying everybody.
So that's a cool idea. And all of this stuff, a lot of this stuff is out there that you can get and use, or you can make it up your own to fit in your own campaign. Like if you're not running a Forgotten Realms campaign, cool. Take this stuff and steal it. That is the best thing about D&D in your home games, is you just take whatever there is and put it into your game. It's no worries at all. Now we have another way of ensuring you are resurrected when we turn to Merkel. Okay, now Merkel was the god of the dead. He's like your death. Okay, his symbol is a skull in a triangle.
Like the Reaper, like a Reaper type.
Yeah. Essentially, Merkel was killed by Midnight. We talked about that last week. Midnight killed him just before she ascended to become Mystra, and a majority of his power was transferred into Cyric. Okay, however, the last little bits of energy went into something called the Crown of Horns. Okay, it's like this ancient artifact that left most of his personality and memories in it for a long time. Okay, so the crown controlled what it had on there. It was by his will that it was like transported around Faerun and he was kept alive. Okay, he was like, I guess, kind of like the One Ring, like pushing people,
like the crown itself.
Because he was
willing. It was dictating its will on the people around it.
Yeah,
in a way,
to move it around Faerun, keep it safe, keep it secret.
Fly, you fools. Okay.
And it sort of transported to various different groups. Okay. And it was last seen. It impacted people that had it. Okay. It's sort of sowed fear and doubt and made them fearful of those around them. And so eventually it would be handed off to another person, or someone would become jealous and take it from someone else. And it was last seen by Yuan Ti Pure Blood. Okay. Now Yuan Ti is they're like half snake people. They're connected to direct descendants from some of the creator races that we talked about in some of our earlier episodes. The direct descendants of some of them. And they are usually evil sort of people, and it was last seen in the hands of one of them as someone descended into the Underdark. And it hasn't really been seen since. It hasn't really been talked about since then. So the crown is still somewhere in the world. And whilst Merkel the god is resurrected, I don't want to talk about that just yet, because in 5th edition, Merkel is a god that is a god in the pantheon. However, I don't want to discuss that just yet, because there's a major event that we're going to talk about in a few weeks. It's really important to what's happening in all of the current stuff with D&D 5th edition.
Cool.
So that is another thing, a little seed.
Stay tuned, because this crown might pop up again, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. It hasn't as yet. Merkel's still a god, so I don't know, but we will see. There's other little things that happens. The body of Merkel is still laying around somewhere as well. So there's some interesting stuff. And if you've got a game you're playing in Forgotten Realms, the Crown of Horns. Actually, we've got a picture of the Crown of Horns here. It is a nasty looking. It looks like a helm with spikes at the top, and then there's also like what do you call that? That goes around the top of your head, circlet thing.
A headband,
like a headband with horns as well. A headband, yeah, like tennis players.
It is the most anticipating workout gear you can possibly, or anticipating. That's not the right word. Intimidating workout gear you could possibly wear. If you're going to play tennis with a bunch of guys with sweaters tied around their shoulders, and you wear that thing on your head, you're going to win the game.
You are going to win the game.
They'll be like, "I'm out. I'm done."
Yeah, I'm not dealing with that. Nope. So that is a magic item that is out in the world. Your adventurers might stumble across them by accident. They might be searching for it. They might have been told to find it by someone else. That is entirely up to you and how you deal with that at this point, because it is not. Cool. It is not in there in the latest stuff yet.
So you know what else I think is really cool about these gods being mortal and dying and coming back, and you've hinted at this a little bit in like the blood in the river or Merkel's body. It seems like because they're physical, there's a certain amount of consolidation of their power into their physicalness and the objects that they've been using and those kinds of things. So even after they die, like the remnants of their physical bodies still can be, I don't know, used or utilized, maybe is a better word, to acquire power from. Even their descendants, because it's like they're creating descendants by biological means, which means they're imbuing those children with part of themselves, which then contains power, right? And maybe even those individuals can be harnessed for power. You could create a whole entire campaign around the ball spawn and, you know, maybe a specific sorcerer or wizard's, you know, will to consolidate them and pull the power from them for himself by sacrificing them and drawing forth the power of this evil god. You know, like you could even start that out. But you could, I mean, I could imagine a campaign where the party is tasked with hunting them down under the guise of this is doing something good by getting rid of these evil people. But really what you're doing is consolidating the power for an evil sorcerer who then becomes the bigger threat. Like you could have some sort of twist like that.
Yeah, that's cool, man. It's when you're dealing with these sorts of highly evil gods and cults, there's so much deception that can be sewed into the game, and you can make it a part of every game that you play. Every time you sit down at the table, is not knowing what's real and what's not, and having to decipher that for yourself. I think that's cool.
I like when I've run games in the past, I like giving the players enough information to clearly understand what's going on, but not clearly surmise the why.
Yeah.
Right. And creating these gray situations where they're going, well, if we do this, it seems like it's going to be good, but maybe it's not. Or it seems like this is going to be bad, but maybe it's not. And like allowing nothing to be completely black and white. And when something does appear to be completely black and white, sometimes making it black and white, like sometimes that's the best thing to do is like, this seems like a clearly bad thing to do. This is a completely black, bad thing. And it actually is, right? Because they think you're going to pull something over on them and then you don't, and like turning that on them and, you know, like keeping the party guessing, I think is a lot of fun because you get a lot of debate among the individual members of the group who are like,
and that's
trying to figure it out.
And that's where the game is. Like the best thing about running D&D is when all your players are discussing what to do and they're trying to figure out how they're going to do it and what's real and what's not. And that's some of the best times at the table is when you just sit back and let them argue and discuss and try and figure out and sort through the clues that they've had and then question you and try and question NPCs. Like that's just, it's really,
I love when they ask the DM a question that like the character would definitely not know the answer to. And you just look at them and you go, you don't know that.
Yeah, that's right. That's
like
cool.
Your character wouldn't even know to ask that. Oh, okay. All right.
What a question in our chat, actually.
Those are good times.
If you could become a powerful lich, would you do it?
Oh, Crystal King. Okay, so Crystal King is goes by many different names. He's part of our Robots Radio Discord community. We've been friends for a long time, and he's a very funny guy. And when he asks questions like this, he is he's thinking that most people are going to say no, and then he's going to argue the point that, well, actually, it would be a good idea because, like, I know how you think. No, I wouldn't. That seems terrible. What about you, Stuart?
No, I think the problem with becoming a lich is that it's irreversible, and then you kind of have a continual hunger for more power and more souls and more death. And as someone who hasn't had a huge amount of power in my life, I don't know if I want it that bad that I would forsake all goodness in the world to be embodied in evil. However, I do like the idea of phylacteries, but for good, like having, storing good things in phylacteries so that I could come back. Because personally, if that question, if you could have any superpower, what would it be? Mine would be immortality, just because I want to see everything. I want to see where things go and what happens in.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's so. The idea of a phylactery,
I have a completely different take on that.
Oh, please.
So, one, I agree. I think the process of becoming a lich removes your humanity from you, and so it doesn't matter what amount of eternal life or power you get from that, you're no longer human. You never really get to enjoy it anymore, right? Like you've lost your humanity.
Yeah.
You can't, you no longer can love. People no longer love you. You no longer care about others and have relationships. And the true things that really truly bring joy to your life, you've sacrificed in order to have something else. And that other thing can never replace that. So I agree with you there. I disagree that eternal life is a good thing. I think living eternally would be a hellscape. I think at some point you would just be so over everything. You would have done everything. You'd have nothing else to do. And you would at some point you would just be bored out of your mind. At least that's the way I perceive it. I think for me, I would be bored. I would run out of things to do. I would see so many generations of people come and go that I wouldn't really care about people anymore because they seem so temporary. The older you get, the longer your memory is, and the more, the less certain things really matter, and the more other things seem to matter. And I feel like I would just hit a point where it just, I would want to be no longer existing.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing that I haven't experienced yet.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but I feel like
I don't know
if I spend 500 years, sorry, getting really out there now, but I spend 500 years exploring Earth and seeing everything there is on Earth. And then hopefully we get to a point where interplanetary travel is a thing. And then I have a universe to explore and to come back to Earth in 2,000 years and see what's happened on Earth in 2,000 years. And I don't know. And I agree that you would miss so much because everybody that you love would die and you would maybe eventually stop wanting to do that. But I don't know. I kind of feel like,
I think I like the idea of seeing but I feel like it would feel like it was moving at a snail's pace.
Oh yeah.
Like you would want to be able to go into hibernation for a few hundred years and then wake up again and catch up on everything that happened and how it's different.
Like a vampire.
Like a vampire. There you go. That's it. So the real immortality here is not in being a lich. It's in being a vampire. That's where you need to go with this. Boom. That is the moral of today's story.
Fantastic. Good.
Are you worried you don't have all the answers?
Have you ever found yourself in an internet rabbit hole?
Call Mystery Time live today! It's a new detective business.
With plenty of heart.
And a questionable track record.
We're only in the office for an hour.
Every Wednesday.
Come hang out.
Solve a mystery.
It's a podcast.
It's a live show.
It's a swell time.
Subscribe now!
The producers of Mystery Time Live ask you kindly not to take the advice or guidance of the host because they have no idea what they're doing. No mystery will actually be fully solved unless information by a spontaneous outside source or sheer luck. You can find them live on the Twitch app and find their podcast later on YouTube, Anchor, Spotify, Google, and iTunes. Listening may cause hurtful to your death or loss of sanity. We are sorry. This is probably legally binding and you cannot sue us.
And on that note, let's move into the middle of the show because I think that summed up everything really, really well.
Yep.
All right. Welcome to the middle of the show. We're here in the middle of the show. And as always, I am your host, Tom, and this is Stuart.
Hi.
And we really, really appreciate you guys tuning in to this podcast every week. And you know what? We don't have a new review to read out like we did last week, but there are a few different things you can do to help us get the show in front of everybody because we think we're creating something super fun and useful. So one of them is leaving a rating or review on iTunes or whatever podcatcher you use if it does allow ratings and reviews. 5-star reviews on Apple Podcasts we will read out in future episodes of the show because I can actually look those up and find those, and we can see internationally who is sending in ratings and reviews on there as well. The other thing you can do is sharing the podcast with a friend, telling your buddies you play games with, hey, you should check out this podcast. It's giving me some great ideas for our campaign, or I really love having more of a background knowledge of dogs barking in the background of of what's going on in the history and the world of Faerun and Dungeons and Dragons in general, and all the different races and the gods and all that stuff. Whatever you can do to help share this with other people really, really does help. So very much appreciate any help you guys can give us to get this out there. And is there anything else? Am I missing anything, Stuart? I think that's most of it. Yeah. And you can, and we have this new thing where we're streaming our recordings live on twitch.tv/robotsradio. You can go check that out. You can follow the stream. I do other streams throughout the weeks. We have other podcasts that I do stream live, things like the Fallout Lorecast and the Elder Scrolls Lorecast, when we have our patron episodes where we have a bunch of our patrons on to discuss things. And otherwise, I'm playing video games and stuff on, on the moments the free moments I get in the evening, sometimes when I get time to play. So that's pretty much what we got going on. Mm-hmm. But we'd love to hear from you guys. We're going to go over a new item I have for us in just a bit. But if you guys have any cool items or any cool characters or even just stories about your campaigns and things that you'd like to share with us, the best of the best, we will read out on a future episode of the show, because I really want to hear what the community is doing and the things that you guys are doing as creators, because Stuart and I have our own insights and creations and things that we've done, but that doesn't mean that there aren't some really awesome things out there that would make us, inspire us as well.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
I'd love to share that.
This is just our way. There's no right way to play or think about D&D really. We all have our own experiences and we all bring something else to the table. So hearing what you guys are doing is great.
Yes. So yeah, please share that stuff. And I think that's it. Also, and here's another thing. We are now, in fact, all of the shows on Robots Radio are now sponsored by Loot Crate. And we will be sharing a code with you guys in a future episode with a link that will get you 15% off Loot Crate in order to get whatever you want when you sign up, 15% off, and more sounds in the background. And so stay tuned for that. We'll have some more info on that. And when I do get that code finalized, you'll see it in the show notes for this episode. So if you're listening to this later in the future, then there's probably already code attached, which you can click on in a link to take you directly to Loot Crate, and it'll make sure that they know that we sent you if you use that link. All right. Well, let's move on to our item of the show. I have another new magic item. I've been on a magic item kick. I love my magic items.
Oh, yes.
And we were talking about deception. We were talking about the deception of evil gods and that kind of thing. And this week, I have something I've designed called the Mimic's Clay. Now, the Mimic's Clay is like a ball of clay, and it looks just like a regular ball of clay. And what you can do with it is you can take any item that's, roughly the size of something that a human being could carry. It could be equipment. It could be a sword. It could be a shield. It could be a trinket. It could be a piece of clothing, and anything that's, generally the size of what you can carry. And you take this clay, and it's magically imbued with the ability, when you rub it over the item, to create what seems to be an exact replica of the item that you've created, without any of the properties of the original item, because it's still made out of clay. So this can be used in a lot of different ways to confuse or to manipulate or to, get something over on somebody. So for example, let's say you need to steal an item from somebody and you get caught. You can use the clay when you steal the item to create a duplicate. So let's say it's a golden chalice, right? It's this golden chalice. When you use the clay, you create a second golden chalice. You get caught. You hand over what you stole, and you hand over the Mimic's clay version of that chalice, and then the authorities say, "Well, fine, thank you for turning that over, and off with you," or whatever, right? They let you go because you turned in the stolen item. Well, little do they know that in a day's time that will revert back to clay, and then they will no longer have the magical chalice that you stole, right?
Yeah. I like that. So when it's in its form, can anyone tell that it's like, can they do a magical check on it and be like, oh, hang on a minute, this is something funny
Yes.
about? That's cool.
So they can do a magic check because it is a magical device, right? It will have residual magic around it. So, and I haven't defined a specific number for this, but I think this is one of those things that the DM can decide on, depending on the quality of the party, what level they're on when they find it, that kind of thing. But yeah, you could get one over on somebody. You can maybe the enemy you're fighting and you're trying to take out is known for their, magical sword, and that's how they slay their foes. And so you have your thief sneak in and swap out the magical sword with this clay item, and then you challenge him to a duel. Right. And when you duel the villain with his magical sword on the first contact that new item, the clay magical sword, makes with your armor or your shield or whatever, it breaks because it's made out of clay, and then you slay him easily.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of ways you could use this.
You could also, and then there's also the monster, the mimic, which turns into different things. Perhaps your mimic's clay. When they're doing their magical checks on thing, or their arcana checks and trying to figure out what it is, it leads them to the conclusion that it's a mimic and it will attack them. But it's not. It's just this clay.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's a piece of clay. It has no sentience. It is not going to. It's not an enemy. And give it a day, it will eventually revert back to its clay form and be gone. So yeah, you could turn this into money. You could turn this into, let's say you want to buy something and it's really expensive.
Yeah.
If you have the money to mimic, you can, let's say somebody says, oh, it's 50 gold. And you're like, 50 gold. All right. You reach into your purse, you put the clay in there, you mold it around the purse of 50 gold. And then all of a sudden you have a pile of what appears to be 50 gold. You hand it over, you buy the item. And then the next day that merchant looks in their pack and there's just a lump of clay instead of 50 gold.
And that merchant may have spent a day doing trade and using that money as change and giving it to other people and exchanging stuff. Sowing mayhem all around the marketplace. I like that.
Right. And some percentage of those people are going to realize that they have even smaller pieces of mimic's clay. And now you've completely destroyed the economy.
Yeah, nice. All right, the mimic's clay.
Mimic's clay, yeah. So, I also think that it's one of those items that you don't necessarily, your party may not even realize that it's a good thing to have when they get it, because if they fail their check when trying to discern if it's a magical item, then it just looks like clay. So imagine opening like a treasure chest in a dungeon. And you find, there's some gold in here, and then there's this lump of clay. What's this lump of clay? And so they end up having to try to figure out, like, why was there a lump of clay in this very important treasure chest?
Or they're duped, and they are given a false item that is made of the mimic's clay, and so they think they've paid for or found or been rewarded something, and then a day later, in their pack is no longer the gold septum or the magical ring or whatever it is. It's just this lump of clay. And they're like, and then they have to figure out what they can do with it.
Right. Well, where did the ring go? And why is there this lump of clay in my pack?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we have a question from chat. I have a question. What happens if you mold it into a coin purse? Will the coins be stuck to the bag, or will it be actual bag of coins? It mimics the qualities of anything that you put together. So if there are subcomponents in that item, then it will mimic the qualities of those items. Just like a piece of clay, how you could break apart smaller pieces of the clay in order to make smaller pieces of things. That can happen too. It has a certain size to it. So I'm in my description of this, the idea is that it's kind of the size of your fist, right? It's a lump of clay about the side of your fist. So if you can take that piece of clay and stretch it out over something, then it can mimic it. So like a coin purse with a bunch of little coins in it, a smaller coin purse could work. Now that's totally up to the DM. Like maybe the DM gives you a brick of clay, maybe the DM gives you an entire barrel of this stuff, and you start, putting out all sorts of fake coinage. You start printing your own printing press, where you're sending all this fake coinage into the world. I mean, you could do all sorts of things with this.
And it could be a case that the magic wears, like it's got a one use. So the magic, you have to make more. So therefore there's not an endless amount of magical clay getting around where everyone's just doing counterfeit stuff.
Yeah,
although that is kind of interesting. You know, ruining an economy with counterfeit coins and it will just turn into clay could be a serious problem for a kingdom.
Right. Or maybe what if you were hired by like the Lord of the land, right? The king, who's like this terrible person who screws you over in the end. And then you switch out, like you sneak in and you switch out all of his wealth, or you make some sort of transaction where you give him something that would have been extremely valuable for a ton of gold. Basically, he sells you his kingdom for this thing that he's been wanting forever. And then that's not it. And now he is a pauper. You've basically taken all of his money because you used the mimic's clay in a way that was really, really smart. And then the adventure goes on and you are now the wealthiest person in the land. And this guy's out to get you because you basically destroyed his status. You know?
Yeah. Mimic's clay, guys. It can be dangerous to a whole kingdom.
To a whole kingdom. You can take down an entire kingdom with this. Now, it can't do anything that's living. It doesn't move. So it has to be inanimate objects. So nothing that has a device.
And it's good to have that limitation because otherwise people are making clay dogs or clay, birds.
Versions of themselves.
Or clay versions of that is called a golem, but yes.
All right. Well, that's our show for this week. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And thank you to our Twitch chat for hanging out with us and for the fun questions. I hope to see you guys next week at this time as well. I love the interaction and the questions.
Yeah, it's been good.
Being able to talk through some of this stuff with you guys as we do it. And as far as we know, this will be our schedule. So 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, and other times internationally. If you're tuning in, you can always check Robots Radio on Twitch. And other than that, Stuart, how can people get a hold of you if they want to reach out about any Dungeons and Dragons stuff?
Okay, you can find me on Twitter at Stuart Writes, because I write things. And you can find me at Committee Quest Podcast as well, which is at Committee Quest. That's the logo there. Which is my D&D actual play podcast. We've got about 25 or 30 episodes at the moment, having a little break because one of our players is currently living in a part of Australia that doesn't have any internet. So that'll be back shortly, but there are a whole heap of episodes you can check out in the meantime.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a fun adventure. So go check that out. And I'm your host, Tom of Robots. I run the Robots Radio Network, and I do a bunch of other lore casts about Fallout and Elder Scrolls and Cyberpunk, which is coming out in a few months. And it's going to be so good. So go check that stuff out, and you can find anything I'm doing at robotsradio.net or just search Robots Radio. You'll find my YouTube channel where this is going to be up. If you want to watch it later, if you didn't catch it live, you can always go check the video. And other than that, that's what we have going on. So thank you for tuning in. And until next time, don't divide yourself up among your offspring and then burst out of one of their chests.
That's right.
Back into the world.
That's right.
They probably won't like that very much.
No, they won't.
So, all right, guys. See you later.
See you later, everybody.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
In a world where solid-state electronics and vacuum tubes are still meta, people never stop loving atomic-powered everything. A chosen 500 stepped inside a subterranean vault to be spared the nuclear horror of the inevitable Great War. 25 years later, they emerge after the fallout settles to retake Appalachia. Among them, two former rivals whose blood feud will tear West Virginia apart in their epic struggle for survival. Chad, a vault bro who has a strength of 15, an intelligence of 2, and is a complete wasteland dickhead. Simon, a complicated anti-hero who chooses light and hope, but accidentally becomes a cannibal and wakes up naked and afraid with a Scorch Beast Queen after a date goes terribly wrong. What? I mean, it's a wild wasteland, right? This dark humor radio drama will have you driving off the road and crawling out from under the fallout. 2 men, 1 wasteland, and so many nukes. Chad, a Fallout 76 podcast, rated R, now streaming on your holotape player podcasty thing.
Robots Radio presents.
You're listening to the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons.
Stuart, when is it going to stop raining?
I don't know, man. It's been all week.
Oh, my God. I shouldn't say that again.
You should not say that. You have to stop any... I mean, it's going to be hard this episode, but you're not allowed to talk to the gods that way anymore, okay?
Yeah, okay. Well, hey, welcome back, adventurers. This is the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast, as usual. I'm your host, Tom, and with me is my good buddy and my forever roommate and stuck in this tower, Stuart.
Hello. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I hope you're doing well. I hope the weather is nice where you are, unlike it is where we are.
So, I have something I have to admit to our audience. Guys, I messed up. Last week, we caused that little explosion. We've been cleaning up the library for what seems like forever. You try and clean up an endless library and see how long it takes you to do that. And then I got a little frustrated. I may have cursed at the gods a little bit. And, well, you know, when you're in a world like we're in right now, I'm guessing we're in, Faerun maybe? We still don't know for sure. But when you're in a place like this with active gods and you curse them, sometimes they hear that and they get a little upset. So, yeah, you hear that outside? It's been raining and lightning like this for a week now.
And we're unsure if it's just directly above this tower or if it's everywhere. However, considering what Tom said, could possibly just be above the tower.
It might be like a little cartoon cloud that just follows the tower around as it runs around the screen. But it is, oh man, it's hard to sleep sometimes. It's like they're just toying with us. Have you noticed that? Like you just get to sleep and then all of a sudden there's another, there goes one. Yeah, another one of those.
Yeah, it's not. Sleep hasn't been great. I mean, usually I enjoy falling asleep to the sound of rain, but this thunder sounds angry. Very angry.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll lull you in, then all of a sudden, crack, and just wakes you right back up. Yeah. All right. Sorry up there. We didn't mean it. We're not used to, actual responses from the gods directly on top of our heads. All right. Okay. Anyway, in the midst of all of this, we have another episode of the show to do. So what are we talking about this week?
Well, so last week we're still in the time of troubles, okay? And we looked at some of the gods that passed, okay? But one of the other things that happened during this time was that mortals were ascended to gods, okay? They went through ascension and became immortal, or at least mostly immortal beings and deities. And reading about this, I think I really just want to talk about and discuss adventurers and their motivations and how they get there. And we're going to focus on a collection of adventurers that a lot of the stories in the Time of Troubles center around. Okay, this band, cool. a single band of adventurers, and we've
got a party going on.
We've got a party. That's right. We've got a party. It's a 4-person party that is happening. We talked about Cyric in the last episode. Okay, Cyric was the thief who destroyed a god, and we talked about Midnight the wizard, who gave these guys the quest to go and find Mystra. And then there is also Kelemvor the fighter and Adon the cleric. Now, Adon, unfortunately, we're not going to talk too much about because Adon doesn't ascend, but he is in and amongst all this stuff. So I
this
think we
is
might
like
start.
the classic party build, right?
100% cleric.
Is that maybe
fighter,
that's just where
wizard,
this
thief.
Do you think that this inspires everything else? You know, thief, wizard, fighter,
Well,
cleric.
these are all based on a series of books. Okay, so all of this information comes out of a series of books called the Avatar series, which is written, I believe, by the same person that wrote Dinotopia, which is interesting. If I'm incorrect, listeners, let us know. But when I was looking online, it seems like it's the same author.
So Avatar, like the blue people on the other planet with the 3D effects.
No, different Avatar. Very different Avatar. I think the first. I think the first book's called Shadowdale. But it's the Avatar series and not the blue people. More like avatars, as in how the gods now have to live in an avatar on the material plane.
Ah, I got it.
Because remember, Lord Ao cast all the gods down onto the material plane. So this is, reading through this, it reads like this a step-by-step instruction for how to take your first level characters in your campaign to level 20. All right. So the three adventurers, we have Cyric, Kelemvor, and Adon, come across Midnight the Wizard. Now, Midnight, she asks for help to find a captive woman who has been made a captive by Bane, the god of tyranny. Okay. Now, as they go through this, they discover that this woman is actually Mystra, the goddess of magic or the weave. And she fights Bane, destroys Bane, and then discovers that he had been a part of the group that had stolen the tablets of fate. And as we learned last week, she went up to try to go back into the heavens and was destroyed by Helm, leaving the weave all over the place. Okay?
Right.
But let's
I took the tablets of fate, Batman.
Yeah, Bane. Got it.
Exactly. So let's a little bit more about these adventurers. All right, we've got Midnight. Midnight is a wizard, and she was a devout follower of Mystra. Okay, they had no intention of becoming a god, but just wanted to align themselves with the god. And when Mystra was, cast down onto the material plane and was captured, she took it upon herself to help save her from that. Okay, and so she's the one that gives the others the quest to find Mystra.
Got it.
She's there when
she's your quest giver. So she was like standing there with the big yellow exclamation mark over her head when the rest of the party showed up, and they were like, "We should probably talk to her. I think maybe she's gonna tell us to go do something and give us."
Seems like they've got something to say.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And so and that's exactly right. And to the adventurers at the time, it seemed like, yeah, cool, simple. We're gonna go and
just save some lady, right?
Saving some lady. Okay.
Save some lady. She's isn't a god or anything. It's just some lady, right?
Just some lady.
Yeah, that sounds easy enough. Okay, let's do it.
The fighter, Kelemvor Lionsbane, which is fantastic name, by the way.
Kelemvor Lionsbane. Why didn't I think of that when we had our son?
Exactly right. It's a real missed opportunity.
I did try to get this one past her. I was like, well, if we're gonna go with a cool name, we should probably just name our son Tyrannosaurus Rex Optimus Prime. But that didn't pass. She didn't go for that.
Weird. It's really surprising that she didn't take you up on that. Man.
Yeah, I probably would have had a little bit more of a chance with Kelemvor Lionsbane. But
yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, probably. I mean, you could always. I mean, I think your son. You said your son's of age to have a discussion with him about names. He might be cool with the idea of changing it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I think he's he's almost 10 now. He's probably pretty used to his name at this point, but I could give it a try. Find out. I mean, I think at this age, he's more likely to change his name to like Pikachu, Kirby, Nintendo or something. But
that's a good name as well. However, there is power in naming. And when you hear a little bit about Kalimvor's story, you're probably not going to be as keen. But so his sort of backstory is, I mean, if a player came to my table with this backstory, I would be like, well, I don't know if I can write a campaign that's going to work for you because you've already done so much. But Kalimvor, his story is really a tale of woe. So in his birth, his mother passed, okay? And his father blamed that entirely on him. And so his whole life he was trying to live up to
Tyrion Lannister thing going on.
100%. However, Kalimvor was not like Tyrion. Kalimvor was an able-bodied person, and like Tyrion, he was very intelligent. Okay, but he did try, and he did fail to live up to his father's expectations. And he also had these two brothers that were quite a bit older than him. And by the time he was 10, his brothers were already out adventuring and coming up with legends of their own. And yet his father was still comparing him to those two. So Kalimvor took to the arts and to learning, okay, and he even developed a really deep fondness of his teacher. But his father got sick of that, and he was like, "Look, you're spending all your time in the books. You are meant to be a martial, follow down a martial path.
Yeah, go kick some butt. Stop reading. Kill things. Go."
That's right. And what he did was he beat up his son's teacher and then almost killed them. And when Kalimvor discovered, it's not good. So teacher disappears. Kalimvor is disappointed about it. He learns about it later, and he gets this hatred that instills in him. And so his dad takes over the education, and he's like, right, now you're going to be a martial, powerful man, okay? Thinking that his son would fail. However, Kalimvor steps up to the plate, and he channels all that hatred and becomes an extremely successful and powerful fighter, okay? But regardless of his success, he's still unable to live up to what his father wants.
Total douche.
Yeah, his dad's he's just not good.
He's just not good.
It was not good. So Kalimvor, at about 13, he meets this beautiful girl who's a few years older than him. Filled with joy and love, she begins to melt away this little boy's cool exterior. You know, he spent his whole life being told that he's not good enough, and he's not going to be what he's meant to be. And this new love of his life starts to melt that away and bring life back to him. Okay. However, his dad discovers this affair, and once again he wants to end it because he sees it as a distraction against his
what a douche
education. Yeah, it's not good. And he assaults the new girlfriend named Liliana and starts beating her. But Kalimvor comes upon this, right, and finds it in the middle of while his father's beating her, and something happens to him. He starts to change. His father knocks him down. And as he's standing, his body starts to morph. His skin turns dark and into like almost a purple color. And his arms...
turns into Prince?
He turns into Prince.
He pulls out a guitar?
And he's like, Purple Rain. And
summons the Purple Rain.
Yeah, that's
man.
right.
Okay.
No, he turns into a full-size adult panther and loses his mind completely and tears his father apart and kills the two guards that have leapt to his dad's defense. Okay.
Whoa. Okay.
And he leaves. It gets weirder. So he leaves he leaves the castle, the keep, Lionsbane Keep, and runs out into the woodlands. Okay. Eventually, he turns back into himself, and he has trouble remembering what happened, and he doesn't understand what it is. And it turns out that there's the Lionsbane curse. Okay, so one of
So wait, so he's like a werepanther now.
He's 100% a werepanther. Okay, and it is hereditary. Okay. However, it doesn't pop up in every generation. Okay. So generations ago, he had a relative called Kyle Lionsbane, who was like a greedy mercenary. And he'd abandoned his companion, a sorceress, on the battlefield so he could plunder an enemy stronghold. All right. This is what Kyle did.
And then he got cursed? Is that where this is going?
This is where it's going. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And so now the bloodline is cursed with this thing where you turn into a werepanther. And it was meant to be that if you asked for money, you would then turn into a panther. However, over time the curse failed, and it would only affect some, but not all, of Kyle's descendants. And it became reversed. So by the time 5 generations that Kelemvor was born, the curse made it impossible for any Lionsbane to perform an act without asking for a reward. At least they transform into a beast. So,
but can you ask for just like, hey, you got any bubble gum I can borrow? Does that count?
Well, you could ask for a small reward, I guess.
Yeah.
But because Kelemvor came to the aid of his lover without asking for a reward, he was turned into a...
I get it. Okay.
So therefore, going forward in his life, he needs to ask for a reward. Now, any of the dungeon masters out there, just imagine one of your players comes to you with this backstory. That's quite a lot to deal with. But going forward, Kelemvor becomes a mercenary. He goes and works with an uncle and works in different mercenary groups, eventually meeting up with Cyric and Adon, and then going on the quest to save Mystra with Midnight. Okay?
Got it. Cool backstory, bro.
It is a very cool backstory. All right. Now, we've got and just a little bit on Adon. Adon's a cleric of Soon, I think, or Saloon. So he's like a good cleric, okay? And he is out for the just and the good causes in life. And this brings my first little question. So what is it that adventurers want when they set out? So you're a level 1 adventurer.
Yeah.
What are they aiming for when they go out? Do they just want...
All right.
You know,
are you asking
what
me?
do you think?
Or are we asking the audience? Yeah.
Both. I'm asking both. Let's start with you, Tom. So
Okay.
when you've made characters, what have some of your characters wanted when they set out on their adventures?
I think in a lot of cases, like I think the typical character is somebody who comes from some sort of mundane background, who is looking for fame and fortune and to make a name for themselves or power, right? They're looking to improve their station in life. And you know, in a world like the Forgotten Realms or something like that, and maybe you have somebody who starts as a farmer or as a bored, member of the aristocracy who's going, well, I don't want to have to be at court the whole rest of my life, and so they're seeking adventure. They're seeking ways of breaking out of the mundane in order to find more to life, right? That seems to be usually the case.
Yeah, that's definitely, I think that's definitely one of the archetypes of an adventurer. I think another one is like maybe seeking revenge. Okay.
Yeah. You have people who are very personally motivated. Oftentimes, I guess another example would be seeking to find something that was lost, whether it be a person or an object or a I can't think of other things that might have been lost, but seeking, but then revenge could be another thing too, like seeking revenge on somebody who killed their lover or their parents or something like that. That's right. Also another good point of motivation. Usually it has to be something motivational enough to make them change where they are currently in the world.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so they're going from their possibly stable life and disrupting that greatly. Okay. And and that might be in the pursuit of adventure. It might be in the pursuit of fame. It might be in the pursuit of money. But at some point, for some of those, that goal changes. Okay.
And I would say that intellectually that this is very similar to the hero's journey, that this is, you have a situation, it starts out in a certain place, life is stable, it is mundane. Something happens that therefore changes the hero and forces them out of their comfort zone. They go out into the world, and in going out into the world, the world changes them. And their motivation changes as they go through their journey.
So they push through the barrier and they go into wilds unknown. And I think they call it the belly of the whale, is like the first time that the hero experiences a life-changing thing. And once they come out of that, they have changed, but the story has not finished. Okay?
Right.
So this group of adventurers going into to find Mystra and save her from Bane. Okay? They see that Mystra is a goddess that walks on the earth. And they see that Mystra can destroy Bane. Midnight's deity Mystra eventually kills Bane during the rescue and reveals to the mortals the power of the tablets of the fates. Tablets of fate. All right.
Got it.
And they eventually set off to find and protect and then return the tablets of fate because they've been stolen. Cyric, who is a thief, seeing what the tablets could do, wanted to obtain such power. Okay. As we discussed last week, Mystra was killed by the god Helm while attempting to re-enter the heavens to tell Lord Ao of the Dead Three's theft of the tablets. Cyric saw this and saw the possibility of the power that he could obtain. Okay. And this grows within him. Now, he gets his hands on a sword called God's Bane, who has secretly, unbeknown, it's a sentient sword that is
actually the one we talked about last time that has a god in it.
Yeah, the god mask. Okay. And so eventually Cyric slays Baal. We talked about that before. Baal, sorry. The god of murder. And Cyric is given Baal's portfolio. He's not yet a god. And the power that he has from having this portfolio starts to change him and make him go mad, seeking power and out of envy as well, looking at the power that the gods have. Okay, so this is Cyric's point where his aspirations to make money and to reach fame change. He comes out of the belly and is now on a different path that seeks power. Okay,
right. It's like he's been poisoned with the power that's been given to him. In a sense.
In Midnight, in her story, she goes on to find the tablets of fate, and returns them. Lord Ao sees this and tells or makes the decision and chooses Midnight to take on the portfolio of Mystra. Okay, so Midnight is not one that went out seeking power. Midnight had that power bestowed upon them. But on the day that she ascended, moments before she ascended, she destroys Merkel, the god of death. Okay?
Not Urkel, right?
Not Urkel. Remember we talked about that last week, not Urkel.
I mean, she could have destroyed Urkel as well. That might have been okay. But Urkel in this case.
And during the same time, Cyric and Kalimvor are also fighting against each other. Because Kalimvor has seen the madness that has instilled Cyric, but Cyric is too powerful and he kills Kalimvor, slaying one of his own party members.
I never thought the Purple Rain wouldn't win the day.
Purple Rain always wins the day, my friend. However, this is done with God's Bane. Okay, so just hold on to that little tidbit for a moment. All right.
Okay.
So Cyric is also chosen to ascend. Lord Ao sees the stuff that Cyric's doing and he aligns perfectly with the tablet that he already has, and he also gives him the portfolios of Bane and Merkel. Cyric is now the god of tyranny, murder, and death.
Well, so he's like a tri-god.
He's a tri-god, but that's not enough. He also goes after Lyra, the goddess of deception. Okay.
That sounds like a good thing to add to the portfolio. Tyranny, murder, death, deception. Those all go together.
They do indeed. He is now one of the most powerful gods in the universe. Okay. Now, let's just think about that for a minute. You have gone from a mortal being, someone that could die easily from a cut of a blade or falling too far, running out of water, all of these things that us mere mortals
asphyxiation,
all of these things. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
To gods. I like, how does an individual deal with that sort of growth? Like we see growth in money in our world. We see growth in strength and sometimes in power, but going from someone that is mortal to someone that now controls a portfolio of a domain in the celestial realm. Okay. I wonder how you can possibly deal with that I would say very poorly. That's just my case. That's my guess. And psychologically, I think that we can draw examples from our own world to this a little bit. So for example, think about how many times you've heard a story about a young person who becomes extremely wealthy and extremely famous very quickly while they're still young. Yeah. How well do most of those people's lives go into their early adulthood? Pretty poorly, right? It's really quite sad, isn't it?
It's almost like a level of psychological abuse because when you come from such meager means to rise up to a status like that so quickly means that you have nothing else to aspire to. So oftentimes people in those situations will start doing drugs. They'll start relying on sex. They'll start relying on all these vices in their world in order to find something else that pushes them even further, right? And they can because they're famous and they're wealthy and they feel like they can get away with anything because the world has just given them pretty much, I mean, sure, maybe they worked hard for it, but it has given them in spades way more than the average person gets for the same amount of work, right?
Yeah, and we also see how famous people are talked about and treated and
right. Yeah. And yeah, in our modern world where we have, social media and things like that, that same person gets abused through social media and people making fun of them and taking pictures of them and changing it and making them look terrible. And then they have people who just absolutely adore them and love them no matter what they do. Right. And so their perception of their own limitations, their perception of reality is extremely warped because everything around them no longer fits any sort of regular system, any sort of regular situation that they'd ever been in before. And I would argue that 90-something% of people who go through that don't come out better on the other end. And that most of them spend the rest of their adulthood trying to find peace with themselves, trying to find normalcy. Unless you're somebody like Weird Al. Weird Al, for some reason, became very famous as a young adult, and probably in his 20s ish, and is a super normal dude. Like, I mean, he's weird, but compared to Justin Bieber or whoever, like he's living a normal life. But yeah, and I find that that's probably more often the case when it comes to older people. It doesn't happen as much, but it still can happen. But so that would be what I would use to draw a connection to what would happen in this situation, except now you are orders of magnitude beyond just fame and fortune, right? You are a god. So to say that this wouldn't go to your head and make you feel, impervious, even though we know that the gods aren't, is, probably what would happen.
Yeah, that's right. It's interesting because these three characters all have their own experience with gaining power, and then they have very different stories when it comes to how they deal with it. We can already talk about Cyric. Cyric got power and basically went insane trying to get more power. He gets 3 portfolios given to him and then he takes another one, okay, in that constant search for power because he does not want to lose it, okay?
Yeah, I would argue that the more you get, the more you have to lose. And so therefore you become more and more afraid of ever giving up anything, or I've won this many times. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, look at businesses right now dealing with the crisis that we have. Some of them are like, no, all of my workers have to still go to work because I need to make money, or or the multi-millionaires that are concerned about, or billionaires that are concerned about losing some of their money. And it's like, well, you still have, you know, I don't know,
yes,
200,000.
Well over the means of the average person.
Yeah,
yeah. You could lose, 80% of your income and still be in the top, 1% of, the people who have money in this world. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. And I think that's a really good analogy, and trying to, because as far as I'm aware, probably not going to understand what it feels like to ascend to godhood. Okay. But that idea of fame and wealth connects very well in our modern day era. Okay. Mm-hmm. But let's go back to God's bane for a second. All right. Kelemvor is slain with this sword. However, his soul is absorbed into the sentient sword, God's bane. The sword is Mask, who is the god of thieves in disguise, and he has been planning the downfall of Cyric. He wants to gain Cyric's portfolio of deception or lies, all right? So he absorbs Kelemvor's soul with the intent of using it to get the cooperation of Mystra, okay? Because he said, look, I've got your companion, and I want your help to take down Cyric because I want that. Mystra agrees to this, okay? And with the help of her and a range of other gods, they manage to cause a huge amount of trouble for Cyric, okay? Over the years, Cyric has gathered all these followers. He gets a lot of, there's like all these cults that have come up around Cyric. And because of the actions of Mystra and Mask, his followers start to lose their faith, okay? And that really weakens him.
Right, okay.
Cyric, during this time, he's searching for Kelemvor. He's like, well, I'm sure he's still alive, but he can't find him, okay? And it starts to eat away at him. And in his dreams, he dreams that Kelemvor has lived and would come back and kill him. So he hid this nightmare with the one and only Dendar the Night Serpent.
Dendar,
he's back.
Dendar came back.
So he uses Dendar to consume his dream. All right. So he does not have to deal with it anymore, and he can go and continue searching for power. Okay. Think petrol companies and climate change. So there's an inevitable end, which he's just ignoring.
Right. That always works out for everybody.
That always works out for everybody.
It's like the dog in the house on fire saying, "This is fine.
This is fine. Everything's fine." That's Cyric. Because Cyric is filled with power and he has followers, okay? And these dreams are just an irritation that he doesn't want to deal with, okay? But because Mask and Mystra worked together with a range of other gods, he started to lose his power because his followers lost their faith, okay? And this eventually led to the nightmare being freed from Dendar, and the dream came back to Cyric, okay? Causing him to think that Kelemvor had somehow returned to life and was coming after him, okay? Mm-hmm. At that moment, Cyric, though a great power, lost his mind completely and crushed the sword in his hand, which freed Kelemvor and made his nightmare come true.
How ironic.
So these guys, they fight the dead soul against a god. Cyric's fear, indecision, and badness became his defeat. And Kelemvor managed to overthrow Cyric's rule by the wish of all the dead spirits in the deserts of the Grey Waste, so there's this place called the City of Death and the Grey Waste. It's where dead people go, essentially. Okay.
It's like Sheol.
Yeah. So then Kelemvor becomes the new god of death. Okay.
Oh, man. Do you think he wanted that job? Did he want that? I mean, I don't know that I'd want that job.
I don't know. But Kelemvor's a grim dude, like his whole life has been about death.
Yeah.
His mother died on his birth.
The purple rain is sad. It's a sad rain. It's a powerful rain, but it's a sad rain.
It is a sad reign. His mother dies on his birth. He kills his own father. He becomes a mercenary who is paid to kill. He is killed by what he thought was his good friend. And in the end, he kills his good friend and therefore becomes the new god of death. He's an interesting god of death.
Very tragically triumphant. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I actually have I've got like 3 characters that I get to play, 2 of which are clerics. One of them's a cleric of Kelemvor. Because Kelemvor's, he's not really, here's a note on Kelemvor. Death is but a part of life. Fear it not, evade it not, and view it not as evil. To fear death delivers you into the hands of those who can bring death down upon you. Die with dignity, neither raging nor seeking to embrace undeath. Do honor to the dead, for their strivings in life brought Faerun to where it is now, and to forget them is to forget why we are here now. That's his sort of attitude on death.
That seems wise. Yeah.
Yeah. Kelemvor's cool. He's like, death just happens, man.
It's part of life.
So you do what you got to do, and you might die or you might not. But that's the story of 3 different mortals that ascended to the heavens and became gods, and a little bit about those stories. Okay. We'll talk more about some of them in the next episode when we look at resurrections of gods. Okay.
Oh boy. So we get to continue. The party continues. The party comes back.
Time of troubles.
Time of troubles.
Time of troubles does not slow. The time of troubles keeps going, even though it's only like this. And remember, all of this is kind of happening in the space of a year. Okay.
Yeah,
there's a lot of movement happening. Yeah.
A lot of movement
that's
happening.
right.
Well, very cool.
Right.
Man, that was such a good story.
Yeah, it is. It is. I'm actually, I this morning as I was reading, I was like, this is really cool. And I have now bought the books. I'm going to read the series. So I'll keep you guys updated as I go through.
So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts, or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot.
My name is Brian Burton. It's been 26 years since the bombs fell. And since I've left the vault, I've been trying to rebuild. This isn't the Appalachia that I remember. There's so much more to everything going on. And I promise to find the answer. So if you're out there, if you're listening, just hone in on these coordinates. Remember, there's a place for you at the end. Omega.
The Omega Broadcast Fallout Story is available on iTunes, Spotify, and many great podcasting sources.
All right. Well, it's time for the middle of the show.
Excellent.
Excellent. The middle of the show. All right. So, as always, in the middle of the show, we take a minute to thank our listeners. Thank you, listeners, for tuning into the Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast. We enjoy being able to talk with you guys and hear things back from you. And as always, you're welcome to reach out to us on Twitter or on the Robots Radio Discord in order to join in the conversation. DND Lorecast on Twitter is where you'll find us. And if you are interested in helping to support the show, then the absolute best thing you can do is tell your friends about it and say, hey, I really love the show. You know, pretend that you really love the show and say, hey, I really love the show, and you should listen to it too. And if you actually genuinely do really love the show, that works even better. So the other thing you can do is you can leave a rating or review for us on whatever podcatcher you use, including Apple Podcasts. Because on Apple Podcasts, we can actually pull the ratings and reviews from all over the world, which is pretty cool because we come from opposite sides of the world. Stuart being in Australia and me in the US. And speaking of other places in the world, we have a new review that actually just came in like today.
Awesome.
From Denmark. Yeah, Denmark. Very
Hello,
cool.
Denmark.
I have never been to Denmark. I've been to other places in Europe. I need to go to Denmark because it sounds like a really cool place to visit. So Loritz Knudsen, I think I might have pronounced that correctly, writes in, and it's a fairly long review, but I really like these because they give me more context into who you guys are and your thoughts on things. And they write, funny and knowledgeable show, 5 stars. This show will not only entertain you with the fun encounters in the tower, playing as the hosts are on location, bracket, maybe they actually are, as the production seems very real. Well, of course we actually are. Where do you think we are?
Yeah.
We're definitely not in our own homes. We're just talking into microphones. That definitely is not the case.
That's not how this works.
That's not how, no, we're in a tower. But it goes on, it says, but you will also get a magnificent introduction to the history and background of Forgotten Realms. I listen to the podcast when I walk my dog, travel with work, not so much lately. Yeah, a lot of people are going through that. Or work out, and every episode is just great. I would like the topics to be a bit closer to the realms, though. So when you talk about the dwarves, why leave out Gauntlgrim? Do you know about Gauntlgrim?
Yeah, it's a dwarven city.
Yeah. Well, we'll get more in depth. That's one of the difficulties in doing a show like this, is that you have to kind of start broad and then you kind of funnel down into specific topics. So then we're trying to keep things a little bit more tight and, in that 30, 40 minute range. So we'll get there. Don't worry. They go in and write, but maybe you could expand with famous locations later. Yes. That's the idea. I love when you describe the lore and add a few plot hooks to your description, as it makes it relevant and practical as background knowledge.
Cool.
From Denmark comes a high recommendation, and please continue to find the time to broadcast the show. Kindly, Jonas. Well, thank you, Jonas.
Thanks, Jonas. And that's some great feedback too. And we are definitely working on getting more information in there. At the moment, a lot of our stuff is really just lore based. We're going to get into more geographical, nitty gritty stuff as we go forward. But yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I go through this with my other Lorecast shows, because you have to start somewhere, and you have to start. It's like teaching a class on something, and you have to start with the broad strokes and kind of the more general information in order to create a foundation of knowledge, and then you take it more and more specific into different areas, knowing that the people that you're talking to have listened to the background, so that you can then build upon that. So it's a process of kind of narrowing down and getting more and more specific as we go.
Cool. Thank you very much, Jonas. That was great.
Yeah, very, very cool. So if you want to leave a rating or review for our show, then not only does it help explain what people are going to get when they listen to the show, it also helps us rank, which is a big help, and it gets more people to actually listen, which we appreciate as well.
We definitely want,
Yeah. So very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. And if you leave another rating or review in the future, any of you, the other listeners, then we're going to read that out on a future episode of the show. Let's move on to our item of the show. And I have a very unique item this time, Stuart. I have a... So with the whole theme of gods, interacting with gods, maybe even petitioning gods, because that's what we do, right? That's why we're in this thunderstorm right now. This is because I unexpectedly petitioned to God and got a reaction, I guess.
Yes.
So we have an item, and let me just give a little bit of background on this item. Some items are fun because they are mechanical, right? You have a thing, it gives you a specific thing, you know how to use it, you get the same results every time based on your rolls or whatever, right? Some items I like to leave up to the user and the DM to determine how they work so that they are more roleplay based. And this is more of a roleplay item because I find that is interesting to put your party through some sort of situation where they genuinely have to think on the spot and come up with something that makes sense for the situation and really play their characters well. So this item is called the Scroll of Godly Petition, and it contains 3 uses of the spell Godly Petition. And once you use up the 3 uses, it burns up, it goes away. No more scroll. And this spell, or what I'm calling the spell of Godly Petition, of course, is not an actual spell in the regular books. It's something I made up. And what this does is it grants the caster the ability to influence the gods through a creative use of petition. So, for example, if they would like say a specific god to help them smite their foes, they might attempt to make the god mad by coming up with a terrible thing that the enemy said about the god in order to piss off the god, right? So you could say something like, hey, and then just pick a god. And if it relates more to the campaign that you're on or a specific god that a character worships or something like that, then all the better, right? You're a little bit more connected to that god. But they say, hey, god so-and-so, that evil troll over there says that you smell bad and that you abuse small animals or something, right? and then it's up to the DM to determine if that god responds and how. So, for example, if the god could say wield lightning or something, maybe the god smites the enemy with lightning, or maybe the petition is really bad or brings up something super sensitive to that god, and the god gets pissed at the person petitioning and it does something to them instead, right? It completely opens up the possibilities of whatever you could come up with as the role player and as the DM.
Yeah, and it also requires the player to know their god.
Yes.
So if you have not done your homework and you petition your god in the wrong way or for the wrong things, or you've been doing things you shouldn't have been doing.
Right. Like if you're supposed to be worshiping some sort of lawful good god and you petition them to do some sort of chaotic evil thing, then they're probably going to get pissed off at you, right? They're going to be like, no, that's not my thing.
Yeah, and it can be directly connected to how good a follower you've been. It's like, cool, yeah, you can do the right thing for me, but you haven't for so long. Why would I be interested in you doing that now?
Why am I going to help you? Sorry. Yeah, totally. And it could be all sorts of results. You know, maybe they change the weather. Maybe they make it rain. And maybe they help crops grow. Maybe they bring sunlight and illuminated dark place. I mean, it could be any number of things.
Or water or shelter. You know, all of a sudden you're scrambling through the forest. And just after you petition your god, if you take a few steps and you notice that there is a small alcove from a rocky outcropping, you know, that's
right. Or maybe you're in a very terrible situation and you just need a way out. And, you asked to be teleported somewhere else, but instead, they break the cliff face and you fall down the cliff and now you're no longer in danger. I didn't expect that to happen, but hey, we got out of there, This could be very powerful, but it could also be very dangerous. And that's how I like, you guys know, that's how I like my items.
Yeah, it's cool, man. I like it a lot.
So that's called the Scroll of Godly Petition. And as always with our listeners, if you guys take any of these items and work them into your campaign, I'd love to hear the stories. If you have some really cool items of your own, if you have some really cool characters you've built or enemies, or even just cool stories, then send us emails at dndlorecast@gmail.com. Send us some notes on Twitter or jump on the Discord. There's an entire channel in our Discord for each of the shows on the Robots Radio Network. And so you could even just go into our Dungeons Dragons Lorecast channel and just tell us a story about what happened. I'd love to read that. And you're going to get a lot of responses. There are a lot of other people on there that play Dungeons and Dragons who are going to chime in and say, yeah, that sounds really cool. Or, you know, anything along those lines.
Yeah, that's right. It's a great little community that's going on in Robots Radio Discord.
Yeah, we're almost at 900 people.
Really?
Discord
wow,
channel. Yep.
That's awesome. Get involved, guys. Get involved. Find the other podcasts that we associated with us as well, all part of our network.
Yep. And as soon as you log on there, you're going to get like half a dozen people who just chime in immediately and say, hey, welcome. It's the nicest group of people. Everybody's super cool.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. All right. Well, Stuart, I think that that crashing thunder means that we are done, and we need to probably go find ways of making things right with whoever the god of lightning is.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is? Thor?
I don't know if it's Thor here, though.
All right. Well, Thor, sorry, buddy. All right, we're gonna go look that up and find out what we need to do in order to make things right with the god of lightning. So, all right, everybody, thanks for tuning in, and until next time, don't piss off any gods. All right,
that's exactly right.
We'll talk to you later. See you.
See everybody.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Do you like adventure?
Yeah.
Do you like laughing?
Yeah.
Would you like to listen to a group of people you don't know play D&D and reference retro pop culture you vaguely remember? Excellent. You're going to love Committee Quest. We play D&D in the world of Amarin. We use adventure modules and supplements made by people in the community. We also have a sweet synthwave backing track. Come and join us on our adventure. Volume 1 has been completed. Volume 2 coming the end of January. You can find us on iTunes, Podbean, or wherever you get your podcasts from.
Robots Radio presents.
You're listening to the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons.
All right, everybody. Welcome back, adventurers, to the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast. This is your host, Tom, or Robots. And as always, we are transmitting our podcast from our magic tower here in who knows where. Me and my partner here, Stuart. Stuart, welcome back to the show. How's it going?
I'm good, Tom. I'm very good. A little bit messy and chaotic around here at the moment, though. But I'm good.
Yeah, you had to bring that up for our listener. Yeah, so I guess we should explain. I was messing around. He was doing his research. I was like, we found those spell books. I was trying out some spells, and so I guess be careful when you're trying out spells because they can backfire and
that's right.
blow up in your face. And now the entire library is on the floor. So we've been picking up books and. I don't know that we explained how large this room is, but there's a lot of books in here.
And the books also seem to just appear when you're after them. So the shelves were empty, and then as we started putting them back, other books were appearing on the shelf. So it's
very confusing.
If there's a librarian to this library, then we will be in a lot of trouble.
Right. We need like a card catalog with a Dewey Decimal System. We need something.
That's exactly. We need Dewey Decimal. It doesn't have any of that stuff on the spines of these books, though. And some of the spines of these books literally have spines. So it's it's been fun.
Yeah, I poked myself a few times. I've got some. We were able to summon Band-Aids, so that was nice. So I'm trying not to bleed on too. I figured maybe some of the books, if you bleed on them, other magic things might trigger. You never know.
I wouldn't. Just don't put blood on the books. I think that's probably the best option.
We summon some sort of demons or something accidentally, and they steal my soul. Yeah, probably not a good idea. So things have been a little bit chaotic, which I guess is thematically appropriate, right?
It is. Yeah, it is. We're going to talk about the era of upheaval today, which is what sort of sparked halflings to go out an adventure. However, on reading more about that, we need to really talk about another little event. It lasted a year. It's called the Time of Trouble. Year of
Trouble.
A year of trouble. Now, this is 1 year that all this happens in. So we're going to talk a little bit about exactly why magic can be dangerous. We're going to talk about law and chaos. We're going to talk about gods and their demise. And eventually we'll get to their rebirth. But to get us started, we need to talk about the Tablets of Fate. Now, I don't think I mentioned the Tablets of Fate, but they were created by Lord Ao. Ao being the god of gods. Ao! He was the god of gods that split Abia and Toril into two separate planets, okay? And so what he did was created these tablets. And they're about 2 feet tall, and they serve to maintain the balance between the forces of law and chaos, okay? And they also acted as a barrier that separated Abia and Toril.
So a physical barrier, or like they stacked them up between the two?
I feel like they were, I mean, we're talking about, we're not talking about things in a material plane, okay? So we're talking about things in a different plane of existence. And I see them as like a metaphysical barrier that separates dimensions. That's my
represented by tablets.
Yes, which are a physical thing. And they're 2 feet tall, and each one has on it the information and the names and purposes that every god and primordial in the universe. Okay, so think of them as like each one's like a dossier on who the god is or who the primordial is, and it's their portfolio is what they're referred to. So if it's the god of life, then their portfolio will explain, that's they look after that. So these things were set up to stop the two worlds from colliding after the first sundering, okay, or the sundering, and to stop.
So it's
law
almost
and
like
chaos.
by defining everything, it kept them separate.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good idea.
It put them into place. It solidified existence. Maybe something like that.
Yeah, I think so. Problems started when with a name like this, you can understand why problems might start, but they were called the Dead Three. Now, these are three gods. Bane, who was an evil and malicious greater deity of fear, hatred, and tyranny. So that would be his portfolio, fear, hatred, tyranny. And then we have Merkel, also known as the Lord of Bones, the Lord of the Dead, and the Reaper was the god of the dead. Now,
not Urkel.
Not Urkel. Merkel, yeah. Right. He did that. He doesn't have to ask, yeah. And they were immortal beforehand and became a god. And then we have Baal, the god of murder. And for those of you that have played the Baldur's Gate games might already know Baal's icon, which is that skull with the spined circle around it. So these are three gods that are connected by death, essentially. Two of them, Bane and Merkel, decided that they would attempt to steal the Tablets of Fate from the overdeity Lord Ao. Okay, this is their plan. Because gods were constantly aspiring for more power. All right. Ao was pissed about this. He got real angry for their habitual.
Stop reaching out. Stop grabbing all the food off the table, guys.
There's
only so much food. Everyone gets your own plate. Go eat your own plate.
You have a whole tablet filled with power, and you want to get all of them.
Right.
So he got really pissed about this. So they were always looking for more power, and their gods were ignoring the mortal, faithful people that followed them. And so in response, Lord Ao relegated every god, except for one called the guardian god Helm, who was the protector into the celestial realm, so like into the heavens, where the celestials, where all the gods would live, okay? Except for him, he was placed in front of the guards to protect the heavens from all the other gods. because they were sent down to earth to walk among their followers. So all the gods who had been living in this in the celestial realm were pushed down onto earth and
They were like kicked out. They're like,
Yeah.
get out there, do your jobs.
But they were given mortal bodies. So whilst they were very, very powerful, they then could die and be slain. It was his hope that the gods would learn not to only be content with the power that they had, but to respect the needs and wishes of their worshippers. Okay,
Right,
so
because now they're kind of like one of them.
So if you've got someone that's praying to a god and the god is not responding, and you know that that god now lives on your plane of existence, you can go to them. Okay.
Yeah, you walk up to their house, you knock on the door, you're like, hey, I've been sending mail, I've been calling your phone.
Yep. Now, this had 3 almost immediate effects. The first one was that divine magic. So divine magic is what the spells that are granted to clerics by their patron deities. So if you're a god of light, you get your spells from that god. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That magic ceased to function altogether unless the cleric was within 1 mile of that deity. So there were these clerics all over Faerun that instantly lost their magic.
Wow.
The second was the arcane magic, and we'll explain this in a bit more detail in a moment. But arcane magic, which is the force that's channeled through the weave. Now, the weave is...
It's a hair thing, right?
It's kind of a hair thing.
Okay.
The weave is like... Think of it like the force in Star Wars, okay? It is... It is raw magic that can be accessed and tapped into by magic users, okay? And before the time of troubles, that was all channeled through a god called Mistra or Mistril. But they lost power because their steward no longer controlled it, and we'll explain that in a moment. And then magic instantly became dangerous and unpredictable, much like we experienced in this room today. The third thing that happened was that the characteristically immortal and aloof deities were now vulnerable, though still devastatingly powerful, and dwelling among the civilians and civilizations of Faerun. This sparks something. Oh, one other thing. The weave did not exist on Abir. It only exists on Toril. So magic users on Abir had a lot harder time getting in contact with magic. On Toril, however, they had this god that controlled it, and they could access the weave, which made it easier for them to get to. So this sparks the gods' war. All the gods are now walking around like mortals. They inhabit the material plane. However, they still hold their aspirations for power and those that and the power that is connected to their portfolios. So the interesting thing is that mortals understood now that gods could actually be slain, and mortals have aspirations too. Those that know that their time will end often look to extend that.
Sure. Yeah. There's a lot more opportunity now that the gods are down here with us.
Yeah, that's right. So this is one story of a mortal that saw this opportunity over time. Okay, this is an adventurer called Cyric. Now, Cyric was a thief and had been adventuring, trying to steal a ring from some giants when he was trapped in their lair. Okay, and by chance, a mercenary called Kalimvor had entered this lair to do their own adventuring and discovered them and saved Cyric from that. So then Cyric and Kalimvor joined together in an adventuring party with another person called Adom. And as the time of troubles began, now to give us a date, this is 1358 DR, so we are almost in the present times when it comes to D&D games, okay?
The timeline, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
That's right. And they meet someone called Caitlin, who came to her and asked for help on a quest to free the now mortal Lady of Mysteries, or Mistra. Okay, so Mistra had been imprisoned in the castle Kilgrave by Bane, one of the
spooky, scary one.
Yeah, that's right. So along the way, another person joins their adventure called Midnight, and this is a beautiful wizardess. Once the goddess had been freed, they just skipped through this. So I'm assuming there was some sort of huge adventure that went on to free the goddess.
Sounds like there must have been. I mean, it's like they put together a party and they're like, well, we're going on a quest.
Yeah, it literally just says, once the goddess is free. She attempts to ascend to the celestial stairway, okay? She wants to get back into the realm of the celestials with the information that Ban and Merkel had stolen the tablets of fate. Okay, so she's like, I know this. They imprisoned me because I knew this. However, Helm, his orders were clear. That without the 2 tablets, he would not let Mystra pass. And so she attacked Helm. But she was immortal, and she had lost some of her, quite a lot of her powers compared to Helm, who was still considered a standard god.
Yeah, that seems like a really bad idea.
That's right. He easily kills Mystra, okay? And as she dies, she's the one that controlled the weave. Therefore, the weave is then separated and spread among the world. This explosion leads to the weave becoming uncontrollable. And now there's pockets of...
So he takes her out and then takes off her weave and then distributes it to everybody? Is that how this
Everybody
works?
gets a little bit of her weave. Some people
Everybody
get
gets
none.
like a few hairs here, a few hairs there.
But some
people
get
don't
a
any.
lot, and then you get these pockets of something called wild magic, which I think is what we experienced here. Now, wild magic is completely uncontrollable. When you play D&D, you can choose to be a sorcerer that has wild magic, and on the DM's discretion, when casting a spell, you can be asked to roll on a wild magic table, which can do anything from doubling the spell you've cast to casting fireball on yourself, to teleporting to a different plane. Wild magic is just that, is wild, it's uncontrollable and unpredictable. And then there are also pockets around Faerun and the Forgotten Realms now that are like dead magic zones. So no magic exists there.
No weave.
Yeah, there's no weave. There is no weave. All right, so Helm's mention of these tablets, all right, as well as witnessing the destruction of the deity, did much to kindle the power lust of young Cyric. So Cyric is now excited by the idea that a god can die and that there are these tablets that you can obtain and control and give you power. He was eager to help in Midnight's quest to find the tablets. And he saw himself as someone that should be able to obtain them. Okay. Now, this is what sparks the God's War. Okay. So another name for the time of troubles is the God's War. So the first deity to die is Mystra. And we have a slew of gods that die. I'm not going to go through all of them because some of them we don't know yet. Oh, maybe next episode we'll continue because there's quite a lot here. So the first thing that happens is Bane. He's the greater god of tyranny, strife, and hatred, the guy we've talked about before, the one that enslaved Mystra.
Uh-huh.
He is slain by the demigod Torm. Now, Torm is a deity of paladins. Okay, so he's a righteous god. And
so these are two very counter positions kind of clashing with each other.
Exactly right. And this battle is
Bane and who? What was his name again?
Torm. Torm.
Right. So Torm's like, I will smite you down. And Bane's like,
oh, Batman. Oh, no. I will destroy you.
Yes.
That's kind of how it goes.
That's exactly how it is. So these two fight in this huge battle, and this happens outside of like a mortal city. So people watch this happen.
That might have been, my words just all mumbled together. That must have been awesome.
Yeah, it would have been amazing to now.
Battle right outside your city. Everyone's like, check this out.
If you're playing in an adventure, you could just slot that in. You find a tome that someone was there and wrote down what happened when Bane and Torm fought. And Bane is killed. However, with his last sort of dying breath, Bane also kills Torm. So the two gods are dead. We now have 2 portfolios. Okay, so we have Bane's portfolio of tyranny, strife, hatred, and Torm's of the Paladins, which I would assume would be of light and life.
Justice.
And justice, yeah, justice is a good one.
Yeah, the Dark Knight.
Yeah. Batman, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Those 2 tablets are now up for grabs. There's no god in control of them. The next god to fall is Baal, who was the god of murder. Now, he is killed by Cyric.
That's funny that the god of murder is murdered.
He is murdered by Cyric. Cyric's immortal. However, he carries with him a sword called God's Bane. And God's Bane is a magical item that he believed was essentially just a standard magic item.
I think I would have named it Murderer.
Murderer. I like that. It's essentially what it does. Now, God's Bane, it's actually a god called Mask who has put himself into God's Bane. Okay, he's the Lord of Shadows. And he's like a god of thieves, and he has secretly put himself into God's Bane. This sword. Cyric uses that to kill Baal.
So wait. So okay. So this brings up the question: did Cyric kill Baal, or did the spooky, sneaky shadow god inside a sword kill Baal?
Well, this is the thing.
Is it the sword that kills people, or do people kill people?
Well, I think if the sword has its own brain, maybe the sword kills people.
Maybe.
I don't know. That's a good question. Definitely makes it easier to kill people with a sword, though.
Right. A sword that's a god. That's pretty powerful.
However, Baal was sneaky, and he had foreseen his own death. And so he had populated Faerun with his own little progeny called the Baal spawn. And his idea was that this Baal spawn that he created, which were these like, they're like horrible offspring, evil humanoid sort of, nasty creatures that
gremlins.
Kind of. They vary. But they often just looked like normal. I mean, there's a lot of them, but some of them looked like some of them were elves, some of them were drow, some of them one's a fire giant, one's a half blue dragon. So they exist in the world, and the idea was that they would then resurrect him. Okay, they would use the magic that he bestowed in them to work together to resurrect him. That was his plan, because he foresaw his own death, which is a recurring theme, which we'll get into soon. The other thing that happens is Tiamat. Now, Tiamat is the multi-headed dragon that you may have heard of before. I think we talked about him briefly, or her, sorry. Briefly. She's the queen of evil dragons. She is slain by Gilgame, the god king of Unther, was a demigod and former leader of a pantheon. He was known for his jealousy, cruelty, and pride. Tiamat is destroyed by Gilgame, or Giam. There's no pronunciation here for me to...
Is it Giam?
Geam.
Oh, all right.
Game. And so this is major gods dying, all right? And there is a slew of other gods that are killed as well. God, like lesser deities, titans and half gods, they're dying all over the place. And this is all happening in the space of a year. Now, mortals are sitting watching all of this happen. They're seeing that mortals are able to destroy gods, and that gods can die. Okay, that no one's ever thought that a god would be able to die.
Yeah, I can see this creating a problem among the god community.
Yeah, gods are not cool with themselves dying. So what you'll see is that throughout Faerun and throughout Forgotten Realms, there's all these little bits of lore that talk about bringing back dead gods and finding ways for you to reincarnate and harness the power of these tablets of fate and the gods that were connected with them. Little seeds that can be used to send adventurers off to find things. And, spark the idea that a mortal can obtain the power of a god, which I think we'll talk about in our next episode when we look at resurrections and ascension.
Killer stuff. So, adventurers, there are opportunities. There are holes in the pantheon. I mean, that's basically what you're saying, right? Like from the adventurer's perspective.
At the moment there are, yeah. And if there aren't right now, there seems to be the ability to make them and take them.
Yeah. So, shoot for the moon. Like if you're aspiring to power, don't just be like, well, I'll find some really cool stuff and some gold.
Yeah. Next week we'll learn a little bit more about Cyric and what he gets up to after learning that he has slain a god and what power he can attain. We'll learn about exactly what adventurers can do, what a lowly mortal can achieve.
Right. I bet he was all like cocky about it too. He's like, are you a god slayer? No. All right. Well, then don't talk to me about that.
Yeah.
Ladies.
I feel like he was not, he wasn't subtle.
Yeah, probably not. He probably walks into the pub and is like, all right, everyone, the God Slayer is here. Who's buying me a drink? Everyone's like, he's such a douche.
Such a dickhead. Yeah, I hate this guy.
What the crap? This guy. Don't mess with him, though. He's got a god inside his sword. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Fine.
All right.
Nice sword, yeah.
Nice sword. Jerk. Cool stuff. All right, let's move on to the middle of the show.
Yeah.
So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts, or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot. Are you into the cyberpunk tabletop games or excited for Cyberpunk 2077? Are you looking to brush up on the lore, stay up on all the latest news, and talk about the game when it comes out? Check out the Cyberpunk Lorecast, a show from Robots Radio with me, your host, Robots. We'll go over all the details you need to know about the world, characters, and story of Cyberpunk. Available on iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Middle of the show, and we're back with the middle of the show. Hey everybody. Hey. Thanks for tuning in to Dungeons Dragons Lorecast. And,
hey folks.
How's it going? Yeah, so this week we have a new review to call out, and I'm going to read it out right now. How's that sound?
Yeah, let's do that. Oh, that's exactly what I want you to do.
We have a new review from Nort333 from the United States who says, "Good Lorecast, 5 stars. I follow many of Robot's shows." Well, thank you, Nort. They're awesome and chock full of quality content. The second host is a wonderful addition. Look at that.
Hey.
You're a wonderful addition. They like you.
Thanks.
He really likes you. Glad to slide this into my virtual library next to the Elder Scrolls, Fallout, and Cyberpunk. Those are the other Lorecasts that I do. If you love D&D, download now. He's even got a call to action. He must work in marketing.
Yeah, man, that is. I would give him an A for that. Yes, I would give them an A in persuasive writing.
Persuasive writing. So thank you, Nort. That's a very glowing review, and I appreciate it. And to anyone else who wants to help us out, if you leave a review on Apple Podcasts, we'll be able to see it, and then we'll be able to read it out on the show. So 5-star reviews with actual words will get read out on future episodes. And if you're not on Apple Podcasts, that's totally fine. If you listen on another podcatcher and want to drop a review there, that helps as well. It's just harder for us to find those, but that's still a big help. And the biggest thing you could possibly do is recommend the show to your friends, because word of mouth will do way more in helping promote something than anything we can do. So, if you have a fun time listening to this, you feel like this is helping expand your knowledge of Dungeons and Dragons and makes your games better or helps you DM better or whatever, then please recommend us to your party or to your friends who play D&D or whatever, or share us on social media, or whatever way you want would really, really be helpful. So we appreciate all of the support and all the help you guys can give us. Anything else to call out? I feel like there was something else. Is there anything else? We're just going to sit here and make humming noises.
We'll just think about it for a few minutes, guys. If you just need a bit of quiet, we'll just think.
Yeah, no, I think that's about it. Otherwise, if you are running your own campaign, if you're doing your own podcast where you have your own adventure and you have like cool items or cool characters or stories about your adventure you want to share with us to get read out on the show, then please send please send those our way. And you can tweet at us at D&D Lorecast. You can send us a message, dndlorecast@gmail.com. Or jump on the Discord. The Robots Radio Discord has channels for all of our shows, including Dungeons and Dragons. And I believe there's still people trying to put together a online adventure. I haven't heard any more from them.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people keen, but when you've got,
we just need a leader. We just need someone to corral the cats and say, "All right, I'm going to do the adventure. Everybody show up at this time. Does that work?" And then just kind of make it happen. So. That's really what we need. It's
almost like we need a DM to organize the tables.
Yeah.
A DM of DMs.
A DM. Right. A DM. A murderer. Well, don't murder.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that. That's a bad idea.
Don't be like Cyric.
Don't be like Cyric. That's our mantra for today's episode. Don't be like Cyric.
We'll learn why in our next episode, why you don't want to be like Cyric.
Sounds like a plan. All right, let's move on to our item of the show. So, it's not always an item, but I've been on an item kick, and I think I'm going to continue it with this new item for this week that I call the Helm of Chaos.
I like that.
I should say that in a more interesting voice. Here we go. The Helm of Chaos.
Yes.
Gotta add in the at the end.
That is definitely out of the time of troubles with that voice.
Yeah, that's my time of troubles voice. That's my trouble voice. All right, I'm going to stop singing. So the Helm of Chaos is a very interesting item. I would say it's technically a cursed item, although the your party member who finds it may not realize it right away. So here's what it is. It looks like a very nicely decorated helm. It's very fancy, nice metal, it's like steel helm. And it gives the wearer a +2 to their AC. So it's almost like holding an extra shield or something. So
which is powerful. That's a powerful thing for a helm. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you have like a warrior that's already in plated armor and has a shield, an extra 2 AC on top of that is really solid. So it's going to be the kind of thing that most players are going to be like, heck yeah, I'm going to use that. So upon pickup, the DM will roll a passive magic detection for the player. And so the player doesn't know that the DM is rolling this. If they don't pass the check, then they are unaware that the item has any magical properties at all. They just think it's a really nice helm with +2 to their AC. Now, once the wearer receives this item and wears it and takes damage 3 times, so once any enemies at all break through their AC and lay damage on them at physical damage, it's not magical damage. So it's as if the item itself is getting hit 3 times and the wearer suffers damage. Then the item will break. And upon breaking, the spell is triggered. The spell of chaos comes out. And what that means is that the person wearing the helm, and anybody within 15 feet must pass a wisdom check of 15. Otherwise, unknown to them, and the DM doesn't tell them this, their next attack roll will be against themselves. So they have to roll the check, and the DM goes, okay, these are numbers we got. All right, go ahead. And they don't know what's going to happen. So they continue, the combat sequence as they would. And if they didn't pass that check, then they go to swing against the enemy, but then nope, they hit themselves instead. And this could be absolutely terrible because they may use some ability that gives them a lot of damage on the next roll, but instead they end up attacking themselves.
Yeah.
So it's a very dangerous item.
I'm just thinking about how I would set that up. Like if I had my party moving through maybe a dungeon, or they're exploring a castle, perhaps they come into a room, and on a pedestal is this helm. It's the only thing in the room. Okay.
Right.
And they slowly approach, and they're instantly, they're like
cautious. Right. Yeah, they're like, this is too good to be true. Is this trapped? What is going on here?
So they pass their check to see if they know it's magical or not. Okay. They fail their check, and they go, oh, well, okay, it's not magical. Or they do pass it. Oh, that's the thing. If they pass the check, do they know that it's cursed, or they just know that they have +2 AC?
Well, I think that's up to the DM, right?
Okay, cool. All right.
So if they, for example, maybe they just barely pass the check, and you're like, all right, well, there is a faint glow of magic around it, but you don't know what that means.
Unless they cast Identify on it then. So if they cast Identify, they can know. But otherwise, they put the helmet on, they get a +2 to their AC. They're like, awesome, this is great. But then on the
and they
pedestal,
probably wear for a while, right? Like in combat.
Yeah, you might. Well, so that's one option. The other is that there is a little pressure plate on that pedestal, and so they put it on. Someone is alerted, and now they're being attacked, and the people that the monsters or the villains, or maybe it's the good people that they're being attacked
the owners
by,
of this item, who are like, why are you stealing from us? Yeah,
they know what will happen. So all of their attacks are focused on that person's head, on that helm, to break the helm.
Right.
Knowing what it will do.
Yeah, that could be a tough situation. Or like the scenario I thought of was like, if they find this, they use it, and then they start shrugging off most blows, right? Like nothing passes the AC. And so they end up using it for a while. And it might be like 2, 3, 4, 5 play sessions before they actually take damage 3 times, because now they have so much AC, right? And then at some point in the future, all of a sudden this is triggered, and they're like, what just happened? They have no idea.
The helmet falls to the ground. And,
and you explain to them, the helmet cracks and falls off your head. And they're like, crap. And at first they think that's the only thing that happens. And then all of a sudden they fail the next check. They attack and they hurt themselves. And the DM's like, so a spell comes over you and you end up wounding yourself, and the person next to you goes through that as well. And then you explain to them, like, you released the spell of the helm, and they were like, oh crap, but it was beneficial for a certain amount of time. They just didn't know. Or they pass the check and they realize there's some sort of magical property, but they're not able to identify it. Like maybe you don't have someone who can cast identify, or maybe they fail the cast or whatever. There's all sorts of scenarios you could build around this. And so they go on it. Part of their quest is kind of this side quest to find somebody who can identify what exactly is going on with his helm, because maybe they think it's like a plot point or something.
Which they can do from time to time, especially if it's not. That's what I find.
Right.
If you haven't set it to be a plot point, the players instantly focus on it.
Right.
There's a character in our podcast called Wellington who I had. I sort of based them off of a Jerry Seinfeld joke, which was that there's got to be doctors. Like everyone says, "Oh yeah, go to see my doctor. They're the best doctor." And his joke is like, someone's got to be failing, like coming last and then not doing well in these classes of doctors. So who are these doctors? And I applied that same to wizards. So there must be wizards that are out there that are failing wizard school.
Just like the ones who barely make it by with like a C-.
Yeah. And I gave him the name Wellington, and I gave him a voice, and that was all I had. And he has now become a reoccurring character.
That's awesome.
And I made him then a plot point because they just kept going back to him. So,
yeah. So I had, in the Dungeons and Dragons show that I did a few years back, speaking of gods, I had gods in the world that were interacting with the party, but they didn't realize that they were gods. And one of them was this little gnome who owned the first pub they were in at the very beginning. And he spoke with this like very, welcome to my pub. How's everyone doing today? That kind of voice. And they were like, oh, he's just kind of the jolly little gnome who works behind the bar. And he had an orc friend who worked with him who was like nice and was kind of the bouncer for the bar, but also bartended. And the little gnome, they were kind of a team, right? And turned out later that every time they entered a new pub, the same group was at the pub. And so the joke was that they owned a chain of these, and they were just, going from one pub to the next as they worked a different chain of pubs. And it just happened to be that they were showing up at every pub all at the same time. But it turns out that was actually a god in the world who was kind of overseeing things and
that's
behind
cool.
them and keeping track of them, and they didn't know it. So on the whole, like gods showing up in the world as mortals kind of thing. That was one of the things
I love that.
Threw in there.
I love when there is powerful deities or creatures that are in disguise and just in the world. Like, I've got an adventure.
His name was Chips. I just remembered. Sorry, his name was Chips, and his orc friend was Fish. So they were Fish and Chips. Yeah,
that's great. I love that. And that's cool that when you have those powerful people, and then the adventurers don't know, and so their interactions with them can be damaging. Like I've got one of my adventures has a gold dragon, an adult gold dragon that is quite old and has decided to take on a human form and just go exploring. They're not interested in fighting. They're not interested in adventuring. They just want to connect with people and see what they're doing. And in this adventure, this is just one of the NPCs that's in the tavern. Okay. So they don't involve themselves in what the adventurers are doing. They don't help them out in any way. They don't fight if they're attacked. They're just there. And if the adventurers interact with them in a positive way, they then get like a bit of a tick and they get a bonus. And then later on down the track, this creature will reveal themselves, I don't know how that's going to happen yet, but depending on how they interact with them, they may have an adult gold dragon on their side.
Wow. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. I like hiding things in that affect. And what's funny is that when you do that as a DM, oftentimes things don't go the way you expect them to. And so you can't really tell the party that until later when you're like reminiscing about the adventure and you're like, oh, by the way, guys, there was an opportunity for this to happen and it didn't. And they're like, what?
What I like to do is hold on to those little bits that get dropped and just, so you hold on to them and you're like, okay, so that hasn't happened. So I'll put this back in my deck of many things or my little DM binder. and I'll just hold on to that for later. And maybe in a year's time, if we're still adventuring, there's that. He's that old guy again. That's yeah.
Very cool. That's some cool ideas. I'd love to hear any of our listeners' thoughts on any of these things and ideas. Send us your cool ideas because we eat that stuff up. So very, very cool. All right, Stuart. Well, this has been a fun episode. I can't wait till the next one to find out what happens next.
Let's see some of the other gods that are fallen and some of the new gods that arise.
Yeah. Very cool. All right, listeners. Well, you guys know how to reach us. And until next time, stay safe out there. And we will see you next week when we're hopefully done cleaning up our tower.
Hopefully. Probably not, but hopefully.
Too many books. All right. See you guys later.
See you later, guys.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
In a world where solid-state electronics and vacuum tubes are still meta, people never stopped loving atomic-powered everything. A chosen 500 stepped inside a subterranean vault to be spared the nuclear horror of the inevitable Great War. 25 years later, they emerge after the fallout settles to retake Appalachia. Among them, two former rivals whose blood feud will tear West Virginia apart in their epic struggle for survival. Chad, a vault bro who has a strength of 15, an intelligence of 2, and is a complete wasteland dickhead. Simon, a complicated anti-hero who chooses light and hope, but accidentally becomes a cannibal and wakes up naked and afraid with a Scorch Beast Queen after a date goes terribly wrong. What? I mean, it's a wild wasteland, right? This dark humor radio drama will have you driving off the road and crawling out from under the fallout. 2 men, 1 wasteland, and so many nukes. Chad, a Fallout 76 podcast, rated R, now streaming on your holotape player podcasty thing.
Robots Radio presents.
You're listening to the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons.
All right, adventurers, welcome back to the Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast. I am your host, Tom, and I go by Robots on the Internet. And I'm here, as always, with my co-host, Stuart. And
hello.
Hey, Stuart. How's it going?
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Hey, good. And I was going to say, as always, we're also stuck in a tower still. Mm-hmm. And you've got your nose in The Hobbit, which is strange because we're in a tower with all these other books.
It seems to be that whatever you were kind of thinking about, you can almost find a book about it. And so The Hobbit sort of popped up, and I thought I'd give it a read. Definitely one of my favorite stories growing up, I think.
Yeah, that was great story. It was that. So The Hobbit was the book that convinced me when I was in 5th grade that reading wasn't dumb.
Okay, nice.
Because I was one of those kids who was probably too smart for my own good, and I felt like all the books were written toward children, which they were.
Yeah.
And that just ruined it for me. I was like, why are you treating me like a kid? And then I read The Hobbit, and I was like, I don't understand some of these words. This isn't written to me like I'm a dum-dum. I actually have to figure this stuff out. Yeah.
It's really funny because The Hobbit was written for kids, and then you read it and you're like, there are no kids today that could read this. Sorry to the kids out there that can read The Hobbit.
Yeah, there are definitely some words. It's almost 100 years old at this point.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, and from a different culture than either of you or I are in now. So it makes sense that it's different. But my other theory, I didn't mean to go on a tangent about The Hobbit, so I apologize. We'll wrap this up real quick. My other theory about The Hobbit, having reread it recently, is that the beginning starts out way more childish than you get to by the end of the book. That it grows up as you go.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that shows a little bit about like Hobbit society and like because Bilbo at the time was such a person of comfort.
Yeah, and he was naive. And then by the end of it, he's dealing with like international politics and he
becomes very wily and aware of his surroundings so much more. And ultimately follows the hero's journey, and at the end of it is a different changed character, which is what makes for awesome character arcs and why Bilbo is actually an interesting character.
Yeah. Oh, very, very much so. Yeah. Wonderful book. I'm sure a lot of our listeners are probably like, yes, we know this. It is a wonderful book. Yeah. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. So we've been passing time in our tower, looking over stuff. I've been digging through some of these spell books. I found one when I was looking. We've been on this kind of halfling kick, and I found one spell that could change the size of things, and I accidentally shrunk Stuart. I didn't mean to do it. I fixed him. He got better. He was like halfling size for like a day and a half.
Which is tough because I've always been the biggest kid in the class. And now as an actual high school teacher, I'm definitely the biggest kid in the class. It was very strange to be a small person.
Also, warning, when you do turn somebody half size, their clothing doesn't shrink. So he got smaller, and then he just like disappeared into big person clothes. And then he had to like kind of hold his britches up over himself in order to,
it was very 90s fashion by the time I was a small person. Very big pants, big t-shirts.
We didn't have like children's clothes to put him in. So that was a very awkward day and a half. But we got through it. So speaking of halflings, that's what we're delving into this week.
Yeah. So I got reading The Hobbit. I got a bit interested about halflings in the Forgotten Realms, and they're clearly a lot of the inspiration for halflings in the Forgotten Realms comes from The Hobbit, but a few things are slightly different. They've got a different name for themselves. They call themselves Hin. So that's like a halfling name for a halfling.
Yeah,
halfling
don't confuse that with hind, because hind would be very insulting.
Yes, that's right. But the halfling term comes from humans. It's a name that humans gave them, which is interesting, as we'll learn about as we go forward. They also call themselves the good folk or the quick folk, and the sly folk, which comes a name that humans have attributed to them. They're essentially just little humans. They have a very similar body type to humans, and the range in body types as humans do, but just smaller. They're about 2'8" to 3'4", or about 1 meter tall. Weigh about 30 to 35 pounds, or 14 to 16 kilos, which is super light. Like, so even though they are, they're 1 meter tall, which is short, but I just feel like 30 pounds is
it seems like their weight is, having had children, that seems like their weight is even lighter than a child of that size. Although I could be misremembering.
Yeah, I feel that that's really light.
You can definitely you could definitely pick up a halfling and throw them.
But yes, you could, which in my game has happened a couple of times, which is cool. They and that goes with the way that they play. They're very dexterous beings. They're great at stealth and thievery and all those sorts of abilities connected to dexterity. Interestingly, nearly all halflings are incapable of growing true beards, but many of them will have sideburns, which is interesting. And they range in hair color and eye color and skin color as much as any human does as well. And they live just a little bit longer than humans, up to sort of peaking out at about 150 years. So they can get a bit older.
So they get to celebrate their 11th birthdays?
11th birthday is actually right. Exactly right. Although, however, in The Hobbit, he was considered old for a hobbit.
Yes. Yeah.
And he looked really good for a hobbit because of the ring. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a slight difference there. But they, in their personality, very similar to what we see in The Hobbit. So they're joyful and friendly. They try and avoid confrontation as much as they can, because they're so little and they're dealing with big folk everywhere. So it is something that they try to avoid, because they see the larger races as a threat. And so they behave in a friendly manner to them, or just completely avoid them.
It makes sense, though. It makes sense from if you weigh 30 pounds and any of the larger races could easily squish you,
Yeah, that's right.
Everything around you is a dangerous giant. So you tread carefully. It makes sense.
That's right. And their lifestyle is all about, so they're very practical minded, and therefore they concern themselves with their immediate surroundings. So a lot of their pleasure comes from simple things like gardening and books and hiking and music and ale and food, sometimes narcotics, and like just getting nice clothing or comfortable clothing and being around other people. There's a quote here that says, "Cheese, bread, ale, and more cheese are what fill a happy hen's stomach." So that kind of outlines the attitude they have towards life.
And more cheese. So like a night at the pizza place.
Yeah,
basically.
That's right.
Yeah,
exactly. They don't really, not many of them had the same aspirations of humans to greatness. Like a lot of humans want to be heroes, or they want to be powerful, or they want to be rich, whereas halflings are content with just enjoying the good things and small things in life. But they're very curious people.
More humble.
Yeah, you could say that. Although I feel like they would, they definitely seem more humble. They're, just enjoy, and it comes in with their culture and how that works as well. But they're very curious. So they sometimes get themselves into trouble sort of unwittingly. They don't know that they're doing something that they shouldn't, or they do in the back of their mind, but their curiosity gets the better of them.
Okay.
And this kind of shows this is an example of how you see their bravery, because they attempt things that larger people wouldn't dream of doing, because their curiosity gets the better of them as well, which is how they end up being adventurers and stuff. In their culture, they live in like tight little communities, often smaller, and they live in regions that are ruled by other folk. So it might be a human or an elf or a dwarf region, and they would live in there, but they're kind of disconnected from it. So whilst there might be a king in place, they sort of have their own rules, and they just don't bother the humans or the dwarves and go about their daily life, because they have their own village elders who they look to for guidance and leadership, as opposed to worrying too much about what is happening in the outside world. So very, very sort of insular and just enjoying their little lives. They have a spoken history. So all of their stories are told in oral tradition, and it gets passed down through generations. Because of this, they actually hold a lot of information that other cultures and societies have forgotten, because everything is passed down from generation to generation. They're isolated, so they're not impacted as much by other cultures. So they make excellent historians. Quite often people go to hobbits to talk to them about the past and certain events, and they'll pick up through halfling stories.
I wonder
really
if they're
detailed information. Yeah.
I wonder if they're more objective than some of the other cultures. The cultures for the different races, because they kind of hold themselves out of the, the politics and the happenings, but they're still aware of them. So they're able to pass them down through memory, through word of mouth.
That's a good point.
But because they're not involved, they don't necessarily have a horse in the race. Most history is told by the victors, and most history is through the lens of whoever cared the most about what gets represented or whatever, right? But if history was truly written down by somebody who was objective about it, then you'd kind of have a really good source for what actually happened.
Yeah, that's a good point, and if you're playing and you're a dungeon master or a player who's playing a halfling, that might be something that you take on board. That you have this ability to sort of think about things in a different way. Like whereas a human fighter fighting for a king might have a very narrow point of view on what they're dealing with, but your character having that objective view might be able to deal with that differently.
Yeah. It seems like I hadn't thought about it that way, but that makes a lot of sense. That if they are getting stories, and I'm sure they still trade with the other groups, and they're still in the world, but they also are, maintaining a certain distance.
Yeah, that's right, and that kind of shows up in their history as well, because much like their race, their history is pretty unremarkable. They don't have a lot. Whilst individuals have been involved in things, they don't have a lot. There's not a lot of huge events that they deal with.
Right.
There is,
on the 3,422nd year, we did more farming. We ate some more. Right. We drank some more. We sang our songs. It was a good year.
That's right. And Pippin made that joke about the other guy's feet.
Right. Oh, the classic joke of the feet joke. That's it.
Yeah, that
was when it came into popularity. Yeah.
Speaking of feet, I don't think that the Forgotten Realms hobbits have big hairy feet, but I may be wrong. It doesn't necessarily say that is the case. Or I've just missed it. So if you are a Forgotten Realms historian and I've got that wrong, just let me know. But I couldn't see reference to that. So these guys appeared around the same time as the creative races. So and at the same time as dwarves and elves and giants. So they appeared in the world about the same time, and they just kind of slipped in there and went about their quiet ways. And they were said to be created by the god Yondala. And she shared with them their culture. So her being and the way she behaves is what has driven the halflings to behave the way they do. Yondala is known for her charming personality and friendly demeanor, and she has held the title of the protector and provider by all of her worshippers. And I'm going to read a little bit I'm going to read her dogma, and I think that this dogma describes the way halflings go about their daily lives really well. Okay. So those who seek to live in accordance with the way of the provider will be blessed with a cornucopia of riches. Seek peace and comfort, for a life lived with both is true wealth. Although violence should never be welcome, the protector's aegis will extend to those willing to fiercely defend their home and community. Lead through example, and know the activities of those you lead so that you can help shoulder their burdens when need be. Treasure your family, for your parents give you life and your children your future. Care for the aged and the weak, for you never know when you may be one of the strong laid low. And I think that really sums up how halflings go about their lives.
Yeah, it seems like a really good, pretty solid way to live your life, taking care of other people, being considerate, makes sense.
Yeah, that's right. And I think Yondala's symbol is cool. It's literally a cornucopia on a shield, and coming out of the cornucopia is a big bundle of fruit and vegetables. So there's like corn and apples and grapes and wheat.
So like the god of Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's right. On a shield. So
On a
protector and provider.
The guardian of Thanksgiving. The Thanksgiving guardian.
Yeah, that's right. Yondala seems like a lovely god to worship, especially if you're a halfling. You can jump on board with that, and that can be your guidance, if you will. But there is a question. If these guys love isolation and love staying indoors and being with their family and enjoying the simple things in life, why do they become adventurers? Mm-hmm. So there was a pretty huge cultural and philosophical change that happened to the halflings.
Oh, so it wasn't just like curiosity keeps getting them. Something actually fundamentally changed?
Yeah, that's right. So there is a thing here that we're going to have to delve into maybe in next episode or the one after maybe, called The 100 Years of Chaos. Okay.
That's a long time for chaos.
That is a huge amount of time for chaos. And during this time, the typical halfling's aversion to adventure for its own sake was overcome by a powerful sense of wanderlust. And this led to heaps of halfling-run adventure companies springing up in major cities around Faerun. Okay, so they went from being these people that stayed at home to wanting to see the world, wanting to adventure, wanting to see what's out there. And that is the reason why when you go to all the different parts in Faerun, you'll find halflings. Because the 100 Years of Chaos changed all of that.
That's a really fun way to start a campaign, would be to have a party that works for a halfling adventure company.
Yeah, I think so. Or have a whole party of halflings that all are an adventuring company.
Yeah, yeah. And they can have some wacky halfling name for their adventure company. You know, like the Vine and Barley Adventure Company or something dumb, and that only halflings would name it. Not that halflings name things dumb, but something very simple and halflingy. And it's all just a bunch of halflings who go out on adventures and get way in over their heads. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I think that'd be awesome. All right, so I'm just having a quick look now. So it's also called the Era of Upheaval. Most scholars believed that this took place in 1358 DR. So this is only about 100 years ago in Forgotten Realms time. Yeah. The gods were cast down from the upper planes and roamed the lands, incarnated as mortals. Okay,
I hate when that happens.
I hate when they do that. Lord Ao's involved. He unraveled the Lords of Realm Space. Okay, so it got really real. Maybe we will talk about this in a coming episode.
Yeah, that seems like a core bit of knowledge that would be really useful in any campaign that you're going to run.
I think we will delve deep into that very soon. And that is what I've got on halflings today.
That's halflings. So not a whole lot else than just kind of the simplicity. And I guess it makes sense too without, they do keep history well, but they also don't, before they started adventuring into the world, there probably wasn't a whole lot to talk about.
Yeah. I mean, just good cheese, good wine, good bread. And it sounds awesome, to be honest. I mean, I would totally be down with working in the fields during the day and then just drinking beers and wine and eating bread and cheese.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about the races of D&D is that, and in a lot of literature, you end up with different aspects of humanity just kind of brought into the forefront and kind of zoomed in on. So when it comes to hobbits, that there are people who would prefer to live a lifestyle like that, and that seems like heaven, and then there are people who would go, no, that sounds terrible. I would never live a lifestyle like that. I want adventure, I want fame and fortune, I want to make a name for myself, they stand very counter to those things. And yeah, it's interesting because I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's part of me wants to say that that seems fine, but maybe I don't know that I would in the long term. I'd probably get fidgety with, just farming a field and drinking ale in the evening, for
150 years.
Yeah. Is that enough? Would I be content with that?
Well, that's a mindset thing. See, that's another interesting thing. You could have a halfling community that's got a human living there. That just decided, hey, these guys have got it sorted.
Yeah.
And I'm super helpful.
Cool. Right.
And I'm super helpful because I can lift heavy stuff for them and you know.
And they've got the best pipe weed in the county. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Love the halflings and their narcotics, man. They're right into it.
So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts. Or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot. Hey friends, this is Robots, the creator of the Robots Radio Podcast Network and host of the 2 original shows on the network, the Fallout Lorecast and the Elder Scrolls Lorecast. These 2 shows have rocketed up the iTunes charts. They both together have over 150 5-star reviews in only a couple of months, with bite-sized episodes that take you step by step through the background of the games and the game worlds. They're thought-provoking, well-produced, and a lot of fun. I recommend you go check them out at robotsradio.net or on any podcast reader, podcatcher, whatever you use, iTunes, Spotify. Again, that's the Fallout Lorecast and the Elder Scrolls Lorecast, available everywhere. Well, welcome back. We are in the middle of the show.
So middly in here.
It's so middly. This is the most
middly
center place I've ever been in. Thank you for joining us again for this episode about halflings. You know what? This week we've got a email that came into us in through the interwebs and then through our magical portal table water thing. We need a name for that. I don't know what to call that.
It's the Google Scrying Bowl.
Our Google
That's
Bowl.
what it is. Our Google Bowl. Yeah.
Our Google Bowl. Yeah. So we got an email from Till Hermson, who wrote into dndlorecast@gmail.com. Again, dndlorecast@gmail.com. And here, I'm just going to read the email. They wrote, "Dear Lorecasters, thank you for creating your Lorecast. I stumbled into it yesterday, and now I am catching up with the episodes. Your take on D&D lore is very nice, and I hope you have a great time in your mystical tower, smiley face."
We do. Sometimes we wish we could get out, but...
Yeah, it's the best time, especially when I cast spells on Stuart accidentally. He goes on, that's not all he wrote. He goes on and says, "If not already scheduled, I would be thrilled to hear an episode about your take on ghosts and the afterlife in D&D. Ooh. My request is linked to the character I'm playing for a few weeks now." So he's got this really interesting character to tell us about. "After 26 years of role-playing, this is my first real participation in a D&D game, and I am playing a tiefling hexblade with an interesting twist. She was part of the personal guard of a king when the whole city was destroyed within a split second by a catastrophic shifting within the planes. Due to her sudden death and strong willpower, she managed to stay in this world as a ghost, wandering the now crushed city and watching it turn into a maze-like dungeon as more than 1,500 years went by. Finally,
that's so cool.
Yeah, finally, a party of adventurers found their way into the dungeon and were wiped out entirely by all the dangers lurking within. This was her opportunity, though, as she was able to possess the dying body of one of the adventurers, kicking the original soul out and keeping the body alive. So she got a new body now, having the chance of a second life. Unfortunately for her, as a tiefling, the body is that of a human male. So not only did she lose most of her power, she also has to find out how to manage a penis. Smiley face. Yeah, I'm still working on that too. So
I don't know how it works.
It takes a while. Keep up the good work. Stay healthy and have fun. Best regards. And they signed it Curse, which I guess is maybe the character's name. Till, thank you for sending that in. That was an awesome story, and I would love to hear more about your adventures as they unfold.
That's really, really cool. For those of you listening at home that don't know what a hexblade is, that's a warlock. So one of the classes you can use is a warlock, and then the subclass is a hexblade, and that is you've made a pact with a mysterious entity from the Shadowfell, which is like dark Feywild essentially, and that force manifests in a sentient magic weapon. So you use this magic weapon, and that gives you your magical ability. So that's, or like thematically, that is such a cool character backstory. I really, really like that.
Yeah, I like the powerful enough to cling on to life, sort of, like at least afterlife, and then find your way into another body. I think that's really cool. Yeah, we'll have to dig into ghosts and afterlife stuff at some point.
Yeah, we will do an episode on that. There's ways that I run that in my campaign, but we'll look at how that works in the Forgotten Realms, and I'll talk a bit about what I think as well.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Maybe I don't know what the plan is for going through the summer, but definitely by like Halloween time, that might be a really, really good topic to get into some of the creepy, spooky stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, actually, that's a great idea.
Yeah,
I like that. Let's keep it bright and happy while we're in summer.
While we're doing the best we can with the way the world is right now.
That's right.
Yep. Did you hear about the murder hornets? Never mind. We were not going to go into this. Anyway.
I did, but I don't want to go into that.
We're not going to go into this. Anyway, but thank you for writing in, Till. And anybody else who would like to write in and tell us about your adventures, about your character, about a fun item that you've designed for your campaign, anything like that, please send us a note, either dndlorecast@gmail.com or at dndlorecast on Twitter, or jump in the Discord and send me a note on there. Any of those ways are ways that you can get in contact with us. So the Robots Radio Discord. So all the links are in the show notes, and you can also just search them on the Google machine, and things will come right up. Also, if you want to help support the show, probably the easiest and the actually most effective way to help us out is to just tell your friends. Tell the people you're playing with. Tell people you know who are into role-playing games and might be curious about Dungeons and Dragons and want to hear two knuckleheads who are stuck in a tower talk about fantasy stuff. Send them our way. Them's our people. Those are our people.
That's all. We're all about that. So send them this way.
Yeah. So awesome. All right. And now let's move on with the end of the show. So Stuart, this week I have another item. And I heard you were going to plan to talk halflings. You've been reading a lot of The Hobbit. So so I designed a special item just for, with our halfling friends in mind. And it is called, the Halfling Half Ring. Say that 10 times fast.
I enjoy that it rhymes. That's good.
And it's a ring, so very Hobbit-esque, Ring of Power. Now, it's not a ring of power, although it will fit on whatever finger you try to put it on, so it adjusts to the user.
Okay, very handy.
So it's magical, right? And which means you could slip it on someone else's finger too, which is important with this one. And the Halfling Half Ring will reduce the size of the wearer exactly in half from where they were before.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you can use it on yourself, and then you will gain advantage when you're trying to sneak because you're going to be even smaller. So if you're a halfling, you'll be like super tiny, right? You'll be like a quarterling.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But in doing this, your strength is also reduced in half. So you better not try actually lifting anything or doing anything with any weight. Like your dexterity, your other skills, your other stats, none of that stuff is changed, just your strength. So the other thing you could do with this is you could sneak up to a very, very large enemy that relies on strength rolls and slip it onto their finger. And then they would be shrunk in half and they wouldn't know why, but they'd also now not be so formidable in the strength department.
Ah, I love that.
Yeah, so it's got kind of a double use, but you don't want to lose it. Like you don't want to, fight a creature and then, send it off a cliff or something, and then all of a sudden, crap, my ring went with.
Right. So the
mountain
term
troll.
half ring it's not actually half a ring. It's a ring that turns you in half.
Right.
Changes.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. That's so cool. I love that it can be used for. It can be used for good and evil. I enjoy that a lot.
Good and evil. Yeah, you could slip it on anybody else. Like as long as you were able to like get it on their finger, it would, poof, it would work. And then they would, they'd be shrunk, and they'd be like, even if they were mad at you until they pulled the ring off, their punches wouldn't hurt very much.
Yeah, that's right. And that fits really well with a halfling. Halflings are super dexterous. They've got that sleight of hand bonus. That'd be very easily be able to do that. Hopefully, anyway.
Yeah,
depending on who they're trying to slip it on.
Right. So, can you imagine like a thief type character who's a halfling who slips it on, is now absolutely tiny and is not like has advantage on stealth, is able to sneak right up behind you, and then maybe in like a quick maneuver just kind of like pulls the ring off and sticks it on the other person's finger, and then all of a sudden they go whoop back to normal size, and then the other person goes whoop back to like hobbit size or whatever. Maybe it's a big old troll and now it's actually like regular size compared to giant. Totally could be useful for something like that.
Yeah, I think that's very good. I love that.
Or you play tricks on your friends while they're sleeping. They wake up in the morning, they're like, why is everything so big?
Yeah, that would be great. On your Goliath friend, who's usually 7 foot tall, all of a sudden is 3.5 feet tall.
Right. They're just like, what happened to the world? This is one of the best drinking games you can play. So whoever passes out first wakes up with the ring on.
Yeah, nice. I love that. That is cool. That is very cool.
Well, that's our item for the week. And if you guys use any of our items or characters, any of the things that we've been throwing out here on the show, then we'd love to hear about that too. Like, hey, we worked this into a campaign and this is what happened. Especially if it's something that we don't foresee in our discussion of it, because who knows? Like, you could use these things in lots of different ways. And that's one of the fun things about Dungeons and Dragons is when one of the characters, in fact, this happens all the time when I DM games, is I expect people will do certain things with the information given, and they always choose something completely bonkers. That's just like not. I'm like, that's clearly not the obvious thing to do, but okay, go do that. So I'd love to hear those stories.
And that's the beauty of this game, because it doesn't matter what you have thought up in your mind about how something will go. The players will do something completely different, and
yes,
it's what makes the game so fun, I think.
Yeah, totally. Well, thanks for joining me again, Stuart. And next week we'll dig into some more lore. Maybe we'll get into some of this age of, what was it, chaos something? Whatever
the era of upheaval, or the 100 years of chaos.
Got it. Era or 100 years. Got to remember that phrase. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in this week. And until next time, you guys stay safe out there on your adventures. Talk to you later.
See you guys.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Do you like adventure?
Yeah.
Do you like laughing?
Yeah.
Would you like to listen to a group of people you don't know play D&D and reference retro pop culture you vaguely remember? Excellent. You're going to love Committee Quest. We play D&D in the world of Amarin. We use adventure modules and supplements made by people in the community. We also have a sweet synthwave backing track. Come and join us on our adventure. Volume 1 has been completed. Volume 2 coming the end of January. You can find us on iTunes, Podbean, or wherever you get your podcasts from.
Robots Radio presents.
You're listening to the Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons and Dragons.
Hey there, adventurers. Welcome back to the Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast. Thank you for joining us again. And I am your host, as usual, Tom, or you can call me Robots. I go by Robots on the internet. And with me, as usual, stuck in a wizard's tower, which we are still not able to escape, is my friend and now my seemingly lifelong companion, Stuart. Stuart, how's it going?
We are stuck together for the rest of our lives, Tom.
Yep. It would be really nice to see another human being. I mean, we have your dog. Great. We did summon your dog here, so at least we have another. We did,
companion. Yeah. There is Kevin the Badger Warrior running around somewhere.
Yeah. I hope he hasn't been eaten by that dragon yet.
I'm sure he's fine. I hope the dragon hasn't been eaten by him.
That's true. He is ferocious, although he's little. So let's see. What have you been digging into? I know you've been very deep in the books this week.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of them here. I've been on this bookshelf here that seems to be all books that are from the Dungeon Masters Guild, which is it's a website that Wizards of the Coast run that allows DMs and content creators and writers and artists to share their content on it and sell it there and make a bit of money, and also share really cool supplements and adventures. And there's been all this. There's so much here, and I've just found this new one, which I think is pretty important to us.
Did it just appear on the shelf?
Well, it wasn't there yesterday, and then this morning it was. So maybe I missed it, but I don't know.
What's
it's
it called?
Pretty cool. It's called Elminster's Candlekeep Companion. Now you might remember I talked about Elminster in our first episode, and that Elminster and Mordenkainen used to come to Earth and meet with Ed Greenwood, who's the guy who made the Forgotten Realms.
Right, yeah.
And we're possibly in Mordenkainen's tower. Let's have a look. I'll take it off the shelf now, and we'll.
Yeah, that cover looks really cool.
Yeah, that's Elminster there, and that's Candlekeep. I'm guessing.
Okay,
let's just
crack
open it up. Okay. Whoa.
Wait a minute. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did. What's happening? I can see faces coming straight out of the book.
So, okay. So wait, listeners, just in front of hello. Sorry, hold on. Two human men just appeared in front of us as if they teleported out of the book.
Yeah.
Hi. Hello.
Greetings.
Wow. Okay.
Stomach. Oh gosh.
they can. Hi. Hello. Welcome to our tower. You guys are also from Earth, I think. I can tell by your clothing.
Tom, I recognize these two faces.
Who are these?
That's Anthony Joyce. And
thank you.
And this is Justice Aman.
Yeah, or one of his clones.
Or one of his clones. Exactly.
This is true.
Yeah.
Wow, my brain just exploded with all sorts of other possibilities. Well, I'm just going to go with this is the actual not clone one. So for my own mental well-being, welcome to our tower. Who are these guys? Why do you recognize them?
Okay, so both of these guys write adventures and supplements for the Dungeon Masters Guild. They're both Dungeon Masters and writers.
Wait a minute. Look at that page. Their names are on the book. Wait. So you guys just came out of that book. Do you realize this? We opened the book and you came out of it?
So after a long time of writing, our souls get sucked into the products, and it's kind of unfortunate, but that's how I guess we're attached to it when you open it.
Oh man.
The books were your phylactery.
Yeah, this is your phylactery.
Whoa.
Right. Imagine we don't want these guys here.
I always felt like the kinds of people who were talented enough to write these kinds of books must be wizards of some kind. And so I think we've just confirmed that they actually are.
Yes. We've been trying to write ourselves into books so we can trap others in book form.
Okay. Can we just make a friendly agreement here that you won't trap us into a book? Because
it's a friendly wizards agreement. Sounds good.
Okay, sounds good. That's right, because we are very powerful wizards, and you wouldn't want to make us angry or anything, because who knows what we will cast. Well, welcome to our magical enchanted tower. You're welcome to look around. We Stuart, this is our tower, right? We keep a compendium of all the literature in the worlds. about Dungeons and Dragons concepts and lore here, and so of course we included your book. So welcome. Have make yourselves so comfortable and look around.
Nice. This looks like one of our towers, doesn't it, Anthony?
It does. I think our cartographer Marco kind of like drew one of these up in our schematic in Candlekeep. Looks pretty familiar.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we totally knew about that.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about yourselves, guys.
Well, I'll let Justice go first. Justice, you want to do the honors?
Well, in addition to being an accomplished divination wizard, I am a clinic manager in my home planet. I also I am a writer for the DM's Guild and a event coordinator goblin at Beetle and Grimm's.
Oh, cool.
A goblin, eh?
Yes, goblin is our official title at that place.
Okay, so it's just a title. It's not your actual
the legit title.
Race. You don't become a goblin when you go there.
No.
Gotcha.
And I'm Anthony Joyce. I'm a major in the United States Army. I'm a strategist there. And on my free time, when I'm not wrangling my 3 children and hanging out with my wife, I am a DM's Guild writer as well, doing supplements, adventures, and whatnot, and mainly collaborating with Justice here.
Interesting. So, so just so you guys know, this conversation is being recorded. I've got this microphone plugged into my phone. I'm kind of keeping this because we were actually starting a podcast. We do the Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast. And since you guys just kind of popped up in the room, do you mind maybe answering some questions and maybe digging into this companion book that you made? I think our listeners would be really into it.
Look, if it gets me home, I'll do this, okay? I imagine if I tell you what I want, then I zap back to Earth, right?
That's the deal? Right, yes. If you do what we need, we will give you what you want, right, Stuart?
That's exactly right. We will let you leave once we have the information we require.
That's right. I hope that we can help them leave. I don't know how that works. But yes, we will.
Sure we can.
Yeah, we'll give you exactly what you want. So,
you don't seem like wizard.
Oh yes, that's the first. That's the first rule of being the most powerful wizards is to not make yourself seem like a wizard, because you got to keep people guessing.
That makes sense, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, buy it.
Yep. So you mentioned the Dungeon Masters Guild, and some of our listeners may not be familiar with the Dungeon Masters Guild. What exactly is that?
So the Dungeon Masters Guild is a officially licensed third-party site. It's owned in part by Wizards of the Coast and a company called OBS. And basically what it is it's a place where Wizards of the Coast sells their own products, old D&D adventures, and where you, as a writer and anybody, can go on and write about officially licensed characters. You can write about black dragons, you can write about mind flayers and beholders, and you can actually make money off of them, which is something you can't do elsewhere on the internet without getting something like a cease and desist. So it's a place of awesome opportunity where you can share and show off content that you've made with others, and they can support you for it.
Very cool. So anybody who just has a really cool idea and some experience creating a campaign or characters or whatever can just put together something and try to get it published on there?
Absolutely.
Wow, that's very cool. So how long have you guys been doing this?
Oh, let's see. I've been doing this since the fall of 2018. I started publishing my adventures on there, and I've continued ever since. So this is about a year and a half on the guild now for me. Yep.
And I think I put my first thing around the same time and started writing for it more frequently last summer.
Awesome. And how long have you been adventuring in Dungeons and Dragons before you even got to the point where you decided you wanted to create some of this content?
You know, this is a funny story that I've talked to Justice about a few times. So I started playing D&D in 2015 on a deployment to Iraq when the whole ISIS thing was kicking off. So I brought Dungeons and Dragons out there to learn and play with soldiers because there might not be internet connectivity and whatnot. So we did. We played. I learned. I loved it. Move forward to 2018. I saw this really cool stuff called Dwarven Forge terrain, and I'm like, oh, I really want that stuff. It's so great. And I thought out I've been buying stuff on the DMs Guild, and I said to my wife, I'm like, hey, look, I'm going to make a deal with you, all right? I'm going to take a little bit of money. I'm going to invest it in like making a really cool product, and I'm going to try to sell it and make some money. And then eventually I'll be able to make enough money where I can buy Dwarven Forge. So a year and a half later, I have not bought my Dwarven Forge. And that's not because of failure. It's because I've fallen in love with like creating products that all of my money goes into hiring great teams. And that's kind of what you see with the product today, Elminster's Candlekeep Companion, is hiring editors, writers, artists, graphic designers, and whatnot. So I think at the end of the day, I still will pursue the Dwarven Forge dream, but alas, I still have to keep writing.
Yeah, well, it really makes a lot of sense that you have an entire team behind this, because looking through it, the quality is very nice. I mean, we were just commenting
astounding
before you jumped out of the book that even just the cover itself, the artwork is great. You've got Elminster on the cover with his robes, and you've got the towers behind him, and then you open it up and everything's full color. It's all professionally laid out. I mean, it looks like a full-fledged Dungeons and Dragons product. It's amazing.
And that Candlekeep map is amazing.
We really try. Anthony and I, we both dreamers, and we both would love to one day work for, write for one of these companies. Bob Gravenstein, he did all of the art for this supplement. He's a great artist. He works very quickly, and he did that piece of Elminster. Ed Greenwood is very particular about his image of Elminster. He says, please do not braid the hair or the beard. So the first time that image came up, he actually had this awesome braided beard, and we're like, you straighten that out a little bit. And he did just a wonderful job capturing, the majesty of this castle of tomes in and out. And Marco Bernardini was our cartographer, and I'll let Anthony tell you a little about Marco's story.
Yeah, that's a special story for several reasons. So when we started out with this project, Candlekeep has never had a comprehensive map. The closest you get to it is the Baldur's Gate game. But 5th edition, with the new Descent into Avernus that came out, they had an image of Candlekeep, and it was completely reimagined from anything we'd ever seen before. So we were like, Justice and I talked, we were like, you know what? We're going to make this product, but we're not going to, we can't do a map. It's too complicated. There's too many towers. It's never been done. How do we do it? So we were kind of intimidated. So at first, honestly, there was no map involved. So one day, about a month before we go live, I get tagged on Twitter by Marco. Now, Marco, he's on Twitter. He's Marco for Maps is his Twitter handle. He only has about 180 followers at the time, so relatively just your average Twitter user. And he says, hey, I'm an Italian. I live in Italy. COVID has devastated our country. I've lost my job. I'm looking for work, and I have a skill of I can draw. I can do cartography. Does anybody need a map? And he tagged a few creators that he likes, and I was one of them. And he said, if you need a map, please consider me. So I saw that message, and in my real life job in the military, I'm working COVID operations for the U.S. government in the Pentagon. So I was kind of closely tied into all this stuff going on in Italy. And, I approached Justice and said, hey, this guy, Marco, reached out. We don't know him. We never worked with him before. I said, let's help him out. So we reached out, we hired him, we paid him a really good, fair wage so he can have some food for, like literally his income for that month because he had none. Wow. And he came out, and Marco, this is like finding a talented genius that like no one knows about, because Marco hand drew that map with like a pencil. All right. And he sat there and he just started drawing it and sending us pictures, and he was just great to work with. Extremely talented.
Updates all the time. That silver dragon at the bottom left. There's this ghost dragon that basically her name is Miriam, and she ate a couple of librarians like hundreds of years ago. And so this wizard's like, all right, you were bad. I'm going to bind you to protect this castle for 20 years. And he dies like 15 years in. And his spell is so powerful, she stays there. So after she dies, she's stuck there even as a ghost. So
Ghost
wanted
dragon.
to show this dragon on there. She's in the book as well. But when he turned around that dragon, it's like a sketch you would see from one of the official artists on Twitter, just tweeting it out. It is so accurate and so good that we were just blown away. And I think right after we got that first image back, we were like, we made such a good call. He's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and to any of our listeners, well, I'll put a link in the show notes. If you search Elminster's Candlekeep Companion, it'll probably come up. But on the page, on the DM Guild page, you can click and see like a full-size sample of the book, and it's just a few pages in, and you can see the brilliance of this map and
Marco,
artwork.
the cartographer, he also sells that map separate. So if you want a high-res version of that map, but you don't want to drop $15 on our product, please support Marco. You can blow that up and put it in your house and show your players if you ever go to Candlekeep, because it is a very iconic location in Dungeons and Dragons that people reference a lot.
And to close out the loop of that good news story, right, coming from COVID, he ended up getting picked up. He's announced it publicly now, but Keith Baker, the Eberron creator, has picked him up to do cartography, and there are several other major companies out there looking to hire Marco now. So we gave him a shot, and he came through for us, and now we're singing his praises, and he's actually getting picked up by a lot of really big names.
That's
cartography.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's a really great story. I think that's one of the things that's fun about being part of these creator communities, and that's kind of what we do too with the podcast and the shows that we make. Is that it's not a competition. It's people finding other people who love to create things and do a good job with it, and then propping them up too, because we all love each other's work, and we can all benefit from having more great creators in order to enjoy more great work. So, and to find somebody who is in a specific need situation like that, and for them to get the attention they deserve is really, really cool.
The god of knowledge in D&D, his name's Ogma. He's called the Binder. And I was like, this was Ogma the Binder, binding all of us together for the good of this location of knowledge. It was so perfect.
That's awesome. So let's I'd love to dig a little bit more into this companion and specifically this companion, but also more generally companions in general. And I know that there are people listening to our show who have been doing a lot of homebrew stuff, or maybe they only have some of the core rule books and things like that, and they haven't really branched out into other contents. What would people find if they were to open this up and really take a look at it? And how is what they find, how does that supplement their gameplay and add to it?
Anthony, why don't you start?
Yeah. So the Candlekeep Companion is, I think, a very unique product, not because we made it, but because of the journey in creating it, what we discovered. And that is, you have the city, this vast collection. It's the Great Library. It's the largest collection of tomes in the Forgotten Realms. Very iconic. But there is no single source book or place where you as a DM or a player can go to kind of harvest the lore of that place. You have to search many different areas, many different editions of Dungeons and Dragons, many different websites. And I'll let Justice later on tell you about the experience of that. But it's a very difficult thing to kind of grasp. Everybody knows Candlekeep, but they never have been able to visualize it, and they never had a comprehensive picture of it. So this, for the first time ever, and that's how we got Ed Greenwood involved, is we reached out to him and said, hey, Ed, we emailed him. We said, we want to take on this task of bringing the definitive guide to Candlekeep to life. And he was like, absolutely, 100%, I'm in. Let's do it. And so working with Ed Greenwood, we were able to bring his vision of Candlekeep and kind of culminate all the knowledge that exists on the Castle of Tomes out there and bring it to a product that DMs can digest and understand. And then like when you have that map and the artwork, you can see Candlekeep with your own eyes, and you could say, this is what it looks like. I can now describe it for my players.
Yeah.
And so, in there, you'll find everything about what's in the Great Library, what's in Candlekeep, the Avowed, which is a sect of monks that run it. You'll find their whole hierarchy and the history of the place. So it's really good for any dungeon master wanting to bring the Forgotten Realms to life.
I was going to note that having a direct contact like Ed Greenwood, it seems like a really solid step in the direction of doing this kind of thing for officially for a living.
Working with Ed was a dream come true, and what we realized into the product was absolute necessity. A lot of people at the beginning, they're hesitant of things that they consider homebrew. If you look at the top 50 products on the DMs Guild right now, so many of them are of a caliber that you would pop open any third party or even some Wizards official books. You would look in there and might not know the difference without some of the, the branding on there. Some of the stuff in there, it's so well thought out. Not just our supplement, other ones. But when it came with working with Ed, especially when providing something that we wanted it to be a definitive guide, we wanted to take literally 40, 45 years of history, all these different places, and put it in one place that a dungeon master could go, hey, my party bard wants to go find a book and research in this huge library that has only a few paragraphs in these official books. I don't have the time to research it. I'm not creative enough to figure out what they want to take to give as a gift to get in, because you have to have this crazy entrance gift. We want people to be able to look at our book and just have all that information in one place and have it be updated and kind of open so that you can play the game at your table. You're not just reading a textbook. It's interesting, and there's tables and mechanics and things like that. And having Ed ask questions to clarify things. Not only did it help us write a better product in the end, and he wrote, parts of the book as well, but it gave our book so much more legitimacy to people who are critics of, the DMs Guild, or from something that's not directly from people who make D&D.
Oh, totally. I'm looking here at the description on the site, and just to kind of break this down for our listeners, it says here, the book is the definitive guide to Candlekeep and includes the first ever comprehensive map of Candlekeep, which we just discussed. Dungeon Masters can find a history and overview of Candlekeep developed in consultation with Ed Greenwood, creator of the Forgotten Realms, new variant rules, 26 new magic items, 11 new creatures found in the library fortress, and you can create characters from 4 new subclass options and 34 new spells. Holy crap. Ooh, yeah. That's a lot of stuff.
The other ones, one of our designers, Jeremy Forbing, he did a lot of player options and the spells and magic items. He just contributed to, and I can't remember, I think he led Blackstaff's book of 1,000 spells.
Holy
literal tome of magic. And some of those spells made their way into this companion.
Cool.
Some of the items in there are so cool. There's like an egg that when you open it, it summons a corpse of yourself from another timeline where you died.
Oh my gosh.
The possibility of what you can do with a corpse of yourself to fool people or to, it's just so cool.
That's awesome. So this is one of our favorite things, because at the end of each of our episodes, we either give people, our listeners, an NPC who is like a specific type of character that you would maybe plug into your campaign, or an item or a magic spell or something, a new monster. And so we've been doing some new items. Like last week we talked about dwarves. So I invented the mysterious beard of mystery, which you put on your face and everyone no longer recognizes you as you.
Nice.
It 100% works immediately, but it also works on your party as well. So, for example, if you are trying to convince somebody, like maybe you're trying to get into the fortress and you fail your charisma check or something like this, right? And then you duck around the corner, you put on the beard, you come back out. They don't recognize that you're even connected to the party that was trying to get in, but your party also doesn't recognize you either. So then you have to convince them that you're
that's awesome.
Yeah, on their side.
I love it.
So we have a lot of fun making up fun stuff as well. So that sounds awesome. I would love to read into some of those when I get the time. I know Stuart purchased this, and I've looked through some of the content on the site, but haven't a chance to read everything.
Yeah, I read through most of the lore stuff this morning. I had and a little bit of the subclasses. I haven't gotten to the magic items or spells yet, though. But it's a good read. It's really nice. It's easy to read, and it's written in a really almost conversational sort of way. You know, like it makes it easy to sort of chew through all the content in there.
Well, we did have a lot of help with this goes back to the team, right? We have our editor, Laura Hurstbrunner, who she is hands down the best editor I've ever had. And she can take words and sharpen them, focus them, and fine-tune them, where when they're spit out on paper at the end of the day, they're easy to digest. And we have Gordon McAlpin, who's our graphic designer, who does the layout. So the look of the book, that kind of makes it really engaging. That's, Gordon doing that. And we had MT Black, who is one of the writers. He's a guild adept, and he's one of the writers for Descent into Avernus. And he provided this director's cut adventure in Chapter 4 that is, if you have Descent into Avernus, there's a Candlekeep portion in that book that is not enough for a lot of DMs. And so MT Black has this alternate kind of director's cut edition for Candlekeep, which is included in our supplement for you to kind of like plug in there. And so bringing all the team members together is what allows this to be a good product, I think. And so I really enjoyed that.
Reading through it, it's almost... sorry, you go ahead, Justice.
Yeah, I was going to say, and having an editor too, when you've got so many people writing one thing, somebody to give you a cohesive voice, make it seem... Because when you read it, it seems like this whole book is written by one person. In reality, I wrote 2 chapters... NT wrote chapter, Anthony wrote chapters, Jeremy wrote chapter. Like all of our hands are throughout this whole thing. But she kind of unified everything for us. And then what I was going to say, oh yes, and as Anthony said, breaking up the text with that layout, it really does help make everything so much more digestible. And for the viewers who don't know, Descent into Avernus is the most recent adventure that was released by Wizards of the Coast. Basically, the concept is you start out in Gotham City of D&D, and the adventure ends in hell. So before you go there, you end up in this big library because you're researching things, preparing for this descent into the first layer of hell.
Awesome. Well, we don't know how far to this dungeon in this tower goes down, so we might have to prep for that as well at some point, Stuart.
Yeah, that's right.
Awesome.
Reading through it sort of seems as if it seems as if it's written by Elminster, like the voice that's used. To me, it felt that way. Like I felt like I was reading his words.
Well, I think that's. So we were trying to get. That kind of voice across, that you're having a conversation. And as you can see in there, you have these little book snippets, if you will, the little pieces of like different books in there. And one thing working with Ed, who, as you know, Elminster has visited him in our world, is this really cool... He encompasses like this philosophy of the unreliable narrator, which I think is so beautiful from a creative standpoint, because he's been making the Forgotten Realms since before D&D, I think, was actually out. It was like 1960s, late 1960s. So he predates like TSR. So in working with Ed, there in our book, for example, there's this tower called Exaltation. It's the tallest tower. And Justice and I were able to work together on, hey, we think this would be a cool way to explain what that tower is. It's, kind of like the first defensive tower that was established, and they kind of built out from that. And we went to Ed with that, and he's like, oh yeah, I love that idea. Absolutely. It's great. And what's so cool about that is he is not afraid to mold the lore, because everything to him is moldable if it makes sense for the world at the time, the cultural context, the DM at the table. So he very much sharing. He shares his world with everyone, and he doesn't have like a stingy ownership complex with it. He's not, this is mine, not yours. He is literally saying, the Forgotten Realms is for the world to share and to create and mold. And I thought that was really neat to see that come out.
That's such an awesome philosophy, because it really opens up the possibilities for everybody to expand on the content and make it their own. So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts, or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot.
Do you like adventure?
Yeah.
Do you like laughing?
Yeah.
Would you like to listen to a group of people you don't know play D&D and reference retro pop culture you vaguely remember? Excellent. You're going to love Committee Quest. We play D&D in the world of Amarin. We use adventure modules and supplements made by people in the community. We also have a sweet synthwave backing track. Come and join us on our adventure. Volume 1 has been completed. Volume 2 coming the end of January. You can find us on iTunes, Podbean, or wherever you get your podcasts from.
If you are interested in Forgotten Realms lore, which you probably are because you're listening to this, definitely follow Ed Greenwood on Twitter. He is really cool to follow. He often chimes in on discussions about Forgotten Realms and then does huge string posts explaining different facets of the world. So it's really a really good person to follow on Twitter. I guess, who is Elminster? Can you guys elaborate a bit on Elminster for our listeners?
So Elminster he's this wizard. Ed Greenwood, he's written a few characters. Elminster's, I believe the most recent book that Ed has written that features Elminster is called The Herald, which I read because it features Candlekeep prominently for this adventure, for this supplement. And so Elminster, what makes him so special above other wizards, not only is he hundreds of years old, he's what's called a chosen of a god. And a chosen is basically this god likes this person so much, or they think embodies them so much that they make them favored in some way. And through that, they begin to embody a part of the god. So you might have a god of murder, pick a chosen, and that person is the most brutal warrior, and they're such a strong person on the battlefield. What makes Elminster so cool is he's a chosen of Mistra, which is the goddess of magic. So he has all these super abilities that normal wizards would be they'd be tapped out by the time they have done what Elminster has done. He can basically always tap into this flowing network. It's basically like string theory of magic, the weave, that he can use to cast spells, he can use to teleport, he can, use to hurl fireballs and call meteors out of the sky. And it keeps him eternally young, and he's got a super sick beard and hat and pipes. So, I mean, it's the icing on the cake.
It gives him the best beard ever that goes down to like past his knees.
Probably, yeah, it probably doesn't. It helps it, I'm sure.
Oh, that's awesome. So I have a question. So some of the people that listen to our show are creating some of their own content. People like Stuart, who are doing their own podcasts and taking people on their own adventures, or just players at home who are creating their own content. If they wanted to get started doing something like this on their own, what's the best way to start? It seems like you guys are doing a lot, but I'm sure there are stepping stones along the way.
Yes, I'll provide. There is no better time than today to create content for Dungeons and Dragons, and I don't mean that as like a tagline. Hey, this is what we say, but in reality, it is like quantitatively, this is true. So there's this thing I would point people to called the RPG Writers Workshop, headed by Ashley Warren. She's a guild adept. She's a very prolific author. And it is a workshop that you can go online, RPG Writers Workshop, and you can take classes on how to write your first adventure, how to market your adventure. And these are very simple steps for anyone. They'll give you free resources, templates to use, free art to use, how to get started. And you can do this, start learning how to do it, and then do it yourself. Work by yourself if you want to at first, but I would highly recommend collaboration. But this is getting your foot in the door to teach you the basics. And then once you get the basics under your feet, you go on and you start developing relationships with other creators on Twitter, on Discord, and you start to form friendships like Justice and I have, and you have teams that you begin developing products with. And I would tell anybody this. It's very tempting at first to say, I want to create this or that. And it's about what you want, right? But I will tell you, having done this for a year and a half now, that collaboration yields a much better product in the end in terms of creativity and in terms of professionalism. And if you look at any Wizards of the Coast product, open up the credits page and you never see one name. It's a team effort. So if you want to get involved, use those assets I've mentioned, but consider this as a team sport. If you look at it from that context, you can be very successful and go on to have an amazing experience in the community.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. It sounds like there's a lot of making connections with other people involved, kind of like we discussed earlier, finding other people who are doing cool things and reaching out and saying, hey, I'd like to work with you on something. Do you find that it's easy to find, you mentioned finding your map designer and just kind of happening upon them. What are the best ways to reach out to other people? Do you find them on social media? Do you find people who are creating other things that you like?
I think social media is the best. It's, I've been in different formats and I haven't found anywhere as effective as Twitter for interacting with, because a lot of, not to say that every D&D or Call of Cthulhu, all these RPG people aren't all active on Twitter, but a lot of the really prominent ones, the lead adventure designer for 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, Chris Perkins, he's always posting on there. They have a very active Twitch stream where they'll talk about design, they'll talk about they'll post articles for when they're play testing things through this Unearthed Arcana releases, which are basically, hey, we're thinking about putting this in a future book. Why don't you look at this? And then anyone can review those and leave feedback. And honestly, I don't think there's any better place to learn from these, individuals than than watching them in real time release things. And on top of that, a lot of them interact frequently with people. You don't have to have 8,000 followers. If you tweet Jeremy Crawford a question about a rule and he's never covered it before, there's a strong chance he will retweet you and he will reply, or he will clarify that for you, because they understand that the current edition of D&D is not one that there's a rule for everything. So I'd honestly say Twitter is the best place to reach people, but there's some great places. There's a Facebook page for the DMs Guild that you can see new products coming out, and a lot of the creators will respond to questions there. As Anthony mentioned, there's the RPG Writers Workshop you can enroll in through Ashley Warren, who started that. There's Discord. There's even a subreddit for the DMs Guild. It's not super active, but sure, if people start going there more, it will become more active.
Yeah. I find Twitter is a really good place to get a hold of other people in general. People seem responsive. That's kind of the magic of Twitter, is that you can find somebody who is well known, is kind of popular in circles, and still be able to reach out to them and make it feel kind of natural.
I think the character limit on Facebook and other places, you're so enveloped in an argument somewhere, but Twitter, you only get 280 characters. So they're kind of harder to start.
Yeah. So here's another question for you. If somebody picks up this companion and they go, oh man, I really like this stuff, what other things have you worked on? Are there other products that you would want them to go check out, that you want to point to and say, well, if you like this, you should go check this out as well?
For sure. Anthony, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I'll talk about my main highlights there on the Guild. So I have several kind of big keynote products. And first one is the Heir of Orcus series. That's an Adventures League series of adventures you can play in your homebrew or an Adventures League. And it's kind of like about the daughter of Orcus, and you're trying to stop her. It's a really cool, fun adventure series there. The next one is Weekend at Strahd's. That was a collaboration with Oliver Clegg and I, and that's like a fun 80s.
Like Weekend at Bernie's?
It's totally the Weekend at Bernie's. Like 80s music. It's Party
amazing.
Town. Yeah, it's
so good,
really fun. It's a fun one-shot. If you're looking to have like a fun, crazy party night, check out that. Then I also made The Blood Hunter. It's a one-on-one adventure, and that is really, really cool. It's built around a class, the Blood Hunter class by Matthew Mercer.
The Witcher.
Yeah, it's like The Witcher meets The Mandalorian meets Dungeons and Dragons. It's nice. Pretty fun. And then the other ones are collaborations with Justice that are kind of all tied to the newest adventure, Descent into Avernus, The Fall of Elturel. It's a beginning adventure for that campaign, which I think fits really well. And then we have City Encounters for Baldur's Gate that expands on all the stuff you can do in that Gotham-type city of evil. And then we have the Candlekeep Companion. So, Justice, you want to chime in on what you got?
Yeah, and honestly, we talk about Fall of Elturel a lot. It's a really great start adventure, just because so many people, when they picked up Descent into Avernus, some people didn't like the beginning of it, and because there's a really big event that miss the way it's written. But City Encounters is kind of an unappreciated one we've worked on. I mean, it's gotten attention, but it's really cool. And when you're running a city as a dungeon master, it's always hard to convey the scope of what's happening. How do you make a city feel like a city when you're just one person? And being able to take these dice and roll on there, and people run into somebody dumping out a chamber pot, or some Sweeney Todd-esque meat pie salesman that Ann Gregerson wrote in there describing these grainy, wet meat pies. It really adds a lot of flavor to that. When I started, my Twitter handle was called Norse DM because I love Norse mythology and Vikings. And I changed it to my name after a while because I wrote so much. I'd written so much devil-themed stuff. I was like, I'm not a Norse DM at all. I'm like a devil DM or something. But the very first big product I wrote was called Devil's Advocate, tied to Infernal Contracts. And it's an area that I've seen of a lot in popular media and in Dungeons and Dragons, this idea of making a contract with someone more powerful for something that you want. And I'm not a lawyer, but I've taken a few law classes for my my master's, and it always interests me. So I based it all off of contract law, and so those are real terms and stuff. And it was a lot of fun to kind of give flavor to something that I felt was a gap. So I really like that one.
That's awesome. That sounds really cool. I always love working in rolling random things that occur in a campaign and having a list of like, here's a bunch of wacky stuff that could happen because they're walking through a town and who knows what they're going to run into, and then just playing that out. That's great.
They're fantastic for idea generation, you know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's so cool. We did something for City Encounters where how the characters resolve event changes the way the city feels. You side with the law over and over again, they get really overbearing, and they make like needless arrests, and martial law is basically implemented.
Oh, man.
If you go against them, all of these cultists basically start conducting rituals in the street. It's pretty cool.
That's great.
Yeah, that's great. Oh, that's awesome.
Awesome stuff. Stuart, do you have anything else you wanted to ask?
I don't know. I have all sorts of questions.
We've covered a lot, but yeah, go ahead.
We have. I had a question about Candlekeep in general. We look at lore and history and whatnot. How did Candlekeep start?
You're asking how Ed got the idea, or how the keep itself was founded in the lore?
In the lore, how was the keep founded? Yeah.
So in the lore, there are these two people. They are clerics of Ogma, the god of knowledge, and Denir, basically the scribe of knowledge. So you have knowledge, but you need to write it down. Denir is the scribe of Ogma. And these two clerics, they have this dream of this tower, by the shores. And so they both show up at this place and decide that they need to construct this tower. As they're, securing contracts from these gnomes and dwarves and masons to build this first tower, these two other people show up, and they are like, hey, we had a vision as well, and we're supposed to build another tower. So they're kind of richer than the first two. And so they're like, hey, they go to the masons and they say, hey, can you build another tower and connect it to this one? And so, the architects are like, ooh, that's going to take a little while. Let me think about it. But sure, we'll do it. And this keeps happening. They keep getting more and more books until eventually there's this massive complex of all these interconnected towers, and, all of these priests coming, and they're bringing books. They're bringing their favorite or the most rare tomes, until eventually you have this place that needs to be protected because knowledge in itself is so powerful. You have people coming to research the lineage of their deepest enemies, look for weaknesses, to find rare spells. And so you have these monks that have grown from generations of people who came and built those first towers, who swear to protect it. And when you have all this knowledge in one place, it's basically the internet, and you start connecting the dots.
Okay.
And you have the biggest force field in all the realms surrounding this lore, as it should be protected. So yeah, it just kept growing from there, and it's taken some beatings, and it's been reconstructed in times, but it seems like most of the books and the scrolls and stuff, they stay the same. So that's nice.
That's a great story.
It is so good, and that sort of place could exist in anybody's world. So you don't have to be running your game in Forgotten Realms. If you have your own homebrew world you're using, this huge expanse of knowledge, this place where people can go to find the information they need, can exist in anybody's world.
And it's funny, Stuart, that you ask about the founding, because that's one of my proudest things about this supplement is that is not information that I know of that you can find anywhere on the internet. That is information that Ed mailed us for this product. I don't think the founding, there's this tiny, tiny scroll on a 2004 website for the Candlekeep forums where all these lore enthusiasts basically post and talk about lore. And it's the most biggest collection of Candlekeep lore that there ever was so far up until this one. And it was written by Ed Greenwood. And it doesn't detail the founding there either. I think it's something he gave us just for this product. Now, I'm sure maybe he's alluded to it somewhere on the internet, but I'm pretty sure that this is the most complete look at the fortress. And I'm proud to people who have never known that story open the book up and go, wow, I never knew where this place came from. Like, that's super cool.
Yeah, that is really cool. That and so the Avowed, who are the monks that live within Candlekeep and protect its knowledge, is there some sort of time frame as to when they came about, or are they just, it's sort of said they've been there since its inception?
Descendants of the originals, but Anthony actually he wrote kind of about the initiation process becoming about. So he can probably chime in about how you could become an Avowed.
It's kind of really fascinating. The Avowed, they are this quasi librarian. I'm going to kill you if you tarnish the books. So they're like, militaristic a little bit.
I'm just reading the quote here that says, "Those who destroy knowledge with ink, fire, or sword, are they themselves destroyed?"
Yeah, they're no joke.
Librarians.
They are no joke. So they're very capable. But if you want to become one, you go to Candlekeep with an entrance gift. You get in. And you dedicate yourself to this order of monks that accepts, anyone of all races, genders, whatnot. And you kind of are relinquished of all titles. So it's kind of like the watch in Game of Thrones, if you will, where you kind of you become just a keeper on the wall. Well, this is, you become a keeper in the Castle of Tomes, and you start off as an acolyte. You get trained and you move up the ranks, and they have different kind of groups. You can become a great reader and kind of specialize in certain areas of magic or knowledge or lore. And you could become a gate warden, which specializes in like the defense of Candlekeep. And there's a lot of neat stuff for characters or NPC development if you look in that on how the Avowed works. So it's a really fun monastic order. And we actually have a subclass that's tied into that. It's a monk subclass called the Preserver of the Avowed, or the Avowed Preserver, and that's tied to the Avowed monk monastic order.
I think when people hear the word monk, there's two things you envision. It's either a shaved head Catholic, style monk in robes, brown robes that's walking around, or you picture like a Shaolin monk, who's great at fighting. There are those people in the Avowed that can do those things. What's so cool is a lot of them, they know awesome spells, and they carry these items that are treasures of this place that, it's kind of like in Doctor Strange, those artifacts that contain magic in them. There's so many of those types of things here just because people bring them as gifts. And so you definitely don't want to mess with one of these people. These are people who probably were teased about being bookworms when they were younger, and now they're holding like dragon slaying orbs and stuff. So you don't want to push one of the Avowed around. You never know what they're capable of.
So I'm reading here on the page. It also I love bards. It also lists a bard as a new subclass. The College of Destiny, by virtue of prescience. Is that how you say that word? They navigate.
Jeremy has an awesome vocabulary. That's how you can kind of tell I didn't write that section. His vocabulary is way better than mine.
It says they navigate the twisting roads of luck and fate. I like that description. So what's the deal with the bards?
So the bard Jeremy wrote, he tied a lot of that to kind of prophetic ability to see in the future. So in Candlekeep, you have Orlando, who is like this great prophet who foresaw many events that would happen, cataclysmic events in the Forgotten Realms in Toril. And throughout, they have this thing called the Endless Chant, where the Avowed monks every day, all day, they're marching through Candlekeep and they're chanting these prophecies of Orlando and of things to come. And it's really interesting. So he's kind of like a visionary. And his skull is actually one of the magic items, or it may be his skull. It may not be. I'll keep that mystery there. But the skull is a magic item. But anyway, the bard is tied to that kind of school of thought of someone who has the gift of prophecy, if you will, and can see the future. And so the mechanic that it's built around is the bardic inspiration die. You can give it to another player to use, but it's kind of like the divination wizard, where you roll the dice and you record the number on it, and at any time in the game you can use it. So the inspiration die, you roll it when you get it, and when you want to use it, you could either use the number that you rolled when you initially got it, or you can take a chance and re-roll the dice. So it's pretty cool to see that kind of like divination wizard with a bard and the prophecy, seeing the future melded.
Yeah, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really, there's a lot here to sorry, I was literally just reading.
This is what he does. I try to talk to him, and then he's got his face in a book in this tower, and then I have to pull him out.
Classic history teacher. All right.
Yeah. I'll add one quick thing that I think is cool too. Chapter 6, we had one of our designers, Trevor Armstrong, who's really gifted in developing NPCs and stat blocks, monster stat blocks, got a lot of products in the guild in that area. And, we statted out the dragon, Miram, who's really got just crazy amount of power. It's a spectral dragon that lives in the underneath Candlekeep now. It's the one Justice that got bound to Candlekeep for burning up some books and eating some people. Funny story. So when it got bound, the wizard, died early, and so it was unable to take the binding off the dragon. So it died there, but its spirit remained. So there's a lot of cool NPCs in the back that you can look at and kind of use in your own campaigns too, however you like.
Yeah,
there's these little grubs called bookworms that just eat through texts. That doesn't sound that bad until you give one of your players a scroll and they're really excited about it, and then they go to cast it and there's a hole in it, like a caterpillar went through it, and they're like, the heck did that? And you're like, I warned you about bookworms.
Now, does the scroll not work, or does it actually change the effect of the scroll randomly?
Well, yeah, I think that's more interesting that way. If you roll a wild magic surge or something, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it messes up the spell in some random way that you're not ready for.
Yeah. Or leaving your pack in a place where there's bookworms that get into your pack, and then once you leave, every book in your pack has been chewed through.
Yeah, the Tome Guardian. I'm looking through the art in this. The Tome Guardian looks very menacing.
Yeah.
They look super menacing. If you read the lore, they're normally really sweet too. They have favorite books and like to inscribe the words out of them. So you might walk by and one of them's got Pride and Prejudice on their shoulder or something. And then on the other, it's got a lightning bolt spell just ready to go off if somebody tries to damage a book.
That's great. Yeah, you don't want to mess with these guys. Very, very cool. Well, we've kept you for quite a while and dug very much into this. Thank you for joining us. I'm just wondering, as kind of a last question, is there anything else you'd like to share with us about your experience with writing this content or working with Ed Greenwood? Is there anything else that comes to mind?
I'll add something here. It was, I think, in terms of writing on the DMs Guild and what I personally would aspire to be. I know Justice and I share a lot of the same philosophies on that. It was the best experience I've ever had in that regard. Ed Greenwood, Black, these other members of our team, it was just unbelievably satisfying, enjoyable, and just the ability to work with the intellectual property of the Forgotten Realms in that way. You can't match it anywhere else than on the DMs Guild. And I will say that there will be more products coming out in the future that will blow your mind, because Justice and I will continue to create together, and we're keeping our teamwork ethic going forward. And so there's a lot of cool stuff that I think we'll see on the Guild as a result.
Can you hint at anything? Can you give us any spoiler about
the only
anything?
thing I'll say is, Ed Greenwood's involved, so we'll continue to have that relationship. So that's what
we're raising the bar for the next one. So all I can say is I've loved working with Anthony. There's a reason why of the last 5 products I've worked on, we're on every one of them together. And I think it's because we have a good give and take. He helps me grow as a designer. And I'd like to say sometimes I help him grow a little bit. And
you do.
Okay. He's like, nah.
Well, I'll let you think that.
If you like this one, then the next one is going to blow your mind.
Awesome. And do you have kind of a release window planned for that?
A few months, maybe August, and maybe sooner or later.
Okay. All right. We'll keep our eyes peeled. We'll be
keep your secrets, guys.
We'll be hitting that refresh button on the Dungeon Masters Guild website for when it comes out. Awesome, guys. Well, I'd love to wrap this up with ways that people can get a hold of you if they'd like to reach out to you individually. Can you go ahead and share some social media links or however people can reach out?
Yeah, for Anthony Joyce, I'm on Twitter mainly. That's where I'm very active and I'm very responsive. I'm at Thrawn589, like Grand Admiral Thrawn from Star Wars. Love him. And he's a strategist, so am I. So you can see, follows through. And so the other thing I have is a website, anthonydreams.com. You could find my entire portfolio for game design on the DMs Guild there. You can find email and Twitter there.
Awesome. Justice?
So I'm pretty active on Twitter, at Justice_Armin. I also have a blog. It is soon to be only under www.justicearmin.com. And interestingly enough, I just posted the other day a completely free Session 0 handout that if you give it to your players, it gives them all the background information that they kind of need to know before playing Descent into Avernus. So like Anthony said, there's never a better time to play D&D. So if you want something free that's just to help you jump in, check out my blog.
Yeah, go check that out.
Awesome.
Well, thank you for joining us, guys. And any of our listeners, you guys know how to get a hold of us at D&D Lorecast on Twitter, D&D Lorecast at gmail.com for emails and that kind of stuff. So you guys know how to do that. But now we have to, we agreed, Stuart, to help them get back into their book. Right?
Yeah.
So
we definitely know how to do that.
We're going to, here, maybe I think we should probably... There's probably a dozen different spells we could be using as a very powerful wizard that we are. But I think maybe we'll just use our magical little pool over here and see if we can't send them back into their book. Do you think that'll work? Do you think that works?
Yeah, sure. Just imagine them going into the book.
Okay.
Put your hand into the pool, and I'm sure that'll work.
Yeah. Here, you do it.
Okay. Putting my hand in.
Guys, it's been fun. Have fun in your book. I hope other people read it so you can come visit them as well.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for joining us. See you later.
Take care.
Hey, it worked. It
did work. They're gone.
They're gone.
I was lucky.
Why can't we do that with us?
Wizards.
Maybe we have to.
I don't know. Maybe
send ourselves
one at a time.
Books. Yeah, we'll try that on the next. All right, next time we'll try that. We'll see if that goes anywhere. Thank you for listening to the show as usual, and we'll have links to all the fun stuff we talked about, including Elminster's Candlekeep Companion. So go check that out and let us know what you think. If you do pick that up and you use it in your own campaign, we'd love to get some stories from how you used it and what things you really liked about it. So hit us up with that info, and until next time, stay safe out there, adventurers. Well, I guess we'll
see you later, everybody.
Figuring out how to get out of this tower. So see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
I'm Bob.
And I'm Brad. We're lifelong friends.
And the hosts of the Film and Whiskey podcast. This is the show where each week we review a classic movie and a glass of whiskey.
That's right. Every week we go in depth on a well-known movie while sampling the best from the world of scotch, bourbon, and more.
Because nothing goes better with strong opinion than equally strong liquor.
Bob's a movie nerd.
Brad's an average Joe.
But together, we give fresh insights and hot takes on the world of movies and spirits.
So check out the Film and Whiskey Podcast,
part of the Robots Radio Network.
Are you an avid player of the Elder Scrolls Online and looking to take your game to that next level? Well, the Red Diamond Courier podcast is here to help. I'm Bob Chichinski.
And I'm Dogbark24.
We are two experienced players aiming to help others learn and improve through in-game knowledge and references.
From PvE
to PvP
and everything in between.
There's sure to be something for you in the Red Diamond Courier.
We hope you check us out. Thanks.
So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts, or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot.
Robots Radio presents...
You're listening to the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons.
Hey there, adventurers. Welcome back to the Dragons and Dungeons. Did I say that backwards? Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast. I did say that backwards. Man, I need to stop. Okay, so we've been summoning all of these crazy dwarven weapons and artifacts, and turns out dwarves like to drink a lot of meat. I might have had a little bit too much before we started recording the show. But yeah, welcome back. I hope you guys were, into the whole elves talk stuff we did last week, and Stuart, you're thinking maybe we're going to do more dwarf stuff? We're going to go into other races?
Yeah, I think we're going to look at some of the different races that you find in Faerun, maybe some of the standard ones to start with. And then once we've got a bit of an idea of that, we'll look at some geographical locations and stuff. So, yeah, I've been reading about dwarves. Dwarves are cool. Dwarves are really cool.
Right. So you did kind of hint at, we talked about this a little bit on the previous episode. You kind of hinted at some history the dwarves have had with dragons, and maybe now's the time to go talk to our dragon friend again. You think 100%. That's wise?
Yes.
100%.
Yeah. Maybe we'll talk about it a bit first, but I think a bit later today we'll head down because I got some questions about what the deal is, because dwarves are short people, right? Dwarves are only 4'3" to 4'9". All right, and they're short.
Right, they're like your big burly uncle if he had like really short legs.
Exactly right. That's exactly right. And then they're fighting with dragons, and so I just have to know, and maybe Megodius knows about this. He's a pedantic guy. He said so himself. He enjoys baking cupcakes, which is also something that dwarves are into baking as well. So Yeah. Anyway, well, let's talk a little bit about dwarves then.
Okay. You still have the tower shield, right?
I do, but I've been working with our magic little portal here, and I've got a dwarven axe now, which I'll give to you, and then I've got
I'll take the axe.
Another thing called a war pick, which is kind of like a hammer with a spike on the other end, sort of used for bashing into armor and like puncturing it so you can get through it, and sometimes like ripping and tearing armor off. And then I've also made like a dwarven shield, and they've got these really intricate designs, which we'll learn about why they have that in a minute.
Okay, yeah. I think these look really cool. I mean, okay, I'm down with carrying this stuff down there because it looks pretty badass.
Cool,
but,
cool.
We still need to be careful. But okay, let's go ahead with tell me what you've learned this last week.
Well, for those who don't know much about dwarves, we'll start with a bit of a description. All right, so dwarves are often short, that we've talked about, but bulky and burly, like you said. They're strong, broad beings. Okay, really tough too. All right, they're tough people with physically as well as so meaning that they're hard to like push around. But also they have like strong stomachs. They're like, whenever you think of a dwarf, just remember that they're very connected to stone. All right. So their stomachs, they can resist poisons, spoiled foods, and alcohol is also a poison. So dwarven alcohol and ale is often really strong because it takes a lot to get a dwarf drunk.
That explains why I'm calling the show Dragons, and I can't even say it right now.
You don't know. You can't even say it wrong. I mean,
I can't say it wrong on purpose. Okay. I'm gonna start drinking water.
You better.
I'm putting this mug down.
I mean, I don't know what time it is over there, but it's early. So
we're in the same tower, so it's whatever time it is in the tower.
I imagine it's morning in the tower then.
It's hard to tell. It's like the slits in the windows don't let in very much light.
It's just so grey outside. It's so grey.
It's so tough. It's so hard to know.
So they're tough and they love tradition, okay? And they also have huge like martial prowess and beautiful craftsmanship, okay? Dwarves are also mountain dwellers, and not as that they live on the mountains, they live in the mountains, underground. They're miners and stonemasons and blacksmiths.
I bet they all have like vitamin D deficiencies.
Well, that's what I thought, but they don't have any issues with going outside. So when they do leave the mountains, it's not like they are negatively impacted by that. They're okay to leave. Right. But they're
okay to stay. They're okay to leave. They're okay wherever. They just prefer underground.
Yeah. And all of this stuff stems from their creation myth. All right. And their creation myth is around a god called Moradin, okay, or the All-Father, the creator, the Dwarf Father, or the Soul Forger, which is my personal favorite. He's a lawfully...
That's interesting that his name's Moradin, because there's Muradin, who is a famous dwarven character from World of Warcraft. I wonder if they stole the name. I bet they did, because we know that they stole a lot of things from both Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer for World of Warcraft. So I bet that's a direct.
Oh yeah, definitely. And those original Warcraft games were like those people were just playing Warhammer. I'm like, I want to do a digital version of this.
Totally.
So definitely. So he's a lawful good god, harsh but a fair judge, and he was strength and force of will embodied. He's depicted as a male dwarf with a huge black beard and long black flowing hair. He wears golden and silver armor that's intricately carved, and a big helm over the top of his head as well. We'll post a picture to our Twitter account for you to have a look at Moradin. Okay. He's
a handsome fella.
He is. He's a good looking guy.
See, he's a good looking dwarf.
Stout, strong, stern. They're the words that come to mind when I look at him.
Yeah. Some people are into that. They want somebody who's like a big teddy bear. And I guess the dwarf is kind of like a teddy bear, you know? Like it's kind of small enough to cuddle, but it's definitely big and burly. Probably got a big hairy chest in there somewhere underneath all of that armor.
I guess it's the kind of, if you're going to win one at a sideshow, it would be the largest teddy bear on the rank.
Right. Yeah, like the big teddy bear that you just like cuddle up with on the couch while you watch. I don't know. I don't know where this is going.
I don't know.
Go on.
Anyway, What sort of counters that, though, unfortunately, is that the Dwarven myths say that he was created from rock, stone, metal, and his soul an ember that burned hot. So that doesn't sound too cuddly, unfortunately.
No.
But he was the creator of the dwarves, forging them in his great workshop from metals and stones and then breathing life into their souls as he blew them to cool them.
That's very similar to dwarves in the Tolkien mythology.
So if you're a reader of Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit, a lot of the D&D idea of dwarves, a very similar connection there. Okay, so that makes total sense. So he's the creator of them, and he has impeccable skills. He's known as this perfect being that is an excellent craftsman, so much so that he could create the entire race. And when he crafted dwarves, he imbued in them this sense of relentless purpose. So driving them to apply their own crafting skills to the raw materials around them and thereby unlocking the beauty that hides within them. So dwarves don't...
So in his estimation, having like short little stubby legs was perfect. That was...
Perfect.
Those are the perfect people. I'm going to make these hard-working, absolutely amazingly skilled, hard to kill, hardy folk who are just the salt of the earth.
Literally.
And I'm going to keep them low to the ground. And they will be perfect that way.
They will be perfect in their 4'3" height. But, you know, granted, they're probably about 4 foot wide as well.
Right.
So their whole thing is about unlocking the beauty within other things. It's not about, I mean, to a sense, I suppose it is control, controlling the earth underneath. He also, with this, gave them a sense of clan and family, okay, and showed them that they're not only to strive to better themselves, but also to better the clan and their family as well. So they've got this really, really strong connection with the clan, which we'll talk about more in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
They live for around 350 years. That's like average. So there's some dwarves that are like over 400 and some dwarves that don't live as long. But to dwarves, that doesn't seem long enough, as all their time is devoted to progress and reaching a standard set by Moradin in the crafts that they work on. And that's smithing, combat, mining, smelting, stonemasonry, and they call this the path to perfection. So their whole life they are working towards becoming the perfect craftsman or craftspeople.
I guess that makes sense, because when you spend a lot of time working on things, like when you lose yourself in a craft or something that you were like 100% focused on when you do it, time seems to move very quickly.
Yeah, that's called.
Have you ever done that? Like
that is called a state of flow. That is called a state of flow. So that's
you get lost in researching something. You get lost in programming. Like programming feels that way. If I've only dabbled in programming. Doing certain types of creative activities.
Yeah, for me it's writing. Sure. When I'm writing, I can I'll just disappear, and all of a sudden it's been an hour and a half. That's
or 7.
Yeah,
and you're like, God, I'm hungry all of a sudden. What's going on?
And it's interesting.
It's been 7 hours.
Like as a kid playing video games, that's when I would get into a state of flow, and it would bring me happiness. Now as an adult, I actually find it really hard to spend more than an hour or so in a video game, which is an interesting, cool thing about getting old is the things you found fun as a kid aren't so fun anymore.
It's kind of weird. My son is 9, and he experiences this and is distressed by it, because it's like all of a sudden it's bedtime and he's like, where did all the time go? And I'm like, you were having fun. Like you just spent X amount of time playing your game. You were having fun. And now it's time to go to bed. It's just, and so there, like you can start seeing it kind of like process in his mind of like, so if I don't play the game, then I get more time. But if the time isn't as fun, he's like, it sucks both ways.
Yeah, that's right. And that's with dwarves. Moradin gave them strength and durability to allow them to work long and hard at their craft. So ingrained in them is this notion of getting into a state of flow and becoming a perfectionist in whatever it is that you are working towards. And like, imagine that, like a lot of people in their, throughout their lives at some point go, oh, there's all these things I wanted to do and I haven't done them yet. And as humans, we have about 60 or 70 years where we're able to do those things. As a dwarf, you've got 350 years and they still don't think it's a lot, enough for them, because they want to create things that will last forever. The idea is that their path to perfection leads them to creating something that is passed on through generations within their clan, leaving behind this huge, great legacy. And it's interestingly in their society, it's often more important than the love of a spouse. So dwarves don't necessarily, they are married and have children, and the love that they have is different to what we would call love, because the idea of what their path to perfection creates, and then their offspring, the young people that go into the clan, that is more important than the love for their close ones. Not that they don't like each other. I mean, it's not like an unhappy thing. It's just a different sense. And what they feel.
Maybe because it feels temporary compared to the things that they can create, which could endure forever.
Yeah, that's right. Boom. I would say that is exactly right. And that love for the clan and community and creation, whilst it's not called love, would be a very similar feeling that we as mere mortals have when we love another person. So, and that clan is really important. So the clan is the most important thing for the dwarves. All dwarves are a part of a clan, and every clan has its own space within the world. Okay. So they break down the clan in a certain way. They're headed by a king or a queen, depending on where they are. And that's like we do in, monarchies in our world, so it's a family
feudal society.
Yeah, exactly right. However, in a feudal society, there's definitely people that miss out. In a dwarven society, everyone is looked after. But they break down that clan into sort of three major groups. First one being people that are there to sustain the community. These are people that tend crops, they're brewing ales, preparing food, doing all the things that make the clan work and survive. Okay, the base level stuff.
They are the necessary workers. They are the
yeah, that's right. But even then, they still have a path to perfection. So the ales that like the brewers are making impeccable brews. The people who are chefs and cooks they spend their whole life perfecting that art, even though it's not. It's might be considered a more. I wouldn't say lower. I think it's actually more important. Like if you don't have food, you don't live. So. But anyway, that's one part of a clan. Next comes the crafters. These are smelters, smiths, gem cutters, sculptors. These people spend their whole life designing things that will stay with the clan and protect their stronghold. And we'll talk about strongholds in just a moment. This is where we see like the excellent looking dwarven craftsmanship, excellent weaponry, excellent armor, and like a dwarven mining pick is far better than any other mining pick you would find in the world, because the people who are creating them to last for as long as possible.
The 350 years at least.
Yeah, hopefully. And then lastly, the last group within a clan are I've called them the adventurers, but that's not necessarily what they've been called in the lore of D&D, but they are the people that deal with whatever happens between the stronghold and the outside world. So that might be merchants who go out into the world to trade. It might be envoys who go out into the world to represent the dwarven community in any way it might be, and warriors who protect the dwarven community. Because dwarves are underground. Dwarves are in mountains. And in the darkness, we find some nasty things. And the deeper you go, the nastier it gets. And,
yeah.
And we've seen this if you've read Lord of the Rings or watched the films, the Mines of Moria, that scene there where the dwarves dug too deep and
the Balrog, yeah.
A Balrog, that's it.
They found the Balrog. Yep. Yeah, the whole lore about Balrogs is super interesting because they used to be like a staple of Morgoth's army.
Yeah,
like
right.
the orcs are today. And that's just nuts to think about. Like that one Balrog was like one of many regular soldiers in an army.
That'd be terrible. Actually, like those films hold up really well. Sorry, we're diverging again. This is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But
no, that's good. I think it's good to compare some of the things with things that people may be more familiar with in order to kind of give them a balance.
And
sure.
when and so the Mines of Moria, they're not mines, they're a stronghold. Okay, so if you have watched that film and you've seen that's a dwarven clan that has collapsed because they have dug too deep into the ground and found a horrible evil. Dwarves generally all dwarven clans live in a stronghold, and a stronghold is it is a huge fortress underground that betwixt the dwarves.
And betwixt the dwarves. Marriage.
From the outside world. Okay. So it's their home. It's their sanctuary from outside. It's quiet. It's tranquil. It's easy to run. It's designed that way so that everyone can work on their path to perfection. It's a place where
they can spend the most time focusing on the thing that they really want to be accomplishing.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So the masons and the stone carvers, they're the ones that do the majority of the work on the fortress. They carve out the walls, they carve out the doors. The door to a dwarven stronghold might be huge, maybe 10 times taller than an actual dwarf. And when it is shut and secured, no battering ram will be able to open it. However, when it is opened, it will glide open with ease. A perfectly created piece of machinery.
Super balanced. Yeah.
You could push it and it would slide easily open.
And I want to go visit one of these.
I know. There is a really, I didn't put it on there. There's a really
Once we figure out how to get out of this tower, we're going to have to go on some field trips.
That's a good idea. I really like that idea. We'd go spend some time with the elves or the dwarves.
Or the dwarves. Yeah.
Or the halflings.
My dad was a big fan of the dwarves. I think he considered himself kind of dwarven in his own way. Yeah. I mean, he's always related himself to dwarves and things like bulldogs and things.
Okay.
And he played football. Well, he's not really a short man. He's like 5'9", so he's very average height, especially for his age group. But he played football and he was kind of broad-shouldered and kind of, as a younger guy, he was kind of lean and muscular. And so they called him, Bulldog was kind of his nickname, and he's kind of held on to that. So he's always kind of, and I'm sure he played Dungeons and Dragons with like his college fraternity and that kind of thing. Okay. So I think that he has this like affiliation with dwarves and appreciation for them. And I remember watching The Lord of the Rings when it came out with him, and like knowing like, oh, here's Gimli. Dad's gonna love Gimli.
Gimli is a great representation of a dwarf. Headstrong, stubborn, excellent fighter, never wrong. He doesn't. That stone. And then when we think about dwarves and we connect them to stone, like they're immovable objects. They've got an idea, they're sticking with it. You're not going to be able to push him out of the way very easily. That's how their fortresses work as well. Where
you're not going to judge them by their height.
They're not nomadic. They're not going anywhere. This is where they live. Because it's also their living statue, more monument to the clan. So whilst in other cultures we might make statues that are the monument to the society, they live within their own monument. And it's ever growing, either outwards or downwards or being improved. And they're beautiful. Like on the outside, they look amazing. These huge structures that have been carved into the stone. On the inside, they're even more beautiful. And the designs within them, whilst they might look like intricate carvings of maybe nothing, they're more than likely runes or some sort of scripture that's telling the stories of the clan over the generations. So
almost like hieroglyphics in a pyramid.
Yeah, but often not so. You could look at hieroglyphics in a pyramid and go, "Oh, this is trying to tell something." But this might just be a huge, one of the corridors might be filled with this intricate carving that looks like a geometric shaping, and you're like, "Oh, it just looks nice," but it's actually telling a story. And within there, they've got this place where they can work on all of their crafting. And the stronghold holds the clan's treasures, which are their crafting works. So there might be a famous dwarf's war pick that was crafted centuries ago that's held there. It might be precious stones that they've found while digging in the deeps, and metals that they hold onto for when it's time to craft something special. And the stronghold is there to protect that. Which this kind of leads me to my question that I have for our friend downstairs. I don't know if he's our friend.
Yeah, I don't know that we figured that out yet.
I don't think it, but I want to go and speak to Magodius, because I want to know how well. So dragons apparently aim to get these treasures, but if they're these huge strongholds, surely a dragon can't get in there. And so maybe Magodius knows about it. So perhaps maybe should we head down there and
Yeah. Okay. You go first. And all right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'll pause our recording. We'll get kind of equipped with all the gear that we got.
Yeah.
And we'll teleport ourselves down there, and then I'll start the recording again. Does that sound good?
So for our listeners, just picture in your mind the scene from Commando where Arnold Schwarzenegger arrives on the island and is strapping himself up with
tying his boots, buckling his belt,
putting his
strapping on his vest, and putting his knife in all that stuff.
Oh, we're doing that, but
the headband.
We're doing that with dwarven weapons and armor. All right.
Can I have a headband? I want a headband.
Yeah, man, you can have a headband. That's cool.
Okay. Yeah, cool. All right. So we'll be back. Like you're gonna hear us just disappear for a second. We'll be right back. All right. I've got it back on. We're down here.
All right.
We're not up to the door. We're gonna walk up to the door. Is that the plan? You're gonna talk to him, right?
Yeah. So you hold the shield and stand in front of me, and then I'll walk right behind you.
All right.
I'll have my war pick ready, but I'll have it. I don't want to look threatening. I just want him. All right.
You think he can see us through the little slits in the door?
My understanding of dragons is he could probably read our minds. But let's go in. Let's go forward.
Okay. All right. You do the talking.
Yeah. Hello, Magodius. Yes, it's sorry we've been so long. There's just lots to learn here, which you probably know about. Look, I just had a question. Do you mind if I ask you some questions, maybe? Well, I thought you might want some company, and conversation's always a good way to, it's always a good way to get some company and relieve a bit of the pressures of isolation.
I see. Well, answer me this one thing first.
Yep.
Would you like a cupcake?
Can you pass it through the door?
I mean, how big are they?
Yeah.
I made them too big.
Oh, that's sorry, Magodius. I mean, it's probably been a long time since you've been with such little people like myself and Tom. So that's. I mean, maybe next time that'd be fantastic. It'd be really nice. Do you feel like maybe answering some of my questions?
Yes, that is fine. Go on.
Okay, cool. So I've been reading a lot about dwarves, right? And they've got these dwarven strongholds, which they hold all their treasures in. And they've got like crafting stuff and precious metals and then all this sort of stuff in there. And then I find out that dwarves and dragons used to fight each other, or still do fight each other maybe. And I was wondering if you could maybe shed some light on that. Yeah, dwarves. So, like, have you ever encountered dwarves before? Have you ever been to like a dwarven stronghold? Because, like, if you have, that would be amazing.
Yes, I have. And I will tell you the truth about dwarves.
Yes.
A dragon's senses are very strong. And dwarves are very stinky.
Right.
Wait, you dragons don't like dwarves because they smell bad?
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
That doesn't. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's from the horses. I mean, the dragon's mouth, I suppose.
I suppose so.
Do you doubt me?
No, don't doubt you, Megodius. Nope, not at all.
No,
man. No. Sorry. No, I just didn't. Yeah. Cool. Well, Megodius, thanks for the offer of the cupcakes. Maybe we'll come down when we've got another question.
All right. Maybe next time I will make smaller cupcakes.
That'd be great, Megodius. Come on, Tom. Let's.
Thanks for the offer.
Thanks, mate.
We'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let's teleport back up there real quick.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we can't. We have to walk back up the stairs.
Oh, we don't have the thing. Yeah. Okay.
Oh crap! It's not portable. All right, we'll walk up the stairs and then we'll turn this back on.
That's right. You got to remember. You got to exercise when you're isolating. So.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
All right. See you in a bit. All right, we are back.
Megodius
and it is the middle of the show, and Megodius was very helpful.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Yeah. Yes, very helpful. So now we know the conflict between the dragons and the dwarves was because the dragons think that the dwarves smell bad.
Do you
think maybe Megodius has been stuck alone down there too long?
I got a funny feeling he's never encountered a dwarf before, and he's just telling us that he has so that we'll talk to him. But anyway, maybe we should just ask him baking related questions.
maybe he didn't seem to even understand that. Does he have like an oven in there? How is he even
he's a dray. He might breathe fire.
Well, he does. I guess he can make his own oven. Yeah. But does he have like ingredients to make cupcakes? Like
maybe he's got his own little thing like we have.
Oh, maybe he summons the ingredients and then he just bakes. I mean, he's got to pass the time doing something, I guess.
I feel like baking isn't. Anyway, I'm not going to judge a dragon on their choices.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been stuck in a dungeon for who knows how many centuries, you probably would have weird hobbies too. So, all right, well, listeners, welcome to the middle of the show. During the middle of the show, we take the time to thank our audience for sending in ratings and reviews on Apple Podcasts, and we've got 3 new ones to go over this week. So let's just dive right in. So the first one comes from somebody who lives in your side of the world.
Hey,
S French 67 from Australia.
Excellent. Hello, fellow Australian.
Hello, fellow Aussie, or at least your fellow Aussie.
G'day, mate.
Good day. It says, you've done it again. 5 stars. Well done, boys. A great podcast making lore interesting. Straight and to the point.
Thank you very much.
Nice. Yes, thank you very much. Then we have one from Calross S12 from the United States who says, a great D&D cast, 5 stars. From Robots Radio comes another amazing podcast. This podcast focusing on the world of D&D is highly entertaining and enjoyable. The hosts do a great job together and I can't wait to see more. Being a relatively new D&D player, I find this very helpful in helping bring ideas of storytelling.
Cool.
Very cool.
That's exactly what I want to do. That's awesome.
Yeah. If you're using some of the things you're learning from the show in your own storytelling, that's absolutely perfect. That sounds awesome. And then the last one says is from Dalton Cam, I think is how you pronounce that, from the United States, who writes, "Love this, 5 stars. Such a phenomenal podcast about all the ins and outs of Dungeons & Dragons lore, which from the outside can look extremely intimidating. Why not an hour at a time, one subject at a time? Can't wait for more. So well done, fellas."
Hey,
Thank you so much, Dalton.
Thanks, Dalton.
Very, very cool. All right. So that's most of the news. We did get, I was wrong last week. We did get an email from one of you who sent in a character build. So I just wanted to call that out real quick in order to say thanks. I had missed out on this. Stuart, my fault. I didn't set up our Dungeons & Dragons emails to ping my phone. So I assumed that we didn't have any emails, but because most of my other emails ping me when we get them in. But yeah, that didn't happen. So so we actually have one here from Michael L., who says, wanted to also drop a shout out to their favorite murder hobos. Perfect. Brenna, Dox, Jeffrey, Kiri, Mac, and Valorian, and sent us some screenshots of their character build. And I'm opening it up right now. I'm taking a look at it. 9 of the Misty Seas in this character build. Yeah, we see the strength, AC, the intellect, level 4 character. It looks like you guys have been using this character, at least for a little while in Adventure, to be at level 4. So very cool. Lots of rogue skills and abilities. There's not a ton of information in the screenshot, so I can't tell a whole lot about the character, but thank you for sharing that with us. We do appreciate the interaction, and hi to your murder hobo friends.
Yeah, that's right. You guys are cool names, murder
behaving
hobos.
Yourselves. Yeah, very cool. So as usual, if you want to get a call out on the show, then send us your characters, send us your item build, send us your interesting bits and stories, anything that you would like to share with us. The most interesting things will have a chance to make it onto the show. And if you have, for example, a really cool, interesting character with a really fun backstory, or an NPC like some of the ones that we called out in the first few episodes of the show, with really cool personality, somebody that maybe somebody else would be inspired to use in one of their stories, or a really cool item, or some really neat enemies that you can deal with, or combinations of things taken from the lore but kind of extrapolated for your own storytelling, any of that kind of stuff. I love that kind of creativity, and even artwork. If you're doing artwork around Dungeons and Dragons, this is one of the things, speaking of dwarves, Stuart, one of the things that I'm not very dwarven in is that I don't pick one thing to do at a time and just delve very deeply in that one thing.
Yeah.
I like to spread myself out among lots of different things, because I kind of lose attention on one thing and move to another, and lose attention on that and move back to the other thing. And I go back and forth a lot.
I know that feeling.
But the kinds of people who spend the time to really get good at something like art or writing,
it's just the art, like artists blow me away every time. I'm amazed at some of the artwork that people are able to create. I just do not have the ability to transfer an image in my mind to my hand to a piece of paper or a digital screen. I just can't. It's beautiful, really.
Yeah. All the appreciation in the world. And I've seen some really cool art out there. People sharing like drawings of their parties, their characters, things going on in their adventure, scenes from the adventure that they had, any of that kind of stuff. If you want to share any of the artwork that you've done, we'll be happy to retweet it, put it out there, share it with the world, and call out your stuff. And if you're running your own campaign, or you're doing your own content creation, if you're creating your own D&D podcast and you want to call out some characters or some people, let us know. Just send us some stuff. We'll take a look at it. We'd love to just see what you guys are working on and keep the conversation in the Dungeons and Dragons community going. That's really what we're here for. So
yeah, that's exactly right. And any questions you have, just throw them through, send them through to us and we'll try and answer them. And if you've got any suggestions, maybe let us know. We're going to continue doing Lorecast on all different topics as we go forward. So, Yep.
And if you want to get a hold of us or anybody else in our community, the Robots Radio Discord. I was going to say Dungeons and Dragons Discord, but it's the Robots Radio Discord. There are some D&D channels, including a channel for this podcast, that you're welcome to jump in and have some conversations with people. And Stuart, this week, I don't know if you noticed in there were some people new to Dungeons and Dragons who were asking if anybody was running any campaigns over the internet, like over video chat or whatever.
That's so cool.
And yeah, so I put out a notification, and I don't know that I've seen anybody commit to it yet, but looking for somebody who is an experienced DM to set up kind of an online campaign with some new players and kind of walk them through it and get them situated with that. So if that's the kind of thing that you're interested in doing or being a part of, then jump in the Robots Radio Discord, and I'm sure we could fit 5-6 people together and build an adventure for sure.
I think so. Based on the comments in there, I think it would be very easy to get 1, if not 2, eventually.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that would be really cool because you could use voice chat, you could use video chat in the Discord to just run your campaigns. There's a lot of tools you can use online to create them, Roll20 or whatever, or you could just do it, using your imaginations if you have a DM who can describe things creatively for the party.
If you want examples of that, you can check out Committee Quest podcast. We use Discord to record ours because my players live in a different city to me. And we do all of ours. They call that theater of the mind, when you are just describing the world without using handouts or without having anything.
A paper map.
Yeah, paper map. So if you want an example of that, you can check out my podcast, my other podcast. That's how we record that one.
Yeah, I kind of prefer that actually, because I feel like you can paint a more interesting picture as a good DM.
Yeah,
in some ways.
I think that's what I do.
Yeah, I was listening to the one recently where they were the door knockers. You were describing the one had the ring through the nose and then the mouth, and then and the orc was an orc guard who kept picking his nose. He kept mining. It was Goblin. That was right. Yes. Some good stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, if you want to connect with us, that's the place to do it. So, all right, let's move on to the end of the show. So Stuart, I have a new magical item for you. I've been kind of on this magic item kick, and I've got a new one. And I knew you were going to do dwarves today, so I came up with one specifically focused on something that dwarves are well known for. You want to guess what that might be?
Well, a hammer or ale?
Good guess. How about the mysterious beard of mystery?
Beard. Okay, that's close.
It is a beard. It is a beard.
That you strap
and the
to
item
your
is
face?
like a. Oh, sorry.
You like strap it to your face?
Yes, it's like a costume beard that you can put on your head and kind of hang around the back of your head to keep the beard on your face. And so it's like fake hair, but it looks like a big beard. And the benefit of this is when you strap it onto your face, it convinces that everyone around you that you are a completely different person.
Oh, I love
and
that.
And that you are not even associated with the people who are currently in the room. So for example, if you are with your party and you just fail like a charisma roll and all of a sudden you're in a, tough situation, you can't talk your way out of it anymore. One of the people in your party could put on this beard and all of a sudden approach the NPC you were talking to, and they would not know that you weren't already associated with that group of people and that you are somebody completely different. And you would have the opportunity to convince them that you are someone else who can change their mind about the situation at hand or whatever.
I love that.
It's very useful.
Yeah,
it's very useful in that sense.
It's very good. If any of our,
but of course it looks ridiculous to anybody who just looks at the beard, but it works magically. So that's what's important.
Magic can solve a lot of problems.
It can, I know. It solves a lot of our problems being stuck in this tower for sure.
If any of our listeners...
Now there's a drawback.
Oh,
sorry, go on.
No, I want to hear the drawback first.
Okay, so there's a drawback. Like all the magic items I like to create, there is a drawback. And the drawback is that everyone in your party is also under the spell. So they don't know who you are either. So you both have you have the opportunity, if you're a good role player and you get a good roll on like a new charisma save or something, to change the mind of the NPC. But then you still have to convince your party that you are trying to do something to their benefit or you're on their side. So you may have to actually roll a charisma check against your party members in order to convince them that things are going to work out.
You know what else could happen? So if you've used it a few times, sometimes the party won't actually, like when an NPC approaches, they won't know if it's their party member in disguise or if it's an actual NPC. That would be cool.
Yes.
I like that.
So they become very skeptical of every new person they come across.
Yeah.
And the smart member of the party will like do a quick count of everyone and be like, okay,
where's David?
There were 5 of us. There are still 5 of us. Okay, that's a new person.
I love it.
Crap, David disappeared again.
Yeah, David's
Are
always...
you David?
Hello, David.
David? I'm not David. Okay. All right, David.
Yeah, I love that. That's cool. If any of our listeners are artists and wanted to draw this beard, please let us know.
That would be great.
Awesome.
That would be great. I would love to have drawings of like some of the NPCs and some of the items that we're coming up with. And one of the things I've done on my other shows on the Fallout Lorecast or the Elder Scrolls Lorecast is when I've gotten fan art in and it was really, really cool. Oftentimes I'll take it and I'll put it on a t-shirt and then I'll send the t-shirt to the artist.
Oh, that's cool.
In order to say thanks. And usually they'll be nice enough to let me put it up on the store and be able to sell it for other people to have it. But they get to sign it. They get to put their name on it. It becomes an actual piece of like merch that they are known for doing. And then I'll send them a free t-shirt as well as thanks so they can kind of wear their own art.
That is awesome.
Yeah. So let me know if you guys, again, speaking of artists, if you want to do some drawings of some of the stuff we talked about, it could be really cool.
Definitely.
All right. Well, I think that's the end of our show. Also, if you guys have any thoughts about how else you could use something like the Mysterious Beard of Mystery in your own campaign, let us know. Or if you do use any of the items we come up with in your campaign, I would love to hear the stories about how that worked or didn't work.
Yeah, definitely. Possibly didn't work.
Possibly didn't work. All right. Well, let's wrap up this episode. Stuart, if people want to get a hold of you, what's the best way to do it?
You can find me on Twitter at Stuart Wrights, and you can find my other podcast, Committee Quest, at Committee Quest on both Twitter and Instagram.
Very cool. And I'm your host, Tom, or Robots, and you can find all of my shows and Committee Quest on the Robots Radio Network. Mm-hmm. So robotsradio.net. You can just look up all of those. You can reach out to me either on our D&D Lorecast Twitter or dndlorecast@gmail.com, or just shoot me a note on the Discord, however you want to get a hold of me. And I promise my email is now attached to my phone, so I will get notifications when I get emails from this point forward.
We are listening.
I apologize again. I didn't know that I missed the email, but thanks for writing in, Michael.
Exactly. We are listening. We promise.
I promise. We're doing our best. So, all right. Thank you again, everybody who's tuned in. And until next week, I guess stay away from the dwarves because they're stinky, according to Megodius.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
I'm just going to throw it out there. Maybe we don't listen to Megodius all the time.
Maybe not. Maybe we need to pitch him like some really weird questions and see what he answers.
Yeah.
That might be fun.
I like that. All right, folks.
I hope he doesn't think we're teasing him and then gets mad and like burns us through the door or something.
Oh boy. No, I think he genuinely enjoys our discussions. He hasn't spoken to anybody in years. He wants to bake us cupcakes.
That's true. He was very nice and offered us cupcakes. All right. Well, we'll see you next time, everybody. Talk to you later.
See you guys.
Listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Have you ever wondered how deep the Elder Scrolls lore rabbit hole goes? Have you got a grasp of the basics and want to find out more about the universe? Written in Uncertainty is here to help you. We'll be mixing in philosophy, theology, and whatever other theory is useful with Elder Scrolls texts to untangle some of the biggest questions in the series, like what are dragon breaks, how does Chim work, where did the Dwemer go, and more. Check us out at writteninuncertainty.com or find Written in Uncertainty on any podcatcher. Thanks for listening, and catch you later in the Grey Maybe of Tamriel.
Robots Radio presents.
You're listening to the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons.
Hey there, adventurers. Welcome back to the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast. I'm here with my co-host, Stuart, and I'm your host, Tom, or Robots, and we are back again. I guess we're still in this crazy wizard's tower. We haven't gone back and visited the dragon yet. We're tinkering around with some weapons that we keep summoning because I realized that I don't really know how to use much of anything. So we're trying to find the best ones, and then we started to get a little bit creative. Stuart, what is that one?
Look at this, man. Look, come over here. Come over here.
Okay.
Look, man, it's a shield. I just kind of made it for a Goliath, though. I figured because I'm a big guy.
Okay.
And then a Goliath shield.
I mean, it looks like a door.
It's kind of like a door, yeah. A Goliath tower shield is not the sort of thing that I need.
Yeah. I mean, you're holding
it looks cool.
Yeah, I mean, we could decorate the walls with that, and then people would think there's a doorway there, and then they would just open it into the rock wall. So I think that one's a little big.
Yeah, it is a bit. It is,
I mean,
but
it's not as big as that giant hammer that we have. I mean, it took both of us to carry it and lean it up against the wall to get it out of the middle of the room. So that's probably the biggest one we've summoned so far.
After the giant hammer, I probably should have figured that I'm not Goliath size.
Yeah,
or Goliath strength.
Yeah. I don't know that works for us. So tell our listeners what other crazy weapons have you been trying out?
Well, I before thinking I was Goliath, I was like, well, maybe I'm more of a stealthy guy, which I'm not because I'm more like a Goliath. So I've got these two knives, which are kind of cool. You see they're sort of curved backwards. I'm going to call them moon blades. Just because that sounds cool. And I've been reading a lot about elves, so that's kind of,
okay,
where my mind's at.
I mean, those seem useful. They're way more useful than my daggers that I summon. So adventurers, I was wondering if we could summon like lightsaber type weapons. Right? Because that would be really badass, right? I mean, it's not Dungeons and Dragons, but why not have some sort of laser sword or something? So I was like, what would be cooler if you were like a sneaky elf thing than to have like laser daggers? And sure enough, it works. I mean, they're like daggers that glow, but then I realized that you're not very sneaky if your weapons are glowing bright. Like that kind of ruins the point of it. So
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that didn't work out
okay,
so well
though.
either.
I mean, like we've literally been in this magical tower in whatever world this is for maybe, I don't know, how long do you reckon it's been?
I don't know, it's like a month now.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like we've been, I don't know. This should be a lot like if there was some sort of, I don't know, virus or something that went around and then people had to stay inside for a really long period of time. That's kind of like what we're going through.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder if we can get outside here.
Well, I mean, we did try to open the door that one time and it just didn't work. And the window slits are too small. We can't climb out those.
One day we'll try and get out.
Yeah. I mean, we can clearly teleport ourselves inside the tower. We could try and teleport ourselves outside the tower. You want to give it a shot? Here, let me. I'll give it a try. Okay, I'll give it a try.
Yes, Tom.
And if I'm not back in 5 minutes, then you try to summon me back in here. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So here we go. I'm gonna put my hand in the thing.
Yeah.
Nope, it didn't work.
No, that didn't work.
I won't do it.
You're still here. It's still just you and me. Okay.
It's just us. Yep. All right. Well, since we're still here, I guess we should take. I guess you can take us through some of your research. I know that you've been looking into the elves.
Yeah, the elves.
That's kind of where we left off last week. What have you got about elves this week for us?
Yeah, so elves. I mean, we've probably come across elves a lot in our lives. Christmas elves is probably one thing you've come across. You've probably come across elves in Lord of the Rings if you've watched those films or read those books.
Oh yeah.
And the yeah, for sure. So the elves in D&D are probably more connected to the Lord of the Rings elves as opposed to the elves.
They don't just
Christmas.
make toys and live in a really cold
I mean,
place.
some do. All right. This is the description that's in the player's handbook. Elves are a magical people of otherworldly grace, living in the world, but not entirely a part of it. They live in places of ethereal beauty, in the midst of ancient forests or in silvery spires glittering with fairy light, where soft music drifts through the air and gentle fragrances waft on the breeze. Elves love nature and magic, art, artistry, music and poetry, and the good things of the world.
They sound like nice people. Like,
Yeah,
it'd be cool to go to a party at like an elf place.
Yeah, I think elf parties would be pretty awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that all that stems from their creator god. So we're going to get more into some creation myths, but this is the creation myths of the elves. Okay. So long before they existed, Corellon, their god, danced from world to world and plane to plane, a being of consummate mutability and infinite grace. Corellon was a god like no other, able to take the form of a chuckling stream, a teasing breeze, an incandescent beam, a cavorting flame, or a crackling bolt of lightning.
Sounds very flirty. Very, very flirty.
Yeah, exactly right. It's just super flirty. On nothing more than a whim, Corellon's body could become a school of fish, a swarm of bees, or a flock of birds. When consorting with other gods, Corellon often adopted their appearances, male, female, or something else, but just as often kept their company in the form of a rose blossom or a delicate doe. So Corellon was like super flamboyant and just did whatever they wanted, didn't really have a physical form that they conform to.
I think we should probably let people know that we did try to summon a dog and it worked.
That's right. So if you can hear a small whining dog,
we have
Kevin, the Badger Warrior. Kevin is
Badger Warrior.
Kevin is a miniature dachshund, and they were, not the miniatures, but the standard ones were bred to hunt badgers. Dutch Krieger I believe, is German for Badger Warrior. So Kevin, the Badger Warrior, is in the tower with us, and for some reason today wants to whine about things. So you may hear him in the background.
Maybe the dog armor we gave him is a little heavy. Maybe we should try and
could be.
Yeah,
it could be.
All right,
could be.
All right, Kevin, chill it out, dude. We got lore to talk about, buddy. All right,
that's right.
Let's
dude,
move on.
What are you doing? So most gods were cool with Corellon doing their thing, running about the cosmos or the multiverse, living how they wanted to live. But Grumpsh, the orc god, was pissed about it. Okay. Grumpsh didn't like the way that Corellon behaved and decided to attack him. Okay. And the battle resulted in Grumpsh losing an eye, which we'll talk about when we talk about the orcs, and then the blood of Corellon spilling. And the legends say that this blood is what created the elves. Okay. They started as these like really primal elves, like Corellon, with no fixed state. Okay. More like magical entities that embodied whatever they chose. Some of these creations caught the attention of Corellon, and he elevated them to like a status of deity. So gave them a bit more power. And this was the beginnings of the elven pantheon. Okay. And they lived in this place called Arvindor, which is kind of like elven heaven. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And things were good until Lolth came along. We've talked about Lolth before. Lolth was the demon that lived in the abyss that was half spider, half human.
Yeah. I remember that.
So she was one of these primal elves that were elevated to deity status. Okay. She saw in the multiverse around them, other beings making an impact in various worlds. Okay. Lolth spoke to the other new gods and wove an enticing tale of how the elves could attain superiority only if they relinquished a bit of their individual freedom. Okay. So the idea that if they gave up a bit of their freedom in their ability to change what they looked like and what they embodied, then they would become more powerful.
Mm-hmm. This has a similarity to other stories where you end up with a kind of a trickster deity that fools the other deities into reducing themselves in order to create something or to bring themselves down more to earth or that kind of thing. This actually happens in Elder Scrolls lore as well.
I see.
With Lorcan. Yeah, Lorcan is supposedly the Et Ada, the godlike being that convinced the other Et Ada to do something very similar and create basic Mundus, create what is the mortal world, like the realm of everything.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's very similar in that way. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that a lot of these like pantheon stories and creation myths are very similar. And we see that in Earth as well. You know, like so many of the gods on Earth revolve around the sun and are connected to the sun in some way.
Yeah. I could go on for an hour or two about, I mean, I have a degree in philosophy and religious studies. And so, yes. Yeah, a lot of them, like the ones built around the Mediterranean, all have similarities in their gods or relations in the way that different pantheons were built based on connections to other pantheons. And then you've got the Vedic ones, like in India. And then you have like, there's a variety of them, but there are certain similarities around certain facets of human nature that are reflected in the things, the kinds of things the gods do. Yeah.
Well, that's right. I mean, and a lot of the gods are about those, finding reasons and explanations for behavior in people. That's
right.
Where it comes from. Before we have science that can study those things, humans came up with other reasons as to why they were, or stories often as to why they were.
Yeah. We also have a fundamental nature within our fundamental nature, within the way our brains work. We often impose ourself on other things. So this happens when you like look at a cloud and you see a face. Like our brain is built to see human faces, so it finds faces or like in a grain of wood or something like that. We find human figures and things that aren't there. We do the same thing with intentionality in other people psychologically. When somebody else does something, we often intuit that their reasoning is similar to our own reasoning for doing that same thing, or is directly connected to the thing we're most afraid of. So we also intuit and posit on other people our own feelings, our own emotions, even if what they're doing is completely disconnected. Yeah.
So if you have a predisposition to be suspicious of people, then you think that they're
going to be suspicious of you, right?
Yeah. And
so
their actions.
If you're the kind of person who cheats, then you're more likely to feel like the person you're with is going to cheat on you. All of these kinds of things are cyclical in the way that we project ourselves onto stuff. And to tie it back to the gods, it's the same kind of thing. We project ourselves on the gods in order to help us ourselves understand them or describe them or relate to them. So same kind of thing here, it seems like.
Yeah, that's interesting. And it seems as if like gods in these sort of worlds work in the opposite way. It's the gods that impact the beings.
Right. And ancient humans would have felt the same way. Zeus impacted us. It wasn't we who created Zeus.
Yeah, that's right. Cool. Well, that was a fun little lesson. Thanks for listening, guys. It's been a good episode today.
Well, let's move on with the elves because I want to know more about what Lolth is doing here.
Lolth. So Lolth then persuaded all these primal entities to take static forms. Okay, and these largely resembles what elves look like today. Okay, so this is a description that's taken from the Player's Handbook again. They have an unearthly grace, fine features. Elves appear hauntingly beautiful to humans and members of other races. They're slightly shorter than humans on average, ranging from about 5 feet tall to just over 6 feet, and are more slender than humans, weighing only about 100 to 145 pounds. Males and females are...
Sorry, keep going.
Males and females are about the same height, and males only marginally smaller. And then their coloration encompasses all the human range, but also includes skin shades of copper, bronze, and almost bluish white, with green or blue hair and eyes that pools of liquid gold or silver.
Right.
They have no facial hair or body hair.
Did you say the males are smaller?
Marginally heavier, but they're usually the same height.
Heavier. Got it. Okay. Yeah. So they're just a little bit more maybe broad across the shoulders and, body, that kind of thing. What's interesting here is that this is different than Tolkien's elves because they typically were taller than men.
Exactly right. And there's a few differences, like their age as well. So elves in Forgotten Realms sort of live to somewhere around the 700 to 900 year mark, whereas elves in Tolkien stories are immortal unless they are physically killed.
Right.
So,
or they die from something like sadness, because that can happen too.
Yeah, that can happen. They can get
they can just wither away in their sorrow.
Yeah. And that's interesting. When we get to the life cycle of elves, that sort of comes up a little bit here. But so they take these physical forms, and they then are then looking at Corellon and Lolth in a different light. They look at Corellon as their father who gave them life, and Lolth as their mother who gave them a direction to move in. Okay.
Oh, wow. So they don't have any, they don't feel upset with her. They're not bitter.
Not at this point.
Okay.
Not at this
Gotcha.
point.
Gotcha. So in something like the Elder Scrolls, the elves there went through a similar thing, and they feel like they were brought down into the world and were reduced from what they should be, that they should be up there with the gods. So, yeah.
Well, this connects really well then, because these guys, they sort of start to become closer to either one or the other. So if we think about children and their parents, they often connect closer to a mother or father, you know. And this started conflict between the two parties, those that connected closer to Corellon and those connected closer to Lolth. However, this conflict turned to violence when Lolth attacked Corellon. Okay, although Corellon's
oh no, Mom and Dad are fighting.
Yeah, they were, but some of Corellon's followers protected him to sort of soften the blow that happened. And regardless,
sounds like she could totally kick his butt.
Yeah, and when you see Lolth, she's a nasty looking creature. There are images of Corellon I think in previous editions of D&D, Corellon was usually depicted as a male, but now Corellon's more whatever. They're non-gender binary. They can be anything, which is pretty cool. Sort of opens up that idea of a god that is
chooses
much more fluid.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Corellon felt like he was betrayed by everything that he created, because all of these beings he created. And after this, everything changed. Lolth left. She entered the abyss and became a demon lord. And the elves that followed her eventually became the Drow, which are like also called dark elves. I think we need to do an episode on dark elves on their own.
Just the Drow. Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, I think we'll move forward just looking at standard elves. Okay. And now Corellon is the leader of this pantheon of gods that he doesn't trust. Okay.
That's great. Yeah. Like what CEO would hire a board, like a bunch of VPs and heads of departments that he just doesn't trust.
Yeah, that's right. And he's like, right, well, I'm stuck with these people. And they are called, they get their own title. So the Elven Pantheon is the Seldarine. Okay. Corellon kicks everybody out of Arvindor or Elf Heaven, except for the Seldarine. They get to stay there. Okay. Most of these elves now go to the material plane, and they enter either the Feywild, which we've talked about a little bit, or the Shadowfell, which we haven't come across yet. That's kind of like...
There's a doggy buddy again.
Yeah. Kevin the Badger Warrior is back with us. Thanks, Kevin.
Back. Hi, Kevin.
The Shadowfell's like dark Feywild, essentially. Again, Shadowfell needs its own story. However, no elf would fully be embraced by Corellon again. Okay, he has not severed his ties, but he's very upset with all of that he's created. Okay, and this connects to the life cycle of elves. So when an elf dies, their soul goes back to Arvindor, but one of the Seldarine adopt them, and they make them contemplate their creator's disappointment. Okay, they are sort of trapped there and contemplating the bad things that happened to Corellon. But then after a time, their soul is transferred into a newborn elf.
Okay, so there is a cyclical, what's that called? Somebody's going to yell at their car speakers, where they die and then come back and then die and then come back. But there's like it's almost
reincarnation.
It's a reincarnation cycle, but it's almost like there's this like period of like this middle period of like time out where they go, oh, let's think about all the things our creator's disappointed about. and then they come back.
Yeah, that's right. And then, so this is really important. So when they're reborn, right, to talk about their life cycle, we need to understand the trance. So elves don't need to sleep. Instead, they meditate deeply, remaining semi-conscious for 4 hours a day. Okay. Mm-hmm. While meditating, they can dream after a fashion. Okay, kind of. But such dreams are actually mental exercises that have become reflexive through years of practice. Okay. Now, in game terms, this 4 hour semi-conscious state works as 8 hours sleep for a human. Okay. Right. But what they're doing in this trance is reflecting on memories. Okay. And that changes as they go through their life. Okay. So during their childhood, their very first few years, the memories evoked during trance are drawn not from their current life experiences, but from the fantastic past adventures of the elves' immortal soul.
Oh.
Okay. So
they're remembering things from like their previous lives.
Yeah, that's right. So think back to your earliest memory, right?
Okay.
That is anything prior to that for an elf is not that whatever they are doing in that time, they're not remembering what's happening. They're remembering all of this stuff that's happened to the soul that carries with them. So they can remember somebody or his life.
Previous lives. Right. Yeah. Okay.
So parents of young elves encourage the youth to explore these memories and talk about them with one another, but they're not allowed to discuss it with adults. Okay. Until a memory of waking life first interludes upon a youngster's trance. Okay. So this is all happening in their trance. They don't sleep. They go into a trance. And while the young ones are in a trance, they just have these images of the past soul. And then at some point in their life, okay, in their trance, they experience their own memory in their own trance. And this is called first reflection. Okay. And that marks the end of their childhood and the start of adolescence. Okay. So this is when they change into sort of teenage years for elves. Okay. And they experience their first reflection in their second or third decade. All right. So they're 20 or 30 when they first experience this first reflection. And this is kind of their physical maturity as well. So,
so they get to like teenager elves. Sort of.
Yeah, but like, so they probably look 20 or 30 years old and they sort of stay looking that way for the rest of their lives.
Right.
Okay.
That'd be nice.
It would be fantastic. It would be fantastic. And so this sort of marks the beginning of a period when an elf must focus on acquiring knowledge and skills they need for their role as an adult. Okay. So this is when they start learning trades or they start learning expertise. Okay. Mm-hmm. However, as this time goes on, something happens called the drawing of the veil. Okay. And all their access to memories start to fade. So during adolescence, when they trance, they still have access to their memories from their soul as well as their own experiences. Okay. Right. But then this starts to stop and they can't get access anymore.
Okay.
And this is when they start to become adults. Okay. And this is where their whole life changes. Okay. Because they can no longer
I'm going to start saying okay as much as you do. And then we're going to have a contest.
I know. The other thing I say in the other podcast in Committee Quest, which my wife pulls me up on as well, is I say, cool. All right. Cool.
All right. Cool. Yeah, sometimes I don't know what to say to people after I ask them a question and they're done. And I'm like, cool. All right.
Cool.
I don't know what to say. Okay. Go on.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. So, adult elves, can't experience their, soul's memory anymore. Okay.
Right, only their own memories.
Yeah. And so they need to
gain life. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. And they want to get new memories. Okay. Because they can't access the old ones. And when they get older, the only thing they can do in their trance is experience their past memories. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the age they usually find adventurer elves. They're aged between about 100 years to 500 years ish. Okay.
Yeah, but they're still running around like they're 20-year-olds.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They're doing as much as they can. Might not be fighting when you like how we think about adventuring. it might just be an elf traveling the world and experiencing good things, time with people, fine meals, beautiful scenes. They just want to get as many experiences. Exactly.
They just want
as
a bunch
many
of elf
experiences
parties.
as they can.
That's what they want.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
However, at some point during this adult life, their trance is interrupted in a new form of thought.
Oh.
A new memory arises, not from the elf's personal experience or from the memories of their soul, but it comes from another life and another time. Okay. So that's this crazy new experience that they get. An elf's first experience of this sort is often called the remembrance. Now, this is coming to the end of an elf's life. Okay. This is when they're called like an elder elf.
So this is like when, like a lady starts getting hot flashes and stuff like that.
Kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. It's like menopause for
It's menopause for elves. Yeah.
And it doesn't stick to any genders at all.
Right,
so
everybody gets it.
These images come slowly at first, but more and more frequently, and eventually the elf just wants to be with its own people. They can't actually focus on any new memories or doing new things. They just have this encroaching images coming into their mind whenever they trance, and they want to spend more time in that trance and becoming more inwardly.
Ah.
And this is kind of the last few decades of their life. This is what they spend this time in this internal trance, and eventually their soul returns to Arvindor. And whilst their physical form has died, the soul goes back to elf heaven and gets redistributed somewhere into the multiverse. It might not be back on Forgotten Realms. It might be on another planet or another plane of existence, or it might even be in Arvindor itself.
Wow. So it's like their soul is like a longing to return, maybe.
Yeah.
After
that's right.
It being in a mortal form for so long, it's like it's done. It's cooked. And it's like I'm just longing to go back. I just want to be with my people. I just want to focus on, being in a trance, and then eventually the body's done and then the soul returns.
Yeah. And because of this life cycle, all elves have a memory of Arvindor. Okay. They all have experienced it at some point in their life. So it's really an interesting thing if if you're playing an elf character, that they could be entering into a trance and then experiencing these memories from some other creatures or some other elf's life. Yeah.
I could totally see that being like a useful story, plot device or something, like all of a sudden the elf starts channeling some other memory from the past, and it's completely related to the events of the game that you're playing in the moment.
Exactly right. And it talks about that as well.
Yeah.
Like it talks about the fact that whilst the drawing of the veil happens and they can no longer get access to those memories easily, occasionally seeing someone or smelling something or hearing a piece of music will bring back a flood of memories from their eternal soul.
Yeah, like triggers them into like a recollection. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really I didn't know that stuff about the elves in
No, neither did I. I've always I've been playing D&D for a long time, and I'm like, elves are just weird tree people.
Weird tree people with pointy ears.
Yeah, but they've got this really cool, intricate life cycle that you can use to pluck bits out for story in your games.
Yeah, this is why this is, I don't know. This is one of the reasons why I think it's so interesting to jump into the lore behind the games. Whether it's Dungeons and Dragons or anything else, is it really helps you appreciate whether it's somebody else's story that's, you're playing somebody else's adventure because you've purchased it and you want to play it with your friends, or you want to design your own. You can really work this stuff in and make it feel like it's tapping into this rich, history of stuff. It just makes it, I don't know, it feels deeper, like there's more there.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, for sure. All of this information is from a book that I found in this tower called Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes, which I believe is on the material plane. and you can get yourself a copy of that. And it has the full front section of that book is detailed, awesome information about different races. And then there's a bunch of monsters in the back as well. This is probably, I've probably read 5 or 6 pages out of the 30 pages on elves that are in there. So it's really, really awesome content if you're interested. And we're going to come back to that, I think, and look at some more elf stuff later on.
So do you think next week we'll do more elf stuff?
Maybe.
Something else?
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know yet. I'm uncertain. There's a lot of books here, so we'll see how we go.
Maybe we should go down and talk to our dragon friend and see what he thinks about this stuff.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe we should. We could ask him if he knows about the dragon riders, the elves that rode on top of dragons. I don't know how.
Maybe.
From my understanding, dragons wouldn't like that, so it'd be interesting to find out his opinion.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't get grumpy at us and like blow fire through the door on us or something. Yeah.
I have a huge shield now.
That's true. We can hide behind the gigantic door-sized shield. All right, we'll have to bring that down with us. All right, that sounds like a plan for next time.
Yes, indeedy.
So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts, or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot.
Have you ever wondered how deep the Elder Scrolls lore rabbit hole goes? Have you got a grasp of the basics and want to find out more about the universe? Written in Uncertainty is here to help you. We'll be mixing in philosophy, theology, and whatever other theory is useful with Elder Scrolls texts to untangle some of the biggest questions in the series, like what are dragon breaks, how does Chim work, where did the Dwemer go, and more. Check us out at writteninuncertainty.com or find Written in Uncertainty on any podcatcher. Thanks for listening, and catch you later in the Grey Maybe of Tamriel.
All right, so we are back. This is the middle of the show. Middle of the show.
Welcome to the middle of the show.
The middle of the show. Wow, my voice got really echoey all of a sudden. I wonder how that happened. So welcome to the middle of the show. This is the part of the show where we say thank you for listening to the Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast and for tuning into our podcast every week. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I know we're having a blast, learning this stuff and explaining it to you guys and talking about all sorts of fun things. As usual, I posted a big thing up on Twitter saying, if you are a content creator, if you are running your own Dungeons and Dragons live play, real play podcast, whatever those are called, or you're running an adventure with your friends, we would love to have some fun descriptions of some of the NPCs you've built or created, some of the items, maybe even some of the monsters. And we're going to go into our item of the week after this. So please send those in. You can send them on Twitter. You could send them on an email, dndlorecast@gmail.com. Or you can just jump into the Robots Radio Discord and come chat with us over there. Those would be great ways to get a hold of us. Also, another great way to support the show is to, Well, I guess does that support the show? I don't know if that transition works, but a way to support the show would be to leave a rating and a review on Apple Podcasts. And guess what? We've got 2 this week. In fact, we had 1 last week. I didn't notice it. It's here. I completely blanked and didn't see it. So thank you to Seth A993 from the US, who writes, love it, 5 stars, started listening since Cyberpunk Lorecast, and after listening to all those, I've moved on to the Fallout Lorecast. D&D is something I've become recently interested in and don't really know anything about it, I think is what they're trying to say, or the lore. I already love this podcast and can't wait for more. So thank you, Seth.
Awesome. Thanks,
for dropping
Seth.
that. Thanks, Seth. And then we have a really nice one from Seminarium Lord, who is also in the US, who wrote a great RR podcast. I think RR stands for Robots Radio, 5 stars.
Hey.
Yay. Another great podcast by robots. As a longtime D&D campaigner, I have long wanted to know the history behind the D&D world, but it always seemed too big. So with this podcast, I've already learned more than I have in the past few years, and that's only with a few episodes. Thanks so much for giving me some help with my day, and thanks for the community you've created on Discord. It improves my day by that much every time I talk to the friends I've made on Discord. Thanks again, and keep the episodes coming. So you're welcome, Seminarian Lord. Yep, I recognize the name because he's on our Discord. Or they, I'm assuming gender. I probably shouldn't do that, but they are on our Discord. Yeah, don't do that. That's a bad idea. These people are anonymous. They could be whatever. That could be a chicken that's able to type on a keyboard. I have no idea.
Be like Coraline.
Yeah, it could be like Carlon. So thank you for those ratings and reviews. They really do help us. To be honest,
they do, and they make us feel good as well.
They also make us feel good. That is also true. So if you want to make us feel good, or you want to explain to people why they should tune into the show, then that is helpful. Also, not only listening to the show, but leaving a rating or review also pushes us up in the recommended shows on places like Apple Podcasts. And that's still one of the places people go to look up shows, even if they don't listen there. So still very, very helpful. So thank you to our new rating and review people and everyone who's been tuning into the show. We really appreciate it. All right. So it's the end of the show, Stuart. And
it is the end.
This week I've got a new sword for you. I might try and summon this one from our thing, but let me explain it to you first before you decide if we should summon it or not, because it might be a little embarrassing. So I call this one the double-bladed sword of truth.
Yes.
The double-bladed sword of truth. That's the official. That's what you have to say every time you say its name. You have to say it like that.
Say every magic item needs to be said that way.
Yes. So the double-bladed sword of truth has 2 blades. It's kind of cool looking. Double blades, and it is called the Sword of Truth because it is magically imbued with the spell Zone of Truth, which can be triggered. It's 100% triggered on a critical hit. So if you're fighting an enemy and you need to get information out of that enemy and you get a critical hit on that enemy, then boom, Zone of Truth is triggered and they have to tell you something honestly. They have to tell you the truth about something. And it just happens automatically on a critical hit.
Yeah,
there's no way they can roll their way out of it. There's nothing they can do. It just happens. But like all of the items that I like to create, it has a drawback. And it's double bladed, right? So you got to be careful with it. And if you get a critical fail, if you roll a 1 with it, then you end up spouting out uncontrollably some sort of embarrassing truth about yourself.
I thoroughly enjoy that. I think that'd be great.
So you're like, I don't know, but like your character just all of a sudden just spouts out something like, I've had a crush on one of my party members for 3 years. And then they're like, what? Why didn't you tell me? Or I still wet the bed.
Yeah. I love that.
I live with my mother. I'm not as cool as you think I am. Yeah. They just have to yell that stuff out.
I keep thinking of that scene from Austin Powers where he's like, who does number 2 work for? But if you get a critical hit, they'll actually tell you.
Yeah, they'll tell you. Yeah. So
that's cool.
Yes. Yeah. So that's our item for the week. So feel free to use that in your own campaign. I think it works best with somebody who's like a fighter build who is more likely to get a critical hit on more than just a 20.
Yeah, for sure. And someone that's swinging the sword a lot.
Swinging the sword a lot. Yeah. And you can, this is a homemade item, so you can imbue it with whatever stats you want. If you want to give it if it becomes like a special magical item later, so you're giving it like a +2 or +3 or something, you can do that as well. Well, otherwise, it can be something they find early on their adventure and still just maintains regular sword stats, other than the fact that it makes people tell the truth on a critical hit. The other danger is on the critical hit, you might kill somebody before they're able to speak.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think of that. That's
think
cool.
As the DM, you would say that like their dying words are like this admission of truth or something, which would be really
Evil.
Really fun. Dr. Evil did it. I don't know anything. I'm just a crony.
I'm a henchman.
They don't pay me enough. That's the truth. Okay, that's it. So. All right, that's our item for the week. I would love to get some ideas from some other people. I know somebody on Discord actually wrote in once and said, "Hey, I've got something for you," but I didn't see it come in yet. But yeah, I'd love to get some stuff. And also, content creators, podcasters, get a hold of us. We'd love to highlight some of these on the show and talk to you and find out more about the kinds of adventures that you're running. And maybe there's opportunities in the future for guesting on each other's shows and that kind of thing. So hit us up.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Let us know. Yeah. And until next week, I think I'm gonna I guess we could summon this sword, but we definitely don't want to hit a dragon with it.
I don't want to hit a dragon with a sword. I'll go and talk. I'm going to summon an appropriately sized shield, and then we can go down to the dragon.
Okay, maybe some more armor too. What's best against fire? Do they have fireproof substances back here?
I imagine so. I was thinking asbestos like is good. An asbestos shield.
We just surround ourselves with asbestos. Okay, we could try that. I was thinking like a big metal suit, but that thing seems like it would get really hot and you just like cook inside it. So you probably don't want to do that. Leather would just melt.
That might be a bit of research. Maybe we'll have we
can do some testing.
We could do an episode on for all of our geologist listeners on D&D fantasy geology.
Fantasy geology, fantasy materials. Yeah.
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 Cool.
I think we should also do some myth busting in the meantime and shoot fire at different items and see which works best.
I love that idea.
All right. Well, thank you, adventurers, for tuning in. We will talk to you again next week on the next episode of the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast. Until then, stay safe and don't hit a dragon with a sword. Talk to you later.
Don't do that. See you guys.
All right. See ya.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Are you worried you don't have all the answers?
Have you ever found yourself in an internet rabbit hole?
Call Mystery Time Live today! It's a new detective business.
With plenty of heart.
And a questionable track record.
We're only in the office for an hour.
Every Wednesday.
Come hang out.
Solve a mystery.
It's a podcast.
It's a live show.
It's a swell time.
Subscribe now!
The producers of Mystery Time Live ask you kindly not to take the advice or guidance of the host because they have no idea what they're doing. No mystery will ever be fully solved unless information by spontaneous outside source or sheer luck. You can find them live on the Twitch app and find their podcast later on YouTube, Anchor, Spotify, Google, and iTunes. Listening may cause hurtful, your death, or loss of sanity. We are sorry. This is probably legally binding and you cannot sue us.
Robots Radio presents.
You're listening to the Dungeons Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons.
I am ignorance. Consumer of knowledge, bound ringer, wizard maker, scribe eater, evaporator of oceans, the blessed and cursed, the eraser of 10,000 years, and baker of delicious, delicious cupcakes.
Hi.
Hey there.
Did you say cupcakes?
Yes, cupcakes. Would you like some?
I'm okay at the moment. Thanks, though.
Yeah, I think I'm good. Sorry to bother you. Are you busy in there?
I'm just baking up another batch.
I see. How long have you been in there?
Oh, a very long time.
Yeah.
I was on sabbatical, and then this wizard trapped me and uses me for my knowledge.
Oh.
You wouldn't happen to see a key out there, would you?
I haven't seen any keys. I've just been reading the books. Tom, have you seen any keys?
No. We'll look for it. Yeah, we'll look for them. Right?
Yeah,
We'll
look, I mean, we can
get
get around. If we find a key, we'll definitely let out the dragon. Yep.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Why don't I believe you?
I don't have a very good persuasion. I'm sorry.
I don't. Oh, you
deception.
know what? Speaking of cooking cupcakes, I think we've got something. Don't we have something in the oven upstairs, Stuart?
Yes.
We do. We were baking
exactly
our own
right.
cupcakes upstairs. We'll
gonna
come
go
back and we're gonna go look
just upstairs.
We'll be back if
We'll come down with a key when we find it. You just chill, bake some. We'll look forward to some cupcakes when we come back. We'll definitely come back with the key when we find it. That's what we'll do.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
We're just going upstairs now. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Bye now.
Yeah. See you later.
Goodbye then.
Bye.
Yes. Farewell.
Yes. See ya.
It's been a long time since I've had a
Tom, let's go.
Conversation.
Tom, let's go.
Yeah. Okay, we're going.
All
right.
There's a dragon down.
Yeah. I'm going to turn off the recorder. It's like 10 floors up. I'll start it again in just a second. Hold on.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, so we're back up here in the library.
And
that was a dragon.
Downstairs.
That was a dragon. Did you hear how many
say
titles?
His name was? What was his name?
Magodius, I think.
Magodius wrote one of these books that I've been reading.
What? No.
Yeah, it's pretty biased, but yeah, he wrote one of these books.
How does a dragon write a book? How does that work?
How does he bake cupcakes?
That's a good question.
He said devourer of scribes, and then the next thing he said was baker of magnificent cupcakes.
Yeah.
He's been alone for a long time, I think.
I think maybe he's been spending all this time alone just making up titles for himself. That might be what's going on. Well, that's coincidental that we run into a dragon in our tower. That would explain the weird, tremors. I mean, we kind of thought maybe those were earthquakes or something, but they were way too common.
Yeah.
It's probably because there's a dragon down underneath the tower. That would make sense.
There must be, like, if there's a dragon in here, there must be everything in this tower or close to it. I mean,
you think so? You think there's like other stuff too?
Yeah, I think that. I mean, we went 10 floors, and each of those floors had rooms that we didn't check out, and there were floors beneath us, and there's floors above us as well.
Right. Well, you know what? I bet Magodius knows. We could go ask him. You want to go ask him again? We can go ask him.
No, it's cool, man. We can we can wait for that. Like, I'm just getting used to the fact that we're possibly in another world, and then we meet a dragon. So, Yeah. I mean, we'll go down. I mean, maybe we'd learn a bit more about dragons before we try and talk to him.
Yeah. So we talked a little bit about that last week. Have you been studying up on dragons?
Yeah. I have. Yeah. This is kind of, we're still sort of going chronologically here. We're sort of moving away from like the myths of creation and dealing now with time. I mean, we're still looking at 30,000 minus 30,000 DR. So, still 31,000 years in the past.
Yeah, still a really long time ago.
But yeah, it's becoming a bit less about about cosmic energies fighting each other, and it's actually tangible creatures fighting each other. And it's called a number of things. I've been calling it the Age of Dragons. It's also called the Dawn Age, or the Time of Dragons, or the Time of Giants. So the three major things that we're going to be talking about today are dragons, giants, and elves a little bit. Okay. What we see is the rise and fall of dragons, the rise and fall of giants, and then the very beginnings of the rise of the elves. All right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Cool. For dragons, this is all sort of starts straight after the tier 4, which is what we talked about last week when AO teared Abia Toril in two, creating two separate worlds. And when there was an ice moon thrown at Toril and these huge ice shards hailed down on Toril.
Right. When he did the Thanos thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Right. Yeah.
And some scholars believe that the ice shards were dragon eggs because of how how close those two events were, because they had all these ice shards fall down and all of a sudden dragons started emerging. Okay.
Do you think it would be weird if the shards themselves were, maybe their eggs were in the ice?
Yeah, something like that. It's sort of, It's not really that explained. I'm looking around a bit more at that, but I think we need to get closer to present day to where we can read some of the stuff that scholars are writing about it. But I think we'll come back to that at some point, maybe when we do like a dragon only episode. So they have a war with the Aari empires. They're the avian creator race, and they destroy them, eliminating that empire, and then they start building their own realms and kingdoms. Now, there are 4 kingdoms, and they have the most crazy dragon names. Agrosthiliax. Like Megodius, yeah. Agrosthiliax, I think is how one of them is said. Case and Malsevere. Darastrivesithikia. And then the third one I can't say, but they're big dragon names.
You're just making these up. You're just like, and Slagabandanid.
Maybe that's what I'm doing. You don't know. This is what, maybe I'm making all this up. Maybe I'm not.
It sounds like somebody just made this all up, but we are in a wizard's tower with a dragon. So I'm guessing maybe there's some actual history here.
Probably. But they create they're realms. They're not really kingdoms in that they have castles. There's no mention of like an actual structure until much later on. But they're growing, and they're slowly reaching into their maturity. Okay. And then at the same time, the giant god, Aman Allfather, marries a lesser demigoddess of Toril called Othea, and they produce 8 children. Okay, and these become the giants, more powerful than current day giants in the Forgotten Realms, that set up the realms and the empires of the giants. The biggest one being Ostoria, which is often called the Colossal Kingdom. Okay, and then there are also Dakar, Grunfesting, Heligheim, Nedenheim, and Rangfell. And these are the empire that the giants are creating. So we have these 2 really powerful empires that are starting to grow over Toril. Now,
okay, so I can tell you one thing from this based on what you've just told me so far, is that the giants are much better at naming things.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a little bit of help in that they stem from Nordic culture. So I think that kind of helped out who helped out the people that wrote this. I think Ed Greenwood wrote most of this. And then we have the elves. Now, we don't really have the elves, but this is the first little bit of elves coming into contact with Toril. All right. And it starts with Oroshni. Now, I think I'm saying that correct. It might be Aroshni or Oroshni. It's difficult to say. This is a lesser elven goddess of destiny and artisans. Now, elves are not on Toril at this moment. I believe they're all in the Feywild. They're in the fairy lands. And this goddess gets greedy and wants to get more power for themselves. And they are eventually banished out of the elven pantheon and cast into the abyss, that horrible place that we talked about a couple of episodes ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Her son, Veyron, I think is how you pronounce it, is also banished. And her daughter, Elistray, chooses exile instead and goes to Toril. Okay, these characters come up a lot more when we start talking about the Drow, the Dark Elves. But Oroshni makes her new home for herself in a place named, sounds really lovely, the Demon Web Pits.
That's Well,
sounds like a good place to holiday.
If the rest of the world is covered with dragons and giants, then there's probably a limited amount of good real estate out there.
That's right. She eventually becomes the demon goddess Loth, who becomes the drow god. And she's like a half spider, half elf creature, okay, with like the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a elf or drow. And we will discuss her a lot more in depth in another episode, I think. But for now, this is the setup. This is the first contact that elves have with Faerun or Toril. Now, within the next few centuries, the dragons start to reach their maturity, okay? And they're starting to get really big. Like a mature dragon is a huge, huge creature, and they're powerful. They have innate magic abilities. And the giants recognize that these things are a threat to their existence, okay? They believe that those dragons could take them out and therefore gain all the rich resources that Faerun has, okay? And ultimately ends up in warfare, okay? The giants and the dragons fighting over control over Faerun.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and this goes on it goes on for a while, but unfortunately within the dragon ranks, remember we talked about those two dragon gods, Tiamat and Bahamut?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. This leads to the Draco Holy Wars, okay, where religious faction among the dragons start to fight over their different philosophies, okay?
So there's like a group that's pro-order and a group that's pro-chaos. That kind of
exactly
thing.
Right. Exactly right. And eventually this leads to the Dragonfall War, which begins when Nagamat, who is like a leader of the Bahamut side, is killed. Okay.
Bahamut was the good one.
That's right. And Tiamat was the chaos one.
Chaos.
Okay. Killed by a follower of Tiamat. And this war actually still continuing in present day. Okay. So the followers of Bahamut and the followers of Tiamat are still in conflict. Okay.
So this is kind of like Transformers.
Yes.
It's kind of like Optimus Prime and Megatron. And Optimus Prime is like, we stand for order and justice. And then Megatron's like, no, I'm all about chaos. And then they just fight each other forever.
100%. And what it leads to is the two sides instead of just using their dragons to fight each other, because they're really big and really powerful. And when the dragon dies, it's a huge loss. Tiamat starts to breed these creatures known as Spawn of Tiamat. And they're like crazy half dragon, half man things, but sometimes more dragon than man and sometimes more man than dragon. And they are...
Do you think maybe they come out with like weird combinations? Because you've got like the spider
100%.
elf lady, you know, like, but like, do you think there's like the one guy who's like, he's like really cool because he's basically like a man-shaped dragon being, and you're like, whoa, he looks really badass. But then there's like the run of the litter who's like all dragon, except he's got like one leg of like a human guy. And everyone's like, what's with that one?
Yeah, man. That's sort of exactly what they look like. We'll post some pictures of some of these, like the spawn of Tiamat. They are terrifying things, and it's all of this stuff is really sort of it's not outlined in great detail because they want dungeon masters to be like, oh yeah, there's like these things called spawn of Tiamat, and I'm just going to use one of them that's been floating around for centuries in my game. You know, it's been trapped in a cage, you know, in a dungeon somewhere. So a lot of the stuff isn't really outlined in great detail because it's there to spark your imagination when you're playing.
Okay, cool.
But in response, Bahamut, understanding that he's now facing a new threat, creates the Dragonborn to act as his soldiers and knights. So out of this creation come the race of Dragonborn, which is a playable race in Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, when I was a teenager, I read the Dragonlance series because it came out. Yeah, it came out when I think when I was maybe a little bit before I was a teenager, but yeah, I remember reading through those novels, and then, you know, of course, there are Dragonborn in those novels, and you know, I remember that catching my attention when that shows up, and I was like, oh wow, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I think Dragonlance is a different world again. I think Dragonlance is its own world again because they don't have halflings. They have Kenda, which are these.
Yeah, right.
They're slightly different. They're meant to be just halflings, but they're slightly different.
Right.
I'm actually reading those books right now. I've never read them before.
Really? I went back and tried. This might have been 15 years ago, but no, maybe 10 years ago. I went back, read through like the opening chapter of the first one, and was like, "Oh man, this was so much better when I was 15 years old."
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking at the moment.
I had not read other literature yet.
Yeah. I think that I would have loved it as a teenager. I actually got them. I bought them for my school library. I got the librarian to get them in because I'm like, teenagers are going to love this still.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm glad I read them as a teenager. That was the absolute right time to do it.
So during this time, right, dragons and giants are fighting each other, and then within the dragon ranks, they're fighting against each other as well. So there's sort of like this huge amount of conflict going on, all right? But there's these smaller humanoid races that start to carve out their own civilizations. Humans still not quite there yet, but there are other smaller civilizations that are trying to do what they want. And then the Fae are also getting around doing their thing, and they try to undermine dragon rule. And by doing this, they open these planar gates and allow the first elves to immigrate into Toril. Okay, there's like conflict going on in the Feywild, and there are refugees essentially that are trying to get out of the Feywild. And although most elves were content to remain in small scattered tribes, one group of green elves, known as the Illirithi, I think, negotiated with the dragons to allow them to have their own little kingdom in the south. Okay, so these elves, they're new migrants to Toril from another plane of existence. They go into negotiations with the dragons to have their own little kingdom in the south. All right, and they just sit there for a few thousand years. They're just there living their life, doing their things. The 1,000-Year War starts very soon after this, okay? And that's when the red dragons invade Astoria, okay? Astoria being the giant kingdom. And they're trying to destroy them completely. Eventually, all dragonkind is drawn into this conflict, all right? And it is now all-out war. Whilst there were skirmishes going on before, it is now all-out war. The conflict, however, between the dragons starts to like the religious conflict they're having, starts to wear on them, okay? And draconic philosophers come to the conclusion that religious fighting was wasteful and that gods who allowed such behavior were not worthy of their worship. This started the dragons' apathy towards their own gods, which lasted for 1,000 years. Due to this, it was speculated that several members of the original draconic pantheon just died due to lack of worship.
Wow. So they're like, okay, we're done with this good guy, bad guy thing. We're all just going to be agnostic or atheist, maybe even. And then because of that, the gods didn't get their worship juice. and then
that's right.
And then withered away.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that goes to show maybe some of the ideas of the creators of this world, talking about gods that allowed such behavior were not worthy of worship,
Sure, yeah. That's a
interesting reflection on society there.
Yeah, I have a degree in philosophy and a degree in religion and religious studies, and that's very much tied to the problem, what's called the problem of evil.
Okay, cool.
How do you justify an all-good creator being, especially one that might be omnipotent and all-powerful, with evil in the world? Like, wouldn't they know better than to have created evil if they were able to do so? Why create evil if they didn't need to? And if they did create evil on purpose, then how are they all good?
Exactly right. Yeah. That's the conflict a lot of people have with religion in general, I think.
It's those three things together seem contradictory.
And that's and it sort of goes on in here that we've got like the dragons having issues with their belief system, the dragons fighting the giants fighting the dragons, and within giant society, things are starting to sort of fall apart again. Okay, so Othea, who was the wife of Ammon Allfather, right? She's not happy with what's happening in life, and she actually goes on pursuing a series of unsatisfying affairs with various powerful creatures around Faerun. Okay, one of which was Vaprak, who was the father of the ogre race. Okay. And there's quite a lot of these. She has another one with where is she?
I mean, this is kind of funny. Like, it's not like if you're a human and you make this kind of decision, then you're getting with a bunch of guys or girls or whatever, and they're all going to be a little bit different from each other, but they all have human parts,
Yeah, that's right.
You're this lady person and getting with all these guys or something. You're like, well, this guy has bigger muscles and this guy's got a bigger, and or this guy's got hair and this guy doesn't. Everyone is a little bit different. This guy's a better kisser. But in this case, she's like, oh, this one's an ogre. This one's like, whoa.
But she then goes on to form a bit more of it says another unsatisfying relationship. So she wasn't happy in what she was doing, it seems, but she did have an affair with someone called Ulatiu, who was a minor sea god of the savage frontier. All right. And from this union, they produce 4 races: the Furbolgs, who are like a half giant race in Faerun it's a playable race. The Verbeeg, which are these giant kin that look kind of like giant elves. They live in forests as well. The Vodakyn, which are sometimes called wood giants. And the Fomorians. They were hideously disformed, misshapen, but the random positioning of their sense organs gave them keen perception. There's these really strange, horrible monsters.
Random positioning of sense. So you've got like eyes
it doesn't explain that. Yeah. It looks like they got eyes on their back and their shoulders and stuff.
Huh.
So because of this, conflict, all these things are starting to spring up, and this is bringing more instability to the region. All right. And then we come back to the elves. All right. Now, there's these elves that have gone off and created their own little kingdom in the south, okay? And one of those elves is called Jurathil, okay? He took a silver dragon as a mount, okay, and becomes known as the first dragon rider. So these elves are now riding around with dragon mounts, okay? They are now entering the Fae and getting into combat with dragons. Some dragons are really, really pissed at the idea that someone is riding them, okay?
Yeah.
And this leads to the elves creating something called the Dracorage Mythal. Now, a Mythal is when a collection of sorcerers, wizards, or magic beings get together and they commune and create a powerful magical, I won't say entity, it's like a force, okay? And what this does is, incited dragons all across Faerun into madness and mindless destruction, turning them against each other and even against their offspring. Okay, so this, the Draco Rage it's connected to something called the King Killer Star, which is up in the skies, and it just sends the dragons crazy. It's called the Rage of Dragons. Okay, now. This goes on and on and on, and the dragons, whenever the elves use the Draco Rage, all the dragons just go insane and start fighting each other and go into this like mindless blood rage, and they want to stop this. So they're desperate, and the last few remaining dragon lords try to destroy the Draco Rage, okay? But they're unsuccessful. They're protected by this race called the Avriel, which are like winged elves. Really interesting. It looks like, reading about them, they look a bit like angels, I guess. They've got sort of porcelain white skin. They have elven features, but these huge wings, and they interestingly have hollow bones because they need to be able to fly.
Right, birds.
Yeah, so they almost get wiped out in defense of the Mythal, but they do stop the dragons from taking control. Okay, and this is kind of the decline of the time of dragons. From now on, the dragons are much fewer in number. They've been fighting with each other. They've been wiped out by each other and by the giants. The giants actually, just prior to this, they come to a truce with dragonkind, okay? And the giants are now out of it, okay? Their empire shrinks away into this tiny little part of Faerun, and in present day Faerun, that's called the Great Glacier and the Cold Lands. Okay, so this empire that had spanned all over Faerun has now become this tiny little enclave.
Wow.
The dragons have also lost their power, and left there are the elves.
Yeah, it sounds like the elves got the upper hand.
Yeah,
It sounds like World War II, and the elves were like the ones who developed the nukes first.
Yes.
And
they
then
rode
they were
dragons,
Yeah. Well, yeah, they rode the dragons, and that was, so they've got like comparable Air Force. And then they dropped this rage thing on them. And of course, they all destroy themselves. All the dragons destroy themselves. And then, so who's left? The elves.
Yeah, that's right. And then comes the next part in this timeline is called the first flowering. And a lot of that is to do just with elves. And so I think we'll stop there. There is a little bit more in this time, but I think I will start with how the elves sort of become a bit more known in Faerun, and how they go from this tiny little kingdom to having a full age of time for themselves.
Very cool. So we'll get into that next week. Awesome.
For sure.
So big news, friends. The